Call this meeting to order. We're on. As chairman of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission, I'd like to call this regularly scheduled July commission meeting to order. First thing on our agenda is our roll call. Ms. Maxwell.
Alexander.
Present.
Collins.
Present.
DeChara. Here. Flitcroft. Absent. Grease.
Here.
Haynes. Here. McMullen.
Here.
Northern.
Here.
Stevenson.
Here. I'll go back and change my vote. I'm here. This morning, I'm going to call on Commissioner Collins, if he would, to lead us in our invocation.
Heavenly Father, we give you our thanks for this day and all its blessings. We thank you for the freedom we enjoy in this country and this great state. We're thankful that we can go about doing our business freely, and we pray that during this meeting today, everything that we say and do will be in accordance to thy will. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen. Next, adoption of the agenda. There's one thing that I would like to change in our agenda. We have Leslie Ostrander, I think I'm saying that right, Leslie Ostrander of LexisNexis, Director of Governmental Consent Acquisition. She is scheduled to be on the agenda at 1:15 this afternoon. She flew into town. She's currently meeting with Assistant Commissioner Giannini, and it's been requested that we move her from 1:15 this afternoon to when she gets here, which is going to be somewhere 9:30, 15 or 10 this morning. But when she arrives, it will be in the middle of Ms. Maxwell's Executive Director report, and we will suspend with her report and then hear from Leslie Ostrander from LexisNexis.
Move to so amend the agenda.
Second.
Does anybody else have anything they'd like to add or delete from our agenda? Hearing nothing else, all in favor of the adoption of the amended agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Carries unanimously. Next is the adoption of the minutes. Don't have any minutes. Yes, you're right. Kelly has not gotten those. We will look at our minutes at our August meeting. Next on our agenda is the election of chairman and vice chairman for fiscal year 2013-2014. The floor is now open for nominations for chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Grease.
I think you've done an adequate job, so I'm not saying I'm going to vote for you, but I'd like to put your name into nomination for chairman.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Stevenson's name has been placed in nomination for chairman for 2013-2014. Any other nominations for chairman?
I'd like to put Wendell Alexander's name just to honor him. I know he probably won't serve, but he's done a lot of hard work, and I'd like to put his name before this body.
I'll second that.
I have no interest at this time. I appreciate the thought. If this election vote doesn't go like it suits me, I may come back and I may run. By the way, Mr. Chairman, I don't know what you doing running the show when you just got nominated. I think you ought to turn it over to the executive director. Let the record show that I have a proxy that I have given to our executive director, so I may be voting twice. Again, it's going to how the election goes.
You'd ask it to be fine with me to turn this over to our executive director, Ms. E. Maxwell, to conduct this.
I move that the nomination cease, ma'am, and he be elected by acclamation.
I'll second that.
We have a motion that nomination cease and Commissioner Stevenson be elected by acclamation. So it was made by Commissioner Alexander, seconded by Commissioner
You're
Haynes.
supposed to be letting E.
I know we're supposed to be letting Eve.
I don't.
It's Maxwell.
He's chairman's
Yeah.
until he's elected again.
Okay, Ms. Maxwell, you take
So
over.
there's a motion on the floor that was made by Commissioner Alexander and seconded by Commissioner Haynes that Commissioner Chairman Stevenson be reelected as chairman for the year 2013-2014 by
I'll roll call.
Okay?
I think I'm going to leave the room.
You have to vote. You might have to vote for yourself here. Alexander,
Pass.
Collins,
Pass.
DeChara, yes. Grease,
Pass.
Flitcroft is absent. Haynes,
Yes.
Flitcroft passes at the moment.
McMullen,
Pass.
Northern, Stevenson,
Abstain.
We have to have fun.
yes. So
You got all the women's
let's
votes.
try
What's up
to
with that?
pass people again so that we can see if those who have passed might like to participate the second time.
This is a point of order. How many votes does he have to get?
He only needs one.
He has to get more than the person who, well, there's nobody else elected, so, I
Was he
guess.
already elected?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'd like to change my vote to yes.
Okay, Alexander,
I'll change my vote to yes also.
Collins,
Reluctantly, I'll change mine.
Flitcroft is still absent, but we do have a proxy. McMullen,
He's going to stay
Me too.
passed.
does me too mean yes? Okay. Northern,
Yes.
and Stevenson.
You need to abstain.
After what I've just experienced, I don't know if I'm going to vote for myself or not. I don't know if I'm going to be chairman again or not. I'll vote for myself.
Yes. So, Mr. Stevenson is elected chair again for the year 2013-2014 by acclamation. Everyone voted who was here in favor of the election. So now I'll turn it back over to him. Congratulations.
I want to say thank you for a couple of reasons. One of which, this is my last year. And I have already been thinking about how life is going to be without,
Don't be curious.
I'm not, but how life's going to be for me without coming to Nashville or Memphis or Kingsport or Gatlinburg or Knoxville or Jackson or somewhere across this state for a real estate commission meeting. I've missed one meeting or one day, not one meeting I missed one day in 9 years. And I enjoy doing this, and I feel it an honor that you have chosen me to let me be your chairman for the last year of me being on this commission. It's quite an honor to me.
Are you through?
I'm through.
I'd like to nominate John Grease as vice chairman of this commission.
I wanted to do that, but I'll second it.
All right.
We have a motion placing the name of John Grease in as 2013-2014 vice chairman and seconded by Commissioner Haynes.
I make a motion we elect him by acclamation.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Collins and seconded by Commissioner McMullins that we elect Commissioner Grease by acclamation as vice chair for 2013-2014. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
And I've already been thinking about what life's going to be without you around here, too. And we're looking forward to it, right? Just kidding, Mayor. Look forward to working with you, and thank you.
And I do you as well.
Well, I want to say I appreciate being vice chair for this past year, and it's been a great opportunity to do this. Now, what do? Do we change places?
sit right here.
We just want to pass this down?
No, just leave it there.
Got to move. You got to move. They always made everybody move.
He likes women.
I've got my book of knowledge right here.
I don't care. I'll do whatever y'all say do.
you are.
Yeah, just stay
There
where
you
you
go.
are, John. Fine.
Since he gave us this great story about him not missing, I think you ought to give him a Triple T award
What, if we could do that next month and give that to him
and present it, in a
for almost
right
perfect attendance.
situation,
Yes. I guess that is perfect attendance. You only missed one day.
Yeah.
There are two people here today that I'm glad are still here. Commissioner Haynes' term expired June the 30th, about a week and a half ago, after having been on this commission now for 3 years, serving out the term of her late husband from Gallatin, and Isaac Northern sitting here to my right from Memphis, who has been on the commission 10 years and a week and a half. Our statute says that until we can only serve 2 consecutive 5-year terms by statute. We're all appointed by the governor, 5-year terms, and Commissioner Northern has served 2 consecutive 5-year terms. But our statute says, in the Tennessee Real Estate Commission, the statute says that you continue to serve until your replacement is named. Well, the governor has not appointed a replacement for Commissioner Northern to be one of the 3 West Tennessee commissioners, nor has anybody been named to replace Commissioner Haynes, whose term has expired, for Middle Tennessee. So they're both here, and I'm glad that they are continuing to be a part of this commission because they have made a tremendous been a tremendous asset to this commission the time that they have served. I know Commissioner Northern served 2 terms as chairman, did a wonderful job on this commission, and it's good to see both of y'all back. And I personally, I hope the governor never appoints anybody to take y'all's place. I hope you are able to stay with us.
I'm not sure I share that sentiment, but I am glad to be back.
Next on our agenda is our Executive Director's report from Ms. Eve Maxwell, our Executive Director.
And the first thing on the agenda is the advertising discussion, which we've sort of had, the commission's been ongoing with discussions about advertising. I think it's of great concern to the licensees. Commissioner, the notice, wait, I've got to read the notice.
You didn't give me the roll call.
I know, but I've got to read the roll call notice. Sorry, I forgot to do that. I was supposed to read it at the beginning. This meeting's date, time, and location have been noticed on the Tennessee Real Estate Commission's website, included as part of this year's meeting calendar since September the 7th of 2012. Additionally, the agenda for this month's meeting has been posted on the Tennessee Real Estate Commission's website since Wednesday, July the 3rd, 2013. Also, this meeting has been noticed on the 10Gov website since Friday, July the 5th, 2013. But that just has to be read every time. Now, back to advertising. That's okay. Commissioner Grease worked up some questions and issues and points about advertising, which he sent to me, and then I added in some of the statutory references and then some other issues that have been brought to our attention in the office, and we continue to get questions daily about various advertising issues. Many concern teams, many concern firms within firms, property management, there's a wide variety of issues out there, and Commissioner Grease and I have tried to sort of narrow them down, break them down into logical parts so that the Commission can consider those. We have a number of ads that Commissioner Grease and others have sent us to look at. Because those ads deal with Tennessee firms that might be in violation of the Broker Act, we couldn't use those for examples. So what I tried to do was to take those as our base and then make up examples for the Commission to look at. And this is just really a small sampling of what we see. A lot of the violations we see, or potential violations, are on websites. And you can read like the testimonials on a website, and then the people who are dealing with teams think that they are in fact companies. We sent earlier in the week advertising issues, the part that John and I worked on, and I hope everyone's had a chance to read that. It's on your iPads. And
let me explain. These particular things that are on the screen are not on the iPads.
I can't hear you.
The stuff that I'm going to show on the screen is not on the iPads because Ms. Maxwell, I know you're not going to believe this, was burning the midnight oil last night making these up. So, and I had already loaded the iPads. So, you'll have to swivel around and or look over there. Yeah. So.
I don't know how Commissioner Grease you'd like to go through these or deal with them, or
How many examples do you have?
well, I've got, there's 5 examples, and they combine a number of issues. There's one example that's really sort of more similar to a website. It really has that kind of information. The first 3 are based upon an example where one person advertises in 3 different ways. And so that's what the first 3 are, and it's the contrast of those ads and the names that are used by that person. And then underneath, I tried to write just sort of a brief description of what may or may not be wrong with it. And like this one is more like a website.
Why don't we go through your examples, and then we'll go through the attachment on the iPad.
Okay, so we can start with the first one. The first 3 are all one individual who works for one firm, and he has 3 advertisements that you can see that you would not be able to tell which firm he works for, or that there was only one firm involved. And these names are all fictitious. I made them up, so if there are real people by these names, I have no idea, because I did make them all up. This first one is just a typical for sale.
There actually is an ad like this of a licensee.
Correct. It is based on that. It's just that I substituted these fake names in here. So the licensed firm in this is Grouse Crow Realty, DBA Durango Properties. That's the firm is licensed with TREC. But it's not really licensed. That's the one that firm is licensed with TREC. The number listed is the cell phone number of the licensee, and the licensee name is larger than the letters in the firm name. But this is one ad of this person. It's a for sale sign. As I say, his licensed firm is Grouse Crow Realty, DBA Durango Properties. That's the way the license to the firm is issued. This person is an affiliate broker. So if you look at the next one, so this is another of the same person's sign. The licensed firm name is Grouse Crow Realty, DBA Durango Properties, which you don't see on this sign anywhere. There's no licensed firm by the name of Grouse Crow Commercial. This individual is a licensed affiliate with the DBA Realty Company, and the number listed on the firm, the number listed as a firm number is not listed with TREC. So this is another of the same person's sign on property at the same time the first one was on property, different properties. And so then the third one this is another sign of the same person, all listed at the same time on different properties. GC Commercial, then the Grouse Crow Realty. So again, the licensed firm is Grouse Crow Realty, DBA Durango Properties. There's no licensed firm by the name of GC Commercial. This person is a licensed affiliate with Grouse Crow Realty, DBA Durango Properties. The number is not the number listed with TREC. So he has 3 signs with 3 different firm names listed. And that is something that we see frequently, where someone decides there'll be a division of a firm and just advertises under that division, so that the individuals who look at that, the public, really wouldn't know the firm with whom this person was licensed. And John may have some other... I wish we could use the real ones, but we can't, so
Are the next 2 slides about teams, or what do you
they're
think?
about, they're teams and firms within firms, so I didn't know. Like, this is sort of the team issue.
Maybe, Eve, if we could refer back to our iPad and this tab, just for what we know is clear in the law, or our rules and regulations. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page on these. When Eve and I worked on this, we broke it into 3 parts: things we know are true, questions I have, and things licensees cannot do, we know for sure. And so if we just look at the first section of this tab, I believe all of those are clear. I mean, at least to me, that are clear within our rules and regulations, and maybe you all would take just a second and look through them if you haven't, to see if you have any questions about those.
think part of the question here is really what, do you have to advertise with the whole firm is licensed with, name with license with Trek, or can you just come up with variations that?
I think it's clear if you look at, for instance, number 7 in this list. You can only advertise under the name of the company as registered with Trek. I mean, I think that's clear in our statute or rules and regulations.
And that's the whole, like, not just a shortened version, the whole
Right.
version, not a division, the whole version.
So on these first 3 slides, I mean, they're clear examples of violations of one or more of 1 through 8 on this list. I don't think there's any question about that, and those are things that are easy to determine, in my opinion. Just when we get to some other topics, it become a little bit gray.
Right. Are there any other, I mean, like, are there any other comments or thoughts about particularly like whether a firm can decide to have a division and call it, say, GC Commercial, even though the licensed firm name as registered with us is a different name, and then, you know, use that on their advertising?
For instance, in these 3 examples you put up here, the company is Durango Realty, right?
The company is Grouse Crow Realty DBA Durango Properties.
So the DBA is what they have to advertise.
They can advertise in the whole name, you know, like all the name with the DBA included, or they can advertise in just the DBA Durango Properties.
Right, but they can't just advertise Grouse Crow Realty.
Grouse Crow, no, they
Grouse.
cannot. They could use the whole name with the DBA included, Grouse Crow Realty DBA Durango Properties, or they can advertise in Durango Properties.
We go back through those first 3 slides just for a second again, Kelly. Based on 1 through 8 of this list, there are 3 or 4 violations right here, correct?
Correct, because the licensee's name is larger than the firm name, the letters of the firm name, regardless of anything else.
Could I ask you about that? And we'll get to this in a second, I think, but what is the firm name here?
Well, the firm name is supposed to be, as I say, it's Grouse Crow Realty DBA Durango Properties. So that, you know, is not the firm name as registered, as licensed with us.
For instance, there are 2 different fonts for the firm's name here. Which, if we're trying to make the agent's name no larger than the firm's name, which font are we talking about? Grouse Crow Realty or Durango Properties?
Well, if you put the DBA in, that would be the entire name, so that would all have to be, the person's name would have to be larger than that. Durango Properties is the name. It can go by that just in advertising. So the name has to be at least larger than the letters of that. But the whole name is Grouse Crow Realty DBA. So don't you? I think that once you put that Grouse Crow Realty in, I mean, I don't know. Have you committed to then having that whole with the DBA be the name so that it's inclusive of the Durango Properties and you've got the whole name up there? So therefore the letters have to be as...
So that's one of the questions you'll see in the midsection of your iPad in a second when we get to it. But that's a question that we need to figure out how to answer straight.
Right. And I didn't draw logos because I didn't really know how to draw a logo. But that is another question, kind of part and parcel of that is the logo. But the statute says the letters of the firm name, which does indicate that it doesn't count the logo no matter how large and flowery it might be.
Yeah. On the second slide, Kelly, if we see.
You have a lot of DBAs?
We do have a whole lot of DBAs. Most of the most of the firms that are franchises, they operate under a DBA.
The second slide. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Generally, though, when you have a firm doing business as, it's the DBA name that is generally considered to be the firm name from the public perspective.
That is, well, so like if you saw this one, because most of your shortened form of advertising would probably just have Durango Properties on it.
Right.
You know, like if your card or something.
I don't recall ever seeing a yard sign or a firm name anywhere that had the legal name and the DBA name. Generally, it's the DBA name, and I would assume, based on the way it's written, it can be both. But normally, if it's going to be both, the font size is always the same. So, whatever that font size is the basic font size of the advertisement.
I'll give you an example, and I'm not. These are things we can get to, but if I see a Century 21 Isaac Northern Realty, typically the Century 21 portion of the name is larger than the Isaac Northern Realty.
Correct.
So, if the agent's name can't be larger than the company's name, which font do we use? The Century 21 font or the smaller Isaac Northern Realty? That's the question.
In your example, is the name as registered with the Secretary of State Isaac Northern Realty, and then it's DBA Century 21?
Not normally, I wouldn't think. I can't speak to that.
Normally, they're
Normally, it's the reverse of
yes,
that.
the reverse of that.
Well, I mean, if you go back to your earlier slide, to me, if you've got both names on there, the smallest font for the firm name is the one that's used on Durango Properties.
Right.
And so the name has to be smaller than Durango Properties because you chose two font sizes for your firm name, and you're bound by the smallest size that you used, so the name can't be larger than the smallest font size used on the firm name.
That would be my interpretation as well.
Maybe in a little while, hopefully we'll get to where, if we want to make a decision on that today or make a policy statement on that, then that's one topic we need to cover.
Most of those firms that are Century 21 firms, especially the first Century 21 franchise came out, were firms that were already in business and then acquired the franchise. I think you'll probably find it different when you go to the Keller Williams folks when they're the newest, and I don't know well there because you right up down the street and all, you can have 3 Keller Williams firms in, and I'm not picking on them. It's just very obvious that you can in Nashville. You never know whether it's one and the same or whether it's 3 different companies.
And we've got that issue to get to today as well.
Okay. Sorry.
That's all right.
And speaking to the franchises, and I can pull my laptop out and email Kelly my logo if we want to use my franchise as an example, because my logo, of course, with franchise guidelines, the exit logo has like little rooftops. The company name itself cannot go beyond those points of the rooftops. So depending on what the exit franchise is, it can't go outside of that. So the actual company names are much smaller than what the logo itself is.
And so what this commission ought to do is say to all licensees, here's as large as your name can be on a sign, and we have to figure out what that is. And if it's
right,
if it's in this example Durango Properties, because that's how you're doing business as, that's fine. We just need to give direction. I think people are just looking for direction on how to handle this.
Yeah. And with franchises, with logos, I think that gets into like the team issue as well as franchise issues.
So on your
The example you just gave, the name is incorporated into the logo.
Uh-huh.
And there is no reference to the logo in the statute.
But the letters that are the firm name in the logo, I think that's the size that you would go by.
Looking at based on what she's saying, it's always going to, or more than likely, it's going to be a smaller font size for the firm name because it's going to have more.
Oh, much smaller.
Yeah, because the verbiage is larger than just exit, so it's naturally it's going to be smaller in order to fit within that exit rooftop. That's a franchise issue that probably. For the statute, automatically puts them at risk of being in violation.
I think that's, if we don't do anything else this month or next month, the month after, just giving some direction that says, okay, if your company's name, if you're a franchise name and your franchisor requires a smaller font than the logo of the franchisor, that's how big your agent's name can be. I mean, whatever we end up doing, we just need to have something consistent, give some direction, I think. And there's some other questions as we get through this presentation that will cause you to think even more, I believe.
I just want to remind all of you that we need our voices loud enough that we can be on record. And it's hard to hear you.
Well, so the question is, would the chair entertain motions as we go, or do you prefer to wait till we have a full discussion and then take motions?
It's just I'm one of 9, just whatever you think is appropriate.
Isn't that funny? That you decided that's where you are.
Maybe he's going to take a new leave this year.
Oh, look here. I'm one of 9. And all last year you run
First
this
among
thing like you
equals.
was one of 1, yeah.
You made a lot of decisions on your own last year without asking us.
Trying to make a good impression the first day.
So,
I mean, if we've got a consensus, I'm thinking go ahead and vote on what our consensus is, but that's totally up to you because you guys have done all the research.
What's the motion going to be? Because we've got a statute and we've got a rule already. So what's the motion going to be?
it's
policy.
It would be to clarify
Just-
that we believe the statute means the DBA or the franchise, the smaller letters in a company name. Is that basically what?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that the agent's name not be any larger than the smallest letters in the franchise, in the name, the entire name that's registered with the state. But
Do you think that's on all medium or just yard signs at this point?
Statute says licensees may not post signs on any property.
I'm with you on that, but I just want to make sure we're just talking about
Yeah,
yard signs.
John, there you go.
Thank you. Just want to make sure if your motion is just about yard signs.
well, my concern is that we get into all these other details too, and then we when we go back to what we talked about at the first, we're going to say, and we said what? I mean, I'm just. That's my concern.
If we make a decision just on yard signs and nothing else today, we're making progress. So,
But if you make a motion too quick and then something else comes out in the discussion.
And I'm fine with that too.
I think this thing's going to get a lot deeper as we go on. From what I've read and put out, I think that you, John, and you, and Eve have prepared. And my thinking is that you need to go through the whole thing, and I don't think you can make a decision on it all day. Now you make today. Now you can make it on yard signs, but this is going to get deeper as we go along.
There's one, as I'm just sitting over here looking at all of this, I look around this table, and all the realtors that's sitting around this table, we've been in business. I've been in business, had my company, I'll be 31 years next month. We grew up, and we were taught when we had our principles of real estate classes, we learned you don't have your name larger than the name of the company. And as time has gone on with teams and with other mediums of advertising, these newer agents getting in this business have gotten away from what our statute has always been. It's very clear. Agent's name cannot be larger than the font size of the company name. Period. And
if we don't, so all I'm suggesting is that issue is if the company name is in different fonts, are you talking about the larger font or the smaller font? That's if we can get that cleared, that's one topic out of the way. And I'll bet you we could handle that without worrying about what might come next.
I don't think you can have a font larger than the company name. Irregardless of we're operating, the franchise needs to fall under our guideline and not us fall under their guidelines.
I'm not disagreeing, Grover. I'm just saying in this example, Grouse Crow Realty is in larger font than Durango Properties, which is how they do business. which font are we talking about?
I think the statute says that the firm's name appears thereon in letters the same size or larger than those spelling out the name of the licensee. Here, the firm's name is being spelled out in letters that are smaller than the name of the licensee.
I agree. Yeah.
I guess if you could take it to an extreme, and let's just say it's Grouse Crow. Let's say you had a huge G on there that took up a quarter of the whole sign in that upper left-hand corner, and then out beside it you put little ROUSE, Crow Realty. That doesn't mean you can do the name the size of that big old G. But that would be kind of the extreme example.
Yeah.
Or
Well,
it'd be better maybe if you had a name that started with an R, because R Realty, big R in the corner doesn't mean that everything can be as big as that R. That name can be as big as that R.
So I'm going to go back to one more time to Century 21 Isaac Hayes Realty. Century 21, when they sold that franchise to Isaac, said the Century 21 portion of the name's got to be larger than Isaac Hayes Realty. So they're two different sets of either one, Isaac Hayes or Isaac Northern. They'll sell them to anybody, I'm told. I don't know. So if the franchise says Isaac Northern Realty has to be in smaller font than the Century 21 portion of it, the confusion is, does the agent's name have to be the same size or less of Century 21 or the same size or less of the font on Isaac Hayes or Isaac Northern Realty? Grouse Crow Realty or
It
Durango
depends on what
Properties?
the firm name is. And if the firm name is Century or is Isaac Northern Realty DBA Century 21, then that's the firm name, and you got to look at the letters on all of it, I would think.
Anybody want to put what we're talking about in the form of a motion that we give direction and guidance?
Not yet.
Keep on discussing then.
Well, I think we need to give our Lexus next.
As soon as we finish this topic, then we'll.
I don't think we're going to finish
You
it.
think we're going to finish this topic?
Not anytime soon.
We might.
Mr. Chair, we've got, how many of the commissioners are franchise operations? I know we got one. You're the only one? Okay. Your purpose or part of the benefit of being a part of that franchise is the national advertisement, I would assume.
Right.
Okay. And the national advertisement benefit carries forward to your advertising. So when you're advertising, is it to your benefit for Exit Realty to be at a much bolder than DeCharo Realty?
In some markets, it is because that franchise name recognition is much more important in some markets than the actual firm name.
So it could be either or.
It could be either or. Like, I'm the only Exit franchise in West Tennessee. So, because it is not predominant in West Tennessee like it is in some markets, to be under my name is, as far as yard signs, would be just as beneficial as having the Exit franchise at the current time. But you go somewhere like Florida, and just seeing an Exit sign, it's very predominant down there. So it doesn't matter which office it is.
If you draw that commission, which
What?
it is. I said it makes a difference whether you of the ownership.
Well, but he's saying, does the franchise itself name benefit you the most? And it depends on the area of the country whether the franchise name benefits you more than, like, Wendell Alexander Realty. Everybody in Dresden knows Wendell Alexander. So if you became a franchise, it would still be more important in your area that they know it's Wendell Alexander Realty.
If we were looking at this from the standpoint of what's good for the business, would you say that it's best to err on the side of the franchise name being larger? Or would the individual firm name be the more important factor from a public standpoint?
I think the public recognizes franchise names more. For the most part. I mean, you take somebody like Caldwell Banker, who's been around for 150 years. And they typically may not know the name of the rest of the name of the company in the area, but they're going to know Caldwell Banker.
I think it likely that the public would not be able to differentiate between Caldwell Banker and the company that they're actually doing business with in the event of a problem?
Possibly. See, in our market, that's
so there
not...
is some need for the rule being what it is.
Yeah, I think so. And see, like in our area, it's not so much a problem because we've only got one of each franchise. We don't have multiple Remaxes or multiple Exits or multiple Caldwell Bankers. I mean, but when you get to Nashville, and they've got 6 Exit offices, 14 Caldwell Banker offices, 10 Remax offices, then I think it becomes real important that that company name is associated with that franchise name.
The actual name of your LLC is MYPD LLC.
Right.
DBA Exit Select Realty.
Right.
Okay.
And Exit Select Realty is how we advertise.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Your LLC is not even on the sign then.
no. Like Eve said, most of the franchises have to have an LLC as set up as part of their franchise agreements.
My company's is incorporated, and I've always been told I had to use the word incorporated on everything to satisfy the Secretary of State. And I don't know why they wouldn't have to do the same thing.
She's an LLC, but not using it on her sign.
Why she's not? She's in
Commissioner,
violation.
Commissioner Haynes, come on over here.
Janet, I hate to say it, but would you not be in violation then? Because you didn't use the entire name that was registered with the state.
No, I don't have to put NYPD on my sign
According to the rules.
Well, I think that's what we're talking about.
Well, I think
because
you
I'm a
could do.
DBA.
I think. I mean, that's just it. She's
that's
doing.
the whole
She's
discussion.
doing business as Exit Select Realty, and so that's what she's doing business as, and so that's the name she advertises under. I think we recognize that as the firm name.
Then Grouse Crow Realty
That's the DB. That's
doesn't even
the-
need to be there.
Right.
Doesn't need to be there, but if they put it there,
But is that what we're saying? It doesn't need to be there. Are we saying we have to have the entire name that's registered with the state?
The statute doesn't say that.
it says firm name.
Right.
It says firm name. Okay, that was what I think Grover and I.
But if you choose to put both parts of the name, the actual legal name and the doing business as name, are
Subject to the statute
yeah,
requirements.
and if you choose to use different font sizes,
Okay.
It makes no difference what you use. That is a violation, what you're looking at right now.
Oh, certainly. Certainly.
Huh? And it's happening
So,
all around. So I think that maybe we might go ahead and make a decision on yard signs. Huh?
we can do that. So, but it's a violation because Abe's name is larger than the company name, right?
That's right.
For
No question about it.
Okay, so I'll rephrase my question. For it to be in compliance, how big should it be?
Well,
Bigger than the font in Grouse Crow Realty or bigger than the font in Durango Properties?
At least the same size as Durango properties or larger.
It could be larger?
Or smaller.
Smaller.
Or smaller.
I'm sorry, smaller.
It can't be.
It can't be larger. It can be the same size, but it can't be larger.
So the agent's name cannot be any larger than any part of the company's name that's being advertised.
But I thought the issue was whether or not the company name, the Durango Property being the company name, if that's the font size you use, you're limited to that for your name. But in a franchise situation, the franchise name is more than likely going to be larger than Durango Property. So which one are we looking at is what I thought we were trying to determine here.
Well, and see, like I know with Caldwell Banker, they're the same way we are, as is Century 21 and Remax as well. Their Caldwell Banker has to be larger than the Barnes and Associates or Real Estate Now or whatever. So
Clearly would be in violation of the statute.
If you come in and put the individual's name larger than that font size.
than the actual company name.
Are we considering Caldwell Banker or Century 21 as a logo?
I think that's part of the firm name.
If I could ask you,
Durango Properties needs to be the same size as Caldwell Banker or Century 21 based on statute.
But the franchise agreements don't allow for that.
Well, I don't think we care. I don't think it's up to this group to decide if the franchise name can be larger or smaller or the same size as the actual legal company name. What we're looking at is a comparison of the individual's name to the firm name size.
What you're saying then is the franchise name is not at issue here. It's just the name of the agent and the local firm name.
No, I think the franchise name factors in when you're comparing the size of the franchise name to the size of the individual's name.
But if we say the individual's name could not be any larger than the smallest font of the company name, wouldn't that take care of it?
you see what I'm saying? If it's on that sign,
Yeah.
I can't go where I want to go because I know.
He can have a huge G on there, but that doesn't mean, but the smaller letters are the smallest letter of his company name, he cannot, or that person cannot be any bigger than the smallest letters of his company name. So
Well-
he couldn't put down there little bitty letters.
See, let's go back and take this sign right here.
So you'd always know who the company is.
You can take that sign right there, the Gross Grow and the Durango Properties. And there are instances where they're advertising a franchise name. One of those names, and the company is actually owned by another name.
This is, well, I was showing, here's my logo on this card. And you can look at, in relation to the franchise logo, the size of the company name under that.
It looks like the name Janet DeChara is about the same size as Exit Select Realty on there, and that would be fine.
This we're not talking about business cards.
Right,
on a
but if
yard
that were
sign.
on a yard sign,
Yeah.
it looks like it would be fine because it looks like it's the same size.
But see, on ours, at mine particularly, we have just the 6-inch name writers. You know, I have the standard signs designed, and then we just have name writers. So I don't have a problem with that in my office typically.
Is Exit Select Realty part of the franchise? Are all exit companies Exit Select?
No, that's my company.
That's your company. Okay.
Each exit office has their own company name.
If I could at this time, I'd like for y'all to just continue thinking about what we've been talking about. We're going to need to come to a resolution here before too much longer. But at this time, we have Leslie. I hope I'm saying your last name right, Leslie. Ostrander. Leslie Ostrander of LexisNexis, who is the Director of Governmental Consent Acquisition. She has had a meeting this morning with the my understanding, with Assistant Commissioner Bill Giannini, Commissioner the Assistant Commissioner of Commerce and Insurance, and at this time, I'd like, if you would, just make a presentation and or
Actually, if you scoot this way,
Okay.
your motion activated.
Okay. Okay. I get it. I got to talk into the microphone. I did meet with Assistant Commissioner Giannini, and Eve had informed me earlier the proposal that you have probably seen with a royalty coming back to you, we're not allowed to do. Apparently the state cannot take a royalty back. So, and Eve, my apologies to you, we put together a new proposal which only Commissioner Giannini has now seen, and he just saw this morning. And let me pass this out real quick.
And you all, we sent earlier sort of a little memo about the manuals and where we stood the last time we met, which now is different. But anyway, so that kind of gave you a background of what had happened in the past and where we stood and what we had discussed. And then I guess Leslie will update us on that.
if I could, you licensees, and thank you, Commissioner Northern, for pointing this out. Miss Leslie Ostrander with LexisNexis, they are the ones that print our manuals and have a contract with the state. And they are working on a proposal to have new manuals, updated manuals for our real estate manuals.
Now, our current manual is 08, isn't it, or 09?
Yeah.
08,
Uh-huh.
so it's time to update it.
Right. So that's what we're working on. That's getting a proposal from LexisNexis, is the company that prints our manuals. Sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
if you're ready for me, I was going to give a little history first of the contract.
We're ready. You have the floor.
Okay, wonderful. I sent some materials ahead of time that hopefully you had a chance to look at. And one of the things that it did is showed what the 43,000 copies that were purchased 2008-ish would cost today under the contract. There's always been a sole source contract with the state of Tennessee. We, as LexisNexis, as a company, do the Tennessee Code annotated. And as part of that, we are allowed to be the only publisher that is allowed to do these, what we call slice publications. And there's a very set contract, which you saw as the spreadsheet. So these prices are determined with the state. And because you bought so many years ago, you got an incredible price. And that was part of the deal. Unfortunately, the contract, unfortunately for when you only want a few, still has to take in the fact that we have editorial work, we have other work, composition work, we have work back and forth with the state on the content that has to go on. So that has to be covered as well. And that's why it looks so pricey for this one. Let me walk you now through this new proposal, and then I'll take any questions that you have. The specifications are still pretty much the same, and this proposal, if there are changes that need to be made to it, we can do this later. I just put this together because I wanted something that you could actually conceptually approve or send back with me, since the royalty contract wouldn't work. If we went strictly on the contract price, and this is what's been negotiated with the state, to do what you want to do would cost $21,350.50. That's a lot of money, and I know it. So,
To do what we want to do, just tell us what it is, where the audience,
sorry.
where the audience knows what to do what we want to do means.
Okay, that makes sense. to get 50 books and 50 ebooks, plus then to have us sell to licensees. So taking you out of the book distribution and book buying business, which I can see why you don't want to be in that. So we had started out with a proposal that did a little bit of marketing, and for that little bit of marketing, we discounted it to $17,000. Well, I went back to my management and said, that's not going to get it done. We need to work with them a little bit more. And management in turn went, what can they do for us to help us? Because in the past, of course, you passed the books out to all the realtors and had names of realtors and lists. We don't have lists. All we have is your contact information. So we need marketing. And so we put together this proposal as a marketing offset proposal. For $13,000, you can get the books for you and your ebooks, and you would obtain the guaranteed retail price of $35, plus the $9.49 shipping and handling fee would be waived for your licensees as long as they went to your website and put in the code. So that's a nice deal. And in return, you would provide the following marketing things. A link meeting LexisNexis specifications on the Trek website directing licensees to LexisNexis for purchase of the official manual. All that really means, and I talked this over with Commissioner Giannini, and he didn't think that it would be an issue. If the book name is the actual link that you have to click on to get to the LexisNexis site, that gives us great value. That ups our ante in Google, so it makes our whole bookstore come up quicker when somebody's just doing a general search for, I want the official code of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission. So that is a great value add for us. So that's something that was worth lowering the price. Marketing, and I just put mutually agreed upon between Trek and LexisNexis and all Trek newsletters, both hard copy and online. It doesn't have to be big, but something that would direct them, again, that these official manuals are available. Sure.
You're asking for then a basic link between our website and yours.
Right.
Not a banner ad or something of that nature. Okay.
Just a link. But just the specifics of the link have to be that it's the book title. And this contract or proposal can be refined to clearly indicate that if that's a concern. This is part I wasn't sure if it was possible, so again, we may have to negotiate a little bit on this. It would help us greatly to reach people that are teaching people the contents of how to take the real estate exam, and it would help us greatly to reach the people that are potential licensees that are taking the real estate exam. I don't know if there's any sort of paperwork that goes to them where there could be, again, just a small mention of, and here's this book and it's available. So
Trek generally is not involved in individual selections of the various schools that would teach the course for the exam. I guess what I'm saying, we wouldn't be the point of contact, it would be the schools, wouldn't it?
We don't know. We don't get contacted with official information from individuals until after they've taken the test and passed, if you're an affiliate.
Okay, so they don't register to take the exam?
Well, they register through PSI, so they don't. But you do as a broker, but not as an affiliate. Affiliate, you just go and take the course, and then the course sends the information.
Then we would need to take that part out of here. That was kind of shooting in the dark because when I found out that the one proposal wouldn't work, I was really trying to put something together with some meat in it for today's discussion. So I'll make a note of that has to go.
We do have schools, but, we don't, the people themselves don't contact us.
Got it. The third option, which is the most attractive price-wise, would be $10,000 for the materials that you've requested, but it would be a 2-year contract. And that gives us some guaranteed revenue in the future, which offsets having to take more of the risk up front now. It wouldn't have to be 2 years in a row. It would be, if your manual went out in 2014, you could do another one in 2016. Commissioner Giannini pushed me pretty hard. He wanted 5 years in between, and I'm like, no, I can't do that. But I could do 3 years in between each book. That would be the max that I'm allowed to go to. So, in other words, you would do the one book in 2013 or 2014, and then be obligated to do another book in 2016 or 2017, depending on the year, and you would get the pricing for it.
I can begin with that now.
Pardon?
Tell me what you just said.
Okay, it's a 2-year commitment. A 2-book commitment is a better way of putting it. So to get the $10,000 price, you would have to sign a contract that would say you're going to do 2 books. The first book would be probably in 2013 or 2014, depending on when the commission's ready to do it. And then the second book could be up to 3 years later.
So are you saying that you would give us 50 print books and 50 ebooks on this first go-round, and you would make that available to licensees if they wanted to pay $35 for it, and that would be advertised through a link on the Trek website, etc.
Right.
And then up to 3 years later, you would do another 50 print books and another 50 ebooks that would be updated based on any legislative action that's happened since then, and that new version of the book would then be made available in a similar way to licensees.
Right, and I did put, we'd probably have to, because of paper cost and that type of thing, have
Slight
to...
increase to the licensee.
Right.
$2 to $4.
Right.
But it would include the updates, so you would
Oh,
have to
of
go.
course.
You would have to go in, and it wouldn't be just.
It would not be the same book, it would be the updates.
What?
I don't know if you can obligate the state that far unless they agree to it.
Commissioner Giannini seemed to be okay with it. I can understand if you would want to check back with him and see.
How long is your contract, LexisNexis, with the state in general? Because I know we've dealt with this for 15 years, where you could take a book and actually have it published someplace else, but because of the LexisNexis contract with the state, it had to be through LexisNexis.
The contract is in effect through the end of 2014, and we're in negotiations for renewal.
So, I mean, if you're going to do it again, you're going to have to probably do it with LexisNexis anyway, but only through 2014.
We anticipate that there will be a renewal of the contract.
Are y'all, where's this published?
The editorial work is done in Charlottesville, Virginia.
Where's the printing done?
The printing is done through one of our subcontractors, generally in Port City, Maryland.
Are y'all are an English company now, is that right?
We're actually owned by Reed Elsevier, which is a Dutch English company.
So y'all don't pay taxes to the United States?
Yeah, we do.
Corporate headquarters?
We do. Lexis is separately incorporated.
Okay, thank you.
Just to explain a little further, in 2006, LexisNexis did produce about 7,000 or 7,500 books. This was before I got here, but they produced those and sold them through, I believe it was through a link on the website, directly to the licensees. That was sort of a bridge, I think, between an older book and a newer book. I mean, it was kind of the in-between book between a full-blown 2006 that was sold, given to the licensees, and the 2008, which was really not put out till 2009 almost, I think. We ultimately ended up, I think, taking the bulk of those 7,000 books that they had produced to sell directly and brought them back in here and gave them to the licensees because the 2008-2009 book got held up in production. So that was done before. The price at that point, I think, was about $26 plus shipping and handling. That didn't include an e-book. When we ordered the 43,000 books, we ordered them at the height of the market, but I guess it was on its way down by the time we got them. And we had them shipped here, and we were going to give them to all the licensees. By the time they got here, the licensee count had dropped to, I don't know, maybe 33,000, 30,000, and the funds had sort of dried up a little bit. So we sent those to some of the licensees, and then we didn't send them to like retired individuals. We ended up sending them just to active people, but the cost to mail those was fairly significant, and our price for all of those ended up to be close to $200,000. We also had to store them. We stored them at Data Marketing for a while, and then we ended up bringing them back in here to store at the Andrew Johnson building. So anyway, so that's what happened to the old book, and we still have some of those left that Steve diligently gives to people when we go places, or Grover's taken some boxes. But anyway, that's kind of where the old book stood. LexisNexis waits usually till October, November, I think, to actually publish the statutes, and the book can't be put together or really published until after the statutory changes for the whole state are incorporated into the code, I think. Is that
Correct.
right? So even if a book, like we decided to do a new manual next month, or it wouldn't be until sometime early next year probably before it came out.
We could probably get it out in November or December. But I know you had talked about there were some regulations you were waiting on.
Right, and we have the two new statutes, and then we're going to talk about rules today, but those won't be effective until sometime next year. But so the book is really sort of published by LexisNexis schedule late in the year and early into the next year. So if you decided to wait till 2014 to do a book, then it would be the end of 2014 before the book would actually be put out.
We could actually, if you waited to 2014, depending on if you didn't require the 2014 legislation in it, we could do it earlier in the year.
Right. But if you wanted to incorporate the new legislation,
you would have to wait to the end of the year.
So some of the timing is based on when LexisNexis actually gets all the information from the legislature and then is able to put it into the code and then put it into the manual, because they have the copyright on all the code information. And so that's always a consideration. It's normally paid for out of the Education and Recovery account. We have about $51,000 in the interest part of the Education and Recovery account. It's probably a little over that but that's what it was a couple of weeks ago. And it may, by the year end, we may get some more interest put in there, so that may bump up a little bit. This is a package, an ebook and print that would go to all the licensees. I think when we looked at just doing one or the other, we had to pick a discipline to really make it save money. We had to pick a medium.
Right.
So, we couldn't have you choose a ebook or a print book as the licensee and have it be cheaper.
Right. The package deal is really the best.
Because if you
option.
just, like if we wanted to lower the price, we would have to go with one medium or the other. Is that correct?
And probably at this point that would have to be print. And I know that there is a heavy emphasis from higher up in the commission for ebook. I also think that the ebook print combination is a good one because so many people are using computers, and I know that in real estate that you're heavily dependent upon it for multiple lists and some of these things. I think you're eventually going to see people wanting just the ebook. There are old people like me who like print, like to have my hand on the book, but I think as you get younger and younger real estate agents that they're going to start demanding really just the ebook and eventually go towards that.
Oh, Leslie, I don't.
Mr. Northern.
I'll yield to Commissioner Grease.
Mr. Grease.
I'm sorry, I forgot the protocol. So I don't understand why just an e-book would be more expensive than a combination e-book print. You've talked about paper and color costs and mailing charges, and all those are avoided, it would seem to me, if we're just doing an e-book.
We're just not set up that way yet.
So if a licensee wanted a manual and we were looking at the 2-year contract, what is the cost and what does that licensee get?
Licensee gets the updated version of your book in print and gets a code that allows them to download then the ebook.
Whole thing.
And the e-book would have the latest version of the statute?
The ebook would be exactly the same as the print book,
Oh, so it wouldn't be updated in any form?
not
other-
until the next edition.
Why would you want to buy a new book when we still got old books if you're not going to have the updates in them?
The book would be updated to
Book would be
current.
updated.
Not going to be updated if you're going to have a rules hearing and you're going to have the book printed before the rules become accepted.
It seems to me that the book is outdated by the time you get it, kind of like a computer. When you buy it, it's already outdated, because if I'm like you, if we have it printed after the rule making, well, that's going to throw us into next year when we're already looking at new rules again.
Legislature will be in session. I mean, if you're going to do it, you got to do it at some point, and it's going to be a snapshot at that time, and that's just a problem that you're always going to have if you're going to do a book.
It's always going to be outdated.
What she's saying is, regardless of whether we do a book or e-book version, the e-book is still going to mirror what you're getting in the outdated book.
No. So they're both going to be outdated.
It's just different formats. The content is going to be the same.
What if
So they get the book and they get access to the website where they can download a book, and that costs them how much under the 2-year contract?
Under the 2-year contract, it would cost for the first year, for the first book, $35. They would get free shipping and handling, which is, we have pegged at $9.49. By comparison, this is George's book, not as nice of a cover, about the same thickness, no ebook, $34 last year, will be more this year.
What if you go the 2-year contract and you don't get the new contract? Where are we?
We'll get the new contract.
They do it, but that's always that chance.
There's always that chance, and obviously, it's our risk that we're taking because we're the ones that are giving you the price break.
What is our obligation, though, that if you didn't
If
for
we
the
can't
second book?
perform, then you don't have an obligation.
Thank you.
I think regardless of which medium, there's no way right now to update the book as you have it, whether it's an ebook or a hard book. I mean, like LexisNexis is not set up to automatically feed updates into the ebook.
We could do, and there would be some charge associated with this, but it would be de minimis for the people who wanted to purchase it. We could do a supplement, but on a yearly basis in between the books. And the, oops, I'm sorry, my hair's stuck to me. The supplement would be a little sticky back paper that would stick in the book and would give, like, let's say that you wait to 2014 to print because you want the rules that are currently under consideration in it. In 2015, we would do a supplement, and we would issue an ebook supplement as well. And then in 2016, if you still didn't print because you were waiting another year to do it, you get a new supplement that would supersede this one. Supplements are going to be usually under $8, but that's probably throwing more in than you just wanted to hear.
But it does give us an idea of what an actual update would cost if we chose to go that route.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Steve, and I guess Eve to a certain extent, how would this affect the schools in being able to provide manuals to, attendees who are trying to get their license or moving up to broker status?
In my
Previously,
opinion-
we've given schools the books.
Not in my 3 years that I've been here. We've never given them. Now, if they've called and asked for some, we've sent
I
some.
never got a
but
book when I took my broker's exam or my affiliate exam.
Vol State requires their students to pay for them. I assume that the schools purchase them from LexisNexis. I think this would be an easier way for a school. That way they could order it. It puts the student in the game of going to go buy it. It gives the schools the opportunity to just go buy it from LexisNexis, from our website, or the link.
Well, then, should we as a commission also, I would think we should require the schools to teach the updated material.
Absolutely. And they get, every time that we have a rule update, especially like the public acts that went into effect, they get that immediately.
Okay.
So they disseminate that.
And then they would have to pay for it, like what you're saying, and then the $8 or whatever.
If they're wanting it in the official capacity, what I send them is just the Word documents. But the schools would be telling the students, whenever an update is ready, this is what you're going to be studying. And I assume PSI pulls it from LexisNexis and from us, but it always takes six months for PSI on average to get it into a licensing exam.
It takes them about, 4 or 5 months to get it actually in a form that's written.
What if we negotiated where the commission got the updates and didn't have to pay for it? But if we do the 2-year contract or the 3-year contract, we would get the updates, our 50 copies and the e-copy updates, but then if the schools would have to buy the updates, or anybody else would have to buy the updates.
We could do that.
So we get the updates but don't have to pay for them, the $8 or whatever it was that you
we could do
said.
that.
But everybody else, they would have to pay for it.
And that's,
I've negotiated before.
yeah, that's because that's really a de minimis expense for us to do 50 updates for you.
And I think I would want it in the contract. If you don't have the contract with the state, then we're not obligated.
That's fine.
I mean, I think that personally, and I'll refer to some of our lawyers, but I think that should be part of it. If we do the 2-year, 3-year, I didn't get which one we were talking about doing.
It was just a matter, it's a 2-book obligation, and you could space it either 2 years or 3 years.
And we'd pay $10,000 now or whenever we decide to do it.
Right.
We would get the updates for, say, the next 2 years. Then the 3rd year, we would publish another book for $10,000.
Right.
And so that's really setting our prices, period.
Right.
Which
Now,
would include 50 books and 50 ebooks again. So altogether, it's going to be 100 books that we're agreeing to.
Right. Now, on the updates, we would have to put something on if we do choose to do an update, and that's because if I talk to Eve and Eve says there's nothing that's happened.
Well, if there's nothing that's happened, there's been nothing happen.
Right.
But more than likely, there's going to be some rules changed, knowing this commission. And the real
Got
estate.
it.
There'll be
Got it.
something changed.
I just don't want to issue a update when there's nothing really
Well,
substantive to do.
I think that would be.
If I could ask Ms. Maxwell, at what point does this commission need to take action on this? It's just information finding from the representative from LexisNexis today for us to ponder over and work with the administration. I know Leslie's come and met with the assistant commissioner and here with us. Explain to us how this process, the administration anticipates this process continuing at this point.
Well, I think that Leslie is, you all, the commission's considered it, and then I've talked to Commissioner Giannini about it before this new proposal, when he said that the state really couldn't take anything like a rebate or a royalty. And so I think that that I probably need to make sure with Commissioner Giannini, Assistant Commissioner Giannini, exactly what structure, will be acceptable to the state. And if the commission has, say, narrowed it down themselves, thinking, well, this marketing offset price in the 2-year contract or possibly 3-year contract would be the best, then that would be the approach I think that I would take with Assistant Commissioner Giannini, that the commission itself does want to go forward with a manual. And, their thinking just after, today's meeting is that this perhaps number 3 option would represent the best option right now, and then make sure that everything is fine with the state for this type of an arrangement, and then come back hopefully next month and say, okay, definitively this is going to work. Do you want to vote to do that? So I think maybe today, if you'd like to make a motion and vote for, to get a manual, to get a manual if, say, number 3 works and is approved by the administration, so that we kind of have a direction to go forward for me when I go talk to Assistant Commissioner Giannini.
What are you referring to as the third option?
Well, maybe it's just a 2.
Well, there's the
yeah,
contract price, which is just they're going to sell you 50 books and ebooks and make it available for $35, but no marketing.
3 on
They'll
the
give
front
you
page.
$8,000 off if you'll do the marketing. That's the second option, and then they'll give you another $3,000 off if you do the subsequent print version.
Make a motion, we do it.
And I
Before
think
we do,
the marketing too part of it, if we require the schools to have the books, we may not be, maybe could we require the schools to market it? Does that not, or to have the book in their materials?
If you could do that, that would be an exceptional value.
Would that save us some more money?
At this point, you would have to have that in statute before I could do that.
I don't know if we could do that through rules or whatever.
Right.
But, okay. Well, I mean, that's something that may be possible.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Is there going to be a minimum that's going to be required for you to sell to the members, and if you don't sell that many, the state's going to be obligated to pay for them?
No. I mean, you're just obligated to we're taking the risk.
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
If I could, I would like for Commissioner Collins to state the motion that he was making.
I'd like to make a motion we accept option number 3, subject to the state's final approval, with the information that Ms. Haynes has added to it, and that's it.
Now,
Well, that says 2-year contract.
you talking about on that second page, marketing offset
page.
price?
Well, I think Giannini agreed to a 3-year contract. She's got it down here at 2. Giannini came back at 5.
Well, whatever he approves.
Let's do, he's going to have to, but I think
He's gotta
3-year
approve it
is
anyway.
what he said.
And then we got supplements.
For a 3, it's a 2-book commitment with 3-year gap in
With a
between.
3-year gap.
Okay.
But I think the big thing we need to decide is our starting date.
the timing of
You
when
don't-
this-
You don't have to decide that for me yet, because I think you have to decide that as a commission, whether you want to wait to publish into those rules in 2014 or 2013. I don't need to know that today. Obviously, I'm going to need to know it in order to meet your publishing needs.
To meet the publishing needs, you would.
Yeah.
Could you do 2013? I mean, we're in dire need of a book, I would think, and I haven't had it since
We could-
09.
We could definitely do 2013, but I would need to know, like, within the next month.
I think
And what we're-
based on, well, y'all haven't voted yet, so.
I was going to say, my understanding is that we are informing the executive director that this is our interest in pursuing this option, and that in the next month she's going to discuss that with Commissioner Giannini and anybody else in order to get clarification on the status of the renewal of the overall contract that LexisNexis is working on with the state, and follow up on the issues that we've raised about moving it to 3 years, the points that Commissioner Haynes made, et cetera. and then come back at our August meeting with that additional information, and we could get final approval at that time. Is that
Thank you,
that's my
Commissioner,
understanding?
Commissioner McMullen, very well summarized. Had the motion by Commissioner Collins, second by Commissioner McMullen. You've heard the discussion. You've heard the motion. All in favor?
Hey, there's a question down here.
I thought you was calling for a question.
No, I have a question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So the third option would be the state paying $10,000 to LexisNexis.
Correct.
Twice or just once?
Twice.
And when would it be due?
Usually the invoice goes out after you receive the books.
In 2014 or 2015, maybe?
Right.
Okay.
One of them will be due earlier.
The first one would be due once the first book is published.
Right. Once you receive your books, we
So
don't
we're talking
invoice you
about
till you
fiscal
receive.
year 2015, probably.
Well, yeah, I guess it would depend on whether or not, if the rules say got through and then got out of the AG's office really quickly and got out of the Secretary of State, then you might do it before the legislative session, particularly if it looked like nothing was going to happen during the legislative session that would have an impact on our real estate.
In
Brokers
timing,
Act.
I would work with Eve and you as the commission for timing on the book. I'm not going to do a book at a time you don't want it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think it's a real reasonable offer.
Question has been called. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. So we'll address this next month with further discussion. We need a break. Let's take a quick break. We have a lot of things we got to cover this day, so we can be ready for this formal hearing in the morning. So let's take a real quick break and get back here as quickly as possible.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
And thank you for coming. What can't be done. Okay, we're back on record, back in the session. Commissioner Grease, I think we were on a topic that's very near and dear to your heart, and I'm going to turn it back to you.
Well, here's what I think we ought to make a decision on today is that we're not going to get through this at all. So I'd like to finish up on signs if we can, get some direction for staff and for licensees, then talk about two policies that are currently in place. One I think is just a housekeeping issue, and the second is just a mention to start thinking about for next month, okay? So if we could finish up on, you'd asked us to consider, ponder the issue while we listen to the LexisNexis presentation. I think the real question related to yard signs is if the company name, including the franchise, has two different fonts, and we're saying the agent's name cannot be any larger than the font in the company name, which font are we talking about? I mean, if we can get that addressed today, we've made progress, and that's where I think we left off with that discussion.
I personally think the smallest font. It couldn't be any larger than the smallest font, but that's my opinion.
Feel free to make a motion. I'm not
I don't know what anybody else thinks.
Well, let's put it on the table. We'll at least have something to talk about at that point.
I make a motion that the agent's name cannot be any larger than the smallest font in the company name.
I second that motion.
A motion by Commissioner Haynes, second by Commissioner Northern, that the agent's name can't be any larger than the smallest font in the company name. Discussion. Hearing questions been called. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
On yard signs.
On yard signs.
On yard
Yes, this
signs.
is on yard
I do
signs.
want to make sure
Let
that
the record show that motion meant yard signs.
And as a point of clarification, that means 4x4 signs, 4x8 signs, right? It's not just residential signage.
It's signs.
Okay.
This is our interpretation of 6213-310B.
And if I could make one point, and I was talking to some of the attendees, our job on this commission is the reason we were established in 1951 by statute, the Tennessee Real Estate Commission, our job is to protect the public. And the people in this state who have real estate to sell, who are dealing with real estate companies, they need to know what company they're dealing with. And that's the purpose of all of this.
So what you're saying is Abe's name has to be smaller than Durango.
No larger than Durango.
Larger than Durango.
Oh, it can be the same size.
Same size, no larger.
And just again, for clarification, Commissioner Grease, we're talking about yard signs, we're talking about commercial signs,
Billboards.
and we're talking about billboards.
Well, now billboards, is that a yard sign or not? I mean, I'm not sure that.
I wouldn't consider a billboard a yard sign.
I don't think that's included.
No, we're talking about yard, signs in somebody's yard.
Or property.
On the property.
Right.
On the property. Commissioner Grease, what's
right.
the next issue?
If you guys, on the attachment or the attachment on the iPad, there's some questions about second page in, and I'd just like to look at one of those questions.
Commissioner Grease, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to, before you left the topic, the statute reads that they may not post signs on any property. It doesn't specifically say yard signs, so if you all wanted to interpret posting a billboard, placing a billboard ad on a property, it's just an idea. It does not say yard signs.
Well, I think we're saying any sign placed on a piece of property
We want to follow.
for sale.
Okay,
But
I
how
thought
many-
it excluded billboard.
But how many?
I'm sorry.
Who's going to go buy a billboard to just generally advertise themselves and put their individual name
I have
on the
500
billboard?
acres for sale. A billboard looks really good on 500 acres.
But you're talking about for sale there.
Yeah, that would
Sorry.
be a for sale
I'm talking about
sign.
just drive. I thought y'all were talking about just driving down the interstate, like Red Roof Inn, Shoney's, Century 21, Janet DeChara. That's what I thought y'all were talking about.
Maybe it was in Florida when I was.
In reference to that, and what Commissioner McMullen said, we did get a question from someone that says that the reason I asked this, my interpretation is it doesn't apply to the rules and the statute don't apply to advertising to solely promote the affiliate's name or brand without directly promoting properties for sale or lease.
I agree with Julie. I mean, it says signs on any property advertising themselves as real estate agents.
So
I don't know that would necessarily include yard signs, but that's up to you all. I just wanted to point out before you left the topic. I'm sorry.
I thought it would include signs posted on property that's for sale and just general advertisements.
Okay,
Because any of that is a sign on any property advertising themselves as real estate agents.
Mr. Chairman, and how we get this done is we have a new motion, or let's remove this motion and rework this motion, or I'm going to make you another motion.
Another one.
Well, I'm of the opinion it needs to be on any sign.
Look at that.
I just think that you mislead the public more as much on a billboard as anything else with the exposure, and I think it ought to be on any sign.
So
That's
we're
my
going
motion.
to moving vans and
I don't care where
anything
it
else.
Gotta be
No, that's not on
on
property.
any property.
That's not on property. Okay, long as if it's on property, and a billboard's got to sit on property unless it's in a moving on the side of a van, or you got a trailer.
Then we have to address all those too.
Well, and they need to be
They
addressed.
do need to be.
I gonna tell you talking about billboards. Most billboards, we can address this at a later date, but billboards, I haven't seen too many portable billboards move from property to property. It's got to be on the property. The statute says signs on the property.
That's right. But what you can do though, you can rent a moving billboard.
That's not what we're talking about.
That's right. That's why I'm saying if it's on a
Plaster it on the side of your moving van. Or
It's got to be on the property.
Well, it doesn't have to be on that property. If you release a billboard sign that's sitting on property, then it's going to adhere to the
It's on the property.
yes.
Well, not
on
necessarily.
the property, any property.
Any property.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about, on any property.
Well, but you can lease a billboard that says 500 acres of land for sale, call Janet DeChara, blah, 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 and it not be on that 500 acres. I could just get a billboard on the side of the bypass and the 500 acres be in the middle of Egypt somewhere.
Well, but then you could also have list with Janet DeCharo, Exit Realty, and that's what I think we're talking about too. So that's the one that needs to comply also.
That it.
But
Not a specific property at all.
well,
just,
that's what I'm saying. It
Okay.
don't have to be on that property that's for sale.
To me, that's misleading and a endangerment to the public. When you take that sign right there, that sign right there, and you put it on, lease a billboard and put that on a billboard. Call him or anything where you're advertising as being
The statute,
as an agent, as a licensed agent.
the statute does not differentiate. It says may not post signs on any property advertising themselves. So, to me, that's all inclusive. So it would
That's
include
what I'm
billboards.
saying. But the first motion said on
Yard signs.
We did exclude
on yard
billboards
signs.
on-
I'm saying it's
I
any,
meant for it to say on any property, and I don't care if we want to
but
clarify
you
it.
need to get it clarified in your minutes and in your.
Right. You're right.
Huh?
Can one of you two make a motion to follow up
did.
with that last
I
one? Just billboards.
No.
Any advertising.
Any advertising.
Restate your motion, Commissioner Alexander.
I'm saying that any advertisement that an agent cannot advertise his name any larger than the smallest font. It can be the same size, but it cannot be any larger. Is that what you're saying? Just like this, it's got to be. It can be the same size as Durango Properties, but it cannot be the other.
Wendell, do you mean like if it's on the internet, on the side of a moving van, or you're just talking about on a sign on property?
I think it's got to be on land.
Okay, that's what I was trying to clarify.
It's got to be on real
We're
land.
gonna have to address
You
the-
can't do it on the internet.
So you want
That's gonna have to
any
be
land-based signage?
Your motion is for any sign that's on property.
on property.
Okay. I second
Now
the
that-
motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Alexander that any sign that's on property, whether it's a billboard or whatever, side of a building, whatever, the agent's name cannot be any larger than the size of the smallest font in the company name, is second by Commissioner McMullen. Any discussion?
Yes, sir. Yes. Just a caution to the commission. I'm going to vote for the motion, but we haven't spoken at all about what a team name size might be in relationship to the agent or the company name, and that's something we'll have to address and modify.
That's where I thought this was coming later. Was this going to take care of the signage, and we're going to get the team name next month?
Well, we may. I'm just letting you know that we won't be done with it because we're dealing with the statute right now, and we know the agent's name and the proportion, but who knows about a team name that might say something totally different than either the company or the agent's name. That's something we've got to address in the future.
At a later date, but
I think the message is out that we're going to rework the team name and all to apply as the statute says. But that's not in my
Call for
motion.
the question.
Question's been called for. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a housekeeping issue, I think. If you'll look down on page 2 of 4 in the iPad, the first question talks about a commission policy statement, which you all can find in your notebooks, and I think it's a typo. I think the intent, how it was produced was different than the intent. So if you guys you can find policy statements in your notebook, and if you'd go to the policy statement 212 CPS 001, just for a second. This is housekeeping, I promise you.
Policy statement.
CPS, or 2012 CPS 001.
001 would be the first one.
I see it.
I got it.
2012 CPS 001.
00. No, that's 213.
It's about 6 or 7.
And this refers to internet advertising. At least that's how it's captioned. But where it says application of Tennessee Real Estate Commission Rule 1260.02.12.4C, if you were to look that up in your manual, it only relates to franchise or cooperative advertising groups. And my guess is the intent of the commission was that anybody that advertises on the internet, whether you're a franchise group or not, is subject to this policy statement.
Yeah,
All
that's true.
advertising.
Pardon me?
The rule refers to all advertising. Subsection 4 is just internet advertising for anyone.
Well, if you go to, I may be misreading it, but if you go to Commission Rule 1260.02.12.4C,
Where is the requirement that the listing information be kept current and accurate?
I'm not picking at anything other than I think it reads as if it only applies to franchise groups when in fact I'm sure the intent was for anybody who advertises on the internet that they're subject to this policy statement.
We should leave the C off.
I think you need to find where the requirement is that it says listing information must be kept current and accurate.
Julie, your voice is
I'll see
soft.
it on
Sometimes
the
it's hard
floor,
for us to understand.
Within
who
the
you-
rule, there are
Pocket part.
there are
Okay.
4 subsections. The third subsection talks about advertising for franchise or cooperative advertising groups. The fourth subsection 4 just says internet advertising. C, underneath that, which this policy is referring to, states listing information
Gotta look
must
at the
be
pocket
kept
part,
current and
John.
accurate.
There's a pocket.
In the back.
If I might,
You don't have one.
this policy was put in place with regards to advertising on the internet, and we were recognizing the fact that the individual who puts the information on the internet initially doesn't necessarily have control over it once it goes out. But we wanted to make sure that the information that was conveyed initially was current and accurate. And I think that's why it's written the way it is, so that it's understood that whomever initiates the advertisement is responsible for it being accurate.
I got it.
But that second or third generation, people pulling stuff off of your ad, putting it on their ad,
Got it. I just didn't have the supplementary information, so that's handled. That's good. We can take
Did
that off
you
the
have an
list.
old version of the statute that maybe it was the wrong
It is.
subs?
In the book, he
Okay,
didn't have a
all right,
pocket part.
good.
So we can mark that off the list.
Okay.
And I only have one more topic I just mentioned.
Okay.
If you go to the question section and keep your commission policy statements out for just a second. Question number 6 says, does 2000 CPS 002 preclude real estate firms from having the same name and the same proximity? That's what the statement is. If you'll find that just for a minute. Policy statement 2000 CPS 2. And this goes back to a point that Wendell talked about earlier today. As I read the policy statement, and if it's been updated, please forgive me, but it says the Real Estate Commission can refuse to issue names that are similar or confusing to the public, especially if they're the same proximity. So, as I use examples all the time, apparently Keller Williams, for instance, doesn't require a franchisee's name to be included on their signage. So maybe Janet or somebody talked about a Keller Williams franchises in, say, Knoxville or Nashville, and there may be 3 or 4 different owners, but they all have the same name, doing business as. And so the question is this policy statement relevant? Does it need to be removed, revised, or implemented? And I'm not here to discuss it today. I just wanted to bring it to your attention as something we might talk about next month. And Mr. Chairman, unless you want to go further into this topic, I'm done for the day.
Well, thank you, Mr. Grease. Commissioner Grease, I just want to say personally thank you, along with, I'm sure everybody else on this commission feels the same way, for you to take this topic and to study it and to spend as much time on it as you have. I think it's something very important for us to address and look at, and at some point figure out those who are in violation, what needs to be done to rein them in. And thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
I assume, Mr. Chairman, that he will be back on the agenda next month talking about teams.
Yes, we are. I mean, this is a 3 or 4 month process.
We need to look at the other ads, John, that he put together.
I'm afraid we're going to get...
For the sake of time, we need to move on.
Yeah. Thanks, Eve. The staff's been most helpful on this as well. And at some point, I'm happy to take the arrows when they start coming in as well.
Okay, Ms. Maxwell, we're back on your executive director report. I think if we spend as much time on everything on your report as we've taken up on this, we'll be here till 2 o'clock in the morning.
The auditing process is the next part of my report, which is another longer part of my report. So I don't know if you want to get into that, but I sent to everyone another draft of the mail-in audit form with an explanation of how the mail-in audits might be implemented based upon the number of firms that we have currently, firms that have had problems with escrow. Thank you. Escrow in the past, and then just firms that are randomly chosen to be audited. If we had, I went through an analysis of if we had one auditor investigator, how long it would take that person to audit all of our firms, and how long we would have to go through a cycle. And if we did our current total of firms, which is 3,847 active licensed firms, if we did a 3-year cycle, there would have to be 107 mail-in audits reviewed, sent out and reviewed each month. And then when an audit came back in, it would obviously be reviewed, and if there were follow-up questions, some could probably be answered by calling the person on the telephone. Others would require a visit, I'm sure. And so, that some of that would vary depending on the demands of the audits at that point in time.
If I might impose on our chairman, that discussion I think is going to take quite a long time.
Okay.
And we are 15 minutes away from break. I would ask the chair if he would entertain your moving forward to some other part of your report and us dealing with that after lunch.
Okay.
Since we've already taken care of the LexisNexis issues, which is scheduled for after lunch.
Right. Oh, that's right.
Mr. Northern, excellent point. In this, just as quickly as you can, go through the rest of your report. And we'll.
Okay. Well, we can go to the complaint statistics. I'll just go through those. Everyone has a copy of the complaint report. If you notice on the complaint report, the first page shows that we have a total of 106 open complaints. The number of complaints we received so far this year, and the end of our fiscal year was June the 30th, so we just completed a fiscal year, is 370. And last fiscal year we had 386, so our complaints have remained relatively constant. We have 20 complaints that are over 180 days, but those are all, I believe, in litigation. Is that right? They've been presented to the commission.
Yeah, I believe so. Or that they are still open, but they're in a
payment plan
status because they are required to come to a TREC meeting if they sign a consent order. So we have to actually keep them on the report so that I can monitor them to make sure that's timely done. And we have a couple that are in litigation monitoring status as well. Keeps them on the report, but again, have already been presented to you all.
So there are none that are over 180 days that have not been acted upon by the commission one way or the other. So that puts us at about, I think we're at like 96% of having met everything that had to be done as far as 180 days. And as I say, we do have those open because of payment plans and because of litigation. So we're doing a great job. Julie's doing a great job of getting those complaints, read and presented, and we've had some fairly lengthy complaints filed recently. So it's been sort of a major undertaking, but she's doing a great job. We have closed complaints for the fiscal year, which encompass 7/1/12 to 6/30/13. We've closed 270 complaints thus far this year. 205 have been closed with no action, 11 letters of warning, 46 with a consent order, and we've had 4 revocations this year. The disciplinary action report is attached. It now includes individuals who we have been directed to suspend as a result of child support issues or Tennessee Student Assistance Corporation, which is student loans. So you'll see that they've been added, and they will now appear every month on there. And we, as I say, are directed to put those people in suspension, and we cannot take them off of suspension until we're told to do so by the appropriate agency.
The brokers know this as well?
Yes, they do. Are there any questions about that? If not, the licensing statistics are next. And those show that we had a gain of 23 licensees this month. For our grand total, we have 23,656 active licensees, which is a gain of 222 over last month. Our inactive and retired, we have 1,207 inactive, 8,454 in retired, and 526 licensees in broker release. We have firms, we have 3,841 active firms and 2,024 retired firms. Our grand total is 37,908 individuals and firms, and that is just 9 less than last month. So we're, while we still have a negative number, we're creeping up towards getting ahead of the game. We had 264 licenses issued this month, approved applications issued, which is, if you look on the additional statistics, which is a little more than last year. We had 260 last year. We had 418 exams taken in June 1 to June 30, and at the same time last year we had 299. So more people are actively taking the exams. The number of people taking the broker exams is down considerably over past years. There's not a breakdown on here, but when you go through and look at the results, it is that number is down considerably. And I don't know what, maybe that's just because there are fewer people who are left around to be affiliates to apply for broker. Our total in all of our licenses types, all our license types for this month is 41,066, which in 6/30 of 2011 we had 42,594. So we're only slightly down on an overall number than we were in 11. I think that, yeah, and that's actually 12, and that we were in 12. So that's, as I say, we are increasing our numbers over the month. We had a 16% renewal percentage, which has been about average for this year. Are there any questions about that? Then the next is a E&O update, just to sort of update you all about where we stand. We on July the 1st, we placed 586 licensees in suspension for failure to obtain, maintain, or renew their E&O. As of July the 10th of 2013, 67 licensees had actually provided proof of E&O. So those individuals were taken out of suspension the day that we got the proof of their E&O. And that leaves 519 licensees still in suspension. In order to suspend the licensees, we sent out 1,364 letters, and there were 192 letters that went to active uninsured licensees, 99 of whom were affiliate brokers, 16 were brokers, 74 were principal brokers, and 3 were timeshare salesperson. For every uninsured active licensee, 3 letters went out, and for every uninsured broker release person, 3 letters went out, 1 to their home, 1 to their firm, and 1 to their last known business address. So the broker release people, some firms got letters about people who had not worked there in up to 2 years.
What happened to those 74 firms? What's happened to those 74 firms that were the principal broker?
Well, the principal broker is in suspension right now.
That means, but what's going on with them? Are they still operating?
They're not supposed to be operating. The letter clearly says you are not to be operating when you're in suspension.
But we're not doing any checking, or we don't know whether they're operating or not.
We are not checking to see if they're operating or not.
Or to ask it a different way, are those firms, in theory, shut down until they get a principal broker?
They're not supposed to be doing business.
Firm. I mean,
The firm.
And any licensee with the firm until they get a principal broker.
That's correct. Their principal broker is suspended and can do no business.
How do we verify that? Because we don't have anybody in the field.
Right, and I'm not sure we could put all those firms in problem status.
Should we be given a
Yeah.
list
Oh,
to
that's
look
what-
at that and see if there's people in our area whether we can confirm whether they're doing business or not?
I would
We-
love
we-
to see
yeah,
all
we-
of them mentioned in our newsletter.
Well,
on
we
the
are
front
going to
page.
mention them in the newsletter. We were waiting to get the list finalized so that he could get the correct people.
Because I bet their agents don't know it.
I'm going to request that each commissioner be furnished with those firms that the principal broker doesn't have that's been suspended.
And how
Can I add something
how
to
soon
that?
would the newsletter be out?
Sure.
Can we add that this be sent to the realtors, the associations, and also to the MLS? Because they're not supposed to be operating if they're suspended.
2 to 3 weeks. And how hard would it be to do that? To send, just email it to TAR and email it to all the individual boards?
Well,
Is
we
that
have a
what you're
list
saying?
of all the people that got the letter, and then they'll be listed in the newsletter like they were last year. So we'll have
Yes,
all
to those firms that are a member of the association, that each association at least be emailed a list of the people whose principal broker has been been suspended.
Posted on the
That
website,
would
too.
help because to be effective, associations generally will not suspend membership unless it's officially transmitted from TREC. If it's not on the website or TREC doesn't advise them, they don't take any action because they don't want to be in violation of, they don't have an issue if TREC doesn't recognize it. So if we don't communicate with them, they don't know.
We can send them a list of everyone, because it's not just the principal brokers, they're affiliates as well. So that they would probably
I think
want
you ought to do all.
No, every one. Well, maybe not the people broker release, but the other, the 192 that are active and uninsured, so that they can get those.
They'll shut their MLS down. So they can't
Right.
do business.
Yeah. Well, then that'll at least inspire the people to get the E&O and send it on to us.
Rather suspect 80% of them are still operating.
What?
Well, I bet you the agents don't know it.
I'd say I'd rather suspect 80% of them are still operating.
I would too.
Well, yeah, well, and we can get the list, and we have the list, so we can get that during lunch to give to you all, to give to each of you all the list of the individuals that were
I'd
suspended.
say that anytime you have even one suspension, in fact, those suspensions that are on our list of the ones that hadn't paid child support, those things need to be furnished to the boards too. Because if you got to notify them some way.
Anytime we suspend anybody, how do we notify the public? Do we? We don't.
Well, the
really.
disciplinary action report is a matter of public records, so that's really where it's
My
listed.
folks, not many folks going to look at that or keep up with it unless you're a licensee or this. But
Right.
if you make those, and I realize that not all firms are members of an association, our list of everybody.
Right. As far as making the public aware, we can't put up a poster or anything. A billboard.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't really know how. It's back to that same question: is how do we reach the public with information because they don't go to our website, and so it's a difficult thing.
I'll reach it through those associations, except those that are not members.
They'll tell it.
Steve, will you put all of the suspensions in the newsletter, including the child supports, et cetera? Okay. Anybody that's ever suspended needs to be in that newsletter. Yeah.
And the disciplinary action reports, I say now, will include all the people suspended. Some of those child support people are out in a day, but we still list them as suspended. Yeah, we still have to list them, but they're out in a day or 2 days, whatever the directive is. I mean, we don't have anything to do with what.
Out in a day.
Like they'll be out of suspension.
If they've done whatever they needed to do to get in compliance with whatever agency's directed us to do, then we get a notice to reinstate. But they're still listed because for a time they were suspended.
Well, then I don't know if they should be in there or not. Then, well, I don't know.
Mr. Chair, I've got 2 quick questions of staff, if I might.
Okay, Mr. Norley, what is?
With regards to suspensions and revocations, how long after this body takes action does it reflect in the website?
Well, right. Do you mean that, or do you mean on RBS or on the internet when you go look up, say, your name and what does it say?
If I'm looking at TREC's website on licensees or on firms to determine whether or not somebody's licensed.
Right.
How long does it take for that particular program to be updated?
Well, if there's a licensee that say the commission's revoked their license, we don't revoke them until the final order is signed. I mean, that's when the revocation takes effect. Right. And so then the computer is supposed to update every night. So once we put them in suspension or revoke their license or whatever the change is, the next day it should show up on the internet because that is supposed to reflect all changes that have been made to their licensee file in the computer.
If we've had a formal and the ALJ signed everything and sent it back and it's been signed off on by the commission, then within 2 or 3 days it should be on the website.
When we get it from the legal department, I go in and change it. When I get the final order from the legal department, I go in and I change it, and it should show up the next day. I'm sure there are times when it doesn't show. Like maybe it's 48 hours before it shows up.
The other question, and I guess it's somewhat housekeeping in nature, is I've looked in the manual. I don't see anything that addresses the DHS suspensions as relates to this body being involved in that action. I mean, doesn't this body...
Within a separate statute, it's one of their statutes that mandates it.
But their statute doesn't supersede our statute in all cases. Shouldn't we take some action? I mean, should it not come before us, even if it's just for rubber stamping?
I mean,
Commissioner Gordon talking about the non-child support payments.
Or college
tuition. Now that's
also privilege tax, but that only occurs once a year, so it's not as prevalent.
I understand the hierarchy. Okay.
Right.
But I don't understand how something involving a licensee with this commission can take place without this commission being, well, not necessarily notified, but at least rubber stamping the action. Because in our program, they haven't done anything that violated our rules. I guess is what I'm saying. So how do we get the two to?
How did it happen? The legislature passed it last session when it came into play.
I understand, but if this body is the body that regulates licenses, real estate licenses, then this body should be the body that at least rubber stamps what some other division of government says needs to happen.
I agree.
And I don't see in the manual where it addresses this issue. So, Julie, do you have any idea where?
It's within other sections of the statutes. It's not within the Brokers Act. I don't have those sections of the code with me today to point to it, but it's included within the statutes there that mandates that any, I think it's anybody, it's not just
Is
even
any
regular.
professional license held by the individual? I mean, is the way it reads. We can get the statutory language, because I don't know exactly what it says.
And I understand the hierarchy. I understand we're the low end of the totem pole here, and whatever statute created this is above us. But I'm thinking that since it comes through this commission ought to officially rubber stamp it or not.
But I don't know. Some of the child support payments are originally by court order, aren't they? I mean, by a court. They're originally by court order.
Even if it's court order, this commission should still say, by way of court order, you violated such a rule that determines that this commission says your license should be suspended. We're the ones who issued the license, and we're the ones who regulates the license.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, we could get a directive.
Ms. Crop, is there merit to what Commissioner Northern? I concur when we're talking about a personal property right here with having this license, but is this with what the legislature did? This is just automatic, and we don't have any say so in it.
That's how it's been done for all of the regulatory boards, and actually our previous chief legal counsel, Laura Betty, looked through it and drafted up a notice and looked at the issue in depth and told us how to handle it. But so they have the chief counsels and the higher ups have looked at it. I can ask them if that's something that needs to be done, but I assume in their review of that they determined it was not. I can address the situation with them because we were basically just given the notice to hand down of this is how you handle this, and we were pointed to the statute where we saw the reasoning behind it, but I can look into it if you'd like.
If you could.
And I'm not questioning the reasoning or the fact that our commission is below other entities. I'm just simply saying that if that's our job, then it sounds to me like it ought to come through us at least for acknowledgement at some point.
You said something a minute ago, something about a day. Sometimes, does it sound like they go in and they pay their payments and then they're reinstated again?
We get a notice of reinstatement.
So you might have a couple of days in between many of them?
We don't even know, we don't know what they have to do to be in reasonable or full compliance. What the information we get says that the individual has been found to be in reasonable or full compliance and their professional credentials can be restored.
So how many of these do you say you see a month, in and out?
Well, the last, I got 22 on the last child support report, and 22, I think. And five of those individuals I've received notice to take them out of suspension. That comes out quarterly usually. The Tennessee Student Assistance Corporation comes out every 14 to 30 days. I get a notice of those, usually because that comes out more frequently. There'll be one person on it, or sometimes there'll be two on it. That you just don't ever know. But if whatever you have to do to meet that agency's requirements to be in reasonable or full compliance, once that individual has met that, then we get a directive to take them, to restore them back to their professional credentials. And I do not know what they have to do to be in reasonable or full compliance.
It's hard to come before us if they're going in and out.
I'm saying it has to come before us, but this commission issued the license. I don't think
if I could say this, Commissioner Northern, Ms. Crop, our legal counsel, is going to look into this and bring us a report next month. We're eating into our lunch hour. But I want to share, it's 38 minutes to 12, I want to share something with you that only one other person in this room knows. And I told him at break, our new vice chairman, Mr. John Grease. This meeting was supposed to have been in Cookeville. But we aren't in Cookeville, we're in Nashville. I made a commitment in February to be in Knoxville at the convention center and do an auction this afternoon at 4:30 for the Boys and Girls Club. And Jeff Gordon is the speaker, and I'm going to auction off at 6:15 this evening. Lunch for 4 people in a private plane, fly them to North Carolina to have lunch with Jeff Gordon. So if anybody like an autograph of Jeff Gordon, I'll bring you one back when I get back tonight about 10 o'clock. But I'm going to Knoxville, and I have already asked John Grease, our first vice chairman. He knows that he's going to be conducting the meeting the rest of the day. And y'all will be in good hands, and I'll see you in the morning. And we're breaking for lunch. Be back at 1 o'clock.
Going to Arnold's.
No, I ain't eating lunch with you. I got to go to Knoxville.
Arnold's is where we're going.
Yeah, after the car, we'll walk out.
And then back.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Ms. Kelly. If it's the pleasure of this commission, while we wait on the executive director to get here, how about let's go ahead and get the education report done since Mr. McDonald's here to give it to us. Any objection?
No objection.
I'm all for it.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Before you, you have 25 courses that I did not have any questions about. I do have a question that requires some discussion with J26. And Kelly had submitted or sent that information to you prior to this meeting, and it involves looking at an interpretation of our rule. But do you have any questions of J1 through J25?
Any questions? If not, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
1 through 20, J1 through 25.
25.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Mr. McDonald, J26.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Grease.
Rice. Go ahead, sir.
On Rich Creek has submitted an internet course, a pre-licensing course. It has been Arello approved. This provider is approved in the classroom delivery mode with the instructor Marty Calfee. Von Rich Creek is a broker. He has 3.5 years of experience with Trek as a licensee. In the rule, which is Rule 1260-5.041. Okay.
Statute. It's been that was a rule. It was codified into a statute. Actually, it's 62-13-324. It's entitled Real Estate Continuing Education Instructors.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Ms. Crop. No, thank you very much. Mr. Rich Creek is making his plea to you, and you see his letters of recommendation and his plea written to you about using his experience in addition to the education he received at the American Military Institute with a 2-year degree in real estate to allow him to satisfy this portion of the statute to be able to be the instructor for a pre-licensed course. And his plea is before you. I can make a synopsis of it. It's just saying he's providing you more information and experience in hopes that the legal department will listen and you as the commission will listen to his plea. He has a 2-year degree in real estate studies. He took real estate principles, practice, finance, appraisal, law, property management, basics of business, and accounting. He provided the syllabus of his courses, he provided his grades, and he has a letter of recommendation from Harold Cry of Cry-like Realtors.
We've had a lot of people ask for this variance, and traditionally we've said no. And I hate to break our chain and start having to move on somebody every month on giving an exception. I think the rules we have in place are good, and I think we need to stick with them.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
And I would agree with that. I think if you start waiving them, for one, you're going to open a whole can of worms, and then we're going to lessen the capabilities of the instructors. So I make the motion we not approve him.
This is a course, not an instructor, right?
Well,
course
we'll have to
for
find
you.
an
For this
instructor, so
particular
they'll
course.
have to apply again for a different. We'll have to apply again with the course with a different instructor. But this was kind of part and parcel, to use Director Maxwell's language. So J26 before you is sounding like being denied.
You want, the motion is to deny the course.
How to deny the instructor?
The instructor.
Well, this course is in front of us.
Right, we're denying the course because of the instructor's qualifications.
Yes.
I want to go ahead. Go ahead.
I didn't look further, but is there a request for his approval as an instructor under the instructors?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Generally, we'll have instructors approved separate from the courses. Is there such a request for this individual?
Yes, sir. He also is going to make the request when we move to the instructor approvals to be added to the classroom, which is already approved, where Marty Calfee is the instructor. And this course before you is internet.
Not deny approval of this course because of instructor qualifications.
And I'll second that one. If
You-
you deny approval of this course because of instructor qualifications, I'll second that.
I'm gonna say that Commissioner Collins made the motion and Commissioner DeCharo seconded the motion.
Okay.
If that's what you
Sure.
believe you're seconding, Commissioner.
That's fine.
Does the legal department have anything they want to add, or are we okay to go with this motion?
Yeah, actually, my position in looking at it, and I discussed it with one of the chief counsels, was that this statute appears to delineate education and experience in a number of areas. In subsection 7, for example, talks about a master's degree and 3 years of experience. It tends to contemplate education and experience as two separate things, and to intermingle those for this person doesn't seem to comport with the rest of the way the statute is drafted. So I would.
Did you have a recommendation?
I don't believe that the experience has been met based on the required experience is here, but it's of course up to you.
That's a recommendation, do you think? Mr. Alexander?
The only thing I would say to further substantiate our stand is that in the years that I've served on this commission, I only saw it happen one time, that we did something like that. The very next day, we came back and rescinded that. So I'm in agreement with the motion, and I will be in agreement not to approve him when he comes back to instructors for that reason. Call for the question.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion to deny this course, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. The course is denied. Mr. McDonald, continue on.
Yes, sir. Sally Cummins of Tennessee Association of Realtors, provider 1110, requested approval of Robert Morris to instruct the Trek Core course, which is approved course number 7035. Mr. Morris is an approved instructor and has courses approved with Trek under provider number 1235 Advanced Training Seminars, LLC. He has completed the Trek Core training course. Number 2.
Let's just do it one at a time. Is there a motion on Mr. Morris?
Move that we approve Mr. Morris.
Second? Anywhere?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. I got one no vote. Continue.
Sir. Number 2, I'll read it, but we've already taken care of this with the course approvals. Von Rich Creek of Success Real Estate School, 1585, requests the approval of himself to the previously approved 60-hour Basic Principles of Real Estate course 7254. Marty Calfee is currently the instructor. Mr. Rich Creek has submitted a request in writing, which is included in July's 2013 education materials. Mr. Rich Creek also would like to be approved for courses J17 and J18 referenced on the July 2013 education report.
Motion we deny.
Discussion. All in favor of the motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Does that conclude your report, Mr.
Yes, sir.
McDonald? Thank you very much. According to our agenda, at 1 o'clock today, we had have an informal applicant appearance, and they're here before they make their appearance. Mr. Northern, would you like to tell the audience what we're about to do or hear, just so they get a sense of what we're on this informal application?
Makes you feel like Mr. Flitcroft.
Well, I know, but Dr. Flitcroft isn't here. Pull that microphone up there.
Let's see who is our next. Okay. Good afternoon. We are about to hear from an individual who is coming before us for licensure, along with a potential broker for this individual. The statute requires that individuals who have occurrences in their background that leads them afoul of the law, that creates felonies and some misdemeanors that would involve fiduciary responsibilities, has to check on the application that they are, in fact, have run afoul of the law in that regards, and as such, the commission has to approve their not setting for the exam, but their licensure.
Okay, so we're about to hear from a person who would like to be a licensee and that person's broker. And at this time, if Alice Renee Flatt and her hope-to-be principal broker, James Pratt, please come forward and sit in these two chairs right up here on this counter. I'll turn the meeting over at this time to Executive Director Ms. Maxwell to get us started. Thank you all for coming. Ms. Maxwell.
I'm going to swear them in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go, Julie.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Miss Alice Renee Flatt is here today as a applicant for an affiliate broker's license. Ms. Flatt has not tested at the time she sent this information in. Is that still correct?
Right.
She has not tested. She's here with, as you say, her hope-to-be principal broker, Mr. James Pratt. Mr. Pratt was first licensed on 3/11 of 2004, and he's only had one complaint, and that was E&O civil penalty for failure to supervise. He paid the $1,000 civil penalty in 2011 E&O. Miss Flatt has disclosed to the commission that she had a number of felonies which occurred 30 years ago, almost 30 years ago. In 1984, she was convicted of 9 counts of passing or offering a forged instrument with value of less than $200. And these were checks that were forged, and she also, I believe, said she had some prescriptions that had been forged. In 1986, she was convicted of 1 count of forgery and passing a forged instrument. In 1987, she was convicted of third-degree burglary, forgery, receiving stolen property. She was sentenced to jail, and then she got her sentence suspended for a period of time on the first counts back in 1984. Then she committed the additional forgeries in 1986, so she went back to jail and served time there, and was ultimately released after serving 15 years in prison. Is that correct?
3 years.
3 years. It was supposed to be 15.
11 years on parole.
11 years of probation. And as she is going to get into more of the detail of what occurred, she said that she had been on drugs and illicit drugs and was forging the prescriptions and forging checks, and that's what caused her problems. And as I say, her last conviction was in 1987. And I'll let you give more details as to exactly what occurred.
Okay, this began back in college. For whatever reason, I don't think there's ever an excuse for doing drugs, but anyway, that is what I did.
Would you speak?
All of these charges were, like the burglary, for instance, it's not really what you would consider a burglary. It was because a check was not mine and it came from somebody else. So that was called a burglary. Thank you. That was called a burglary, and it was all about obtaining drugs through fraudulent methods, meaning either writing prescriptions or writing checks. After I did that and I was sent to prison, I stayed there for 3 years. Upon working in the administrative office with the chief counselor, since I did major in psychology, I was released to work release in Chattanooga, and when I was there, they made a job for me at the foster care department at Department of Human Services. I worked with them for 1 year, and then when I was released in 1990, I believe that's correct, 1990, when everything was ended, then I got my certification for counseling, and I became an alcohol and drug counselor. I did that for 30 years. Well, 22 years, I'm sorry. And then after that, I became ill and was on chemo for a couple of years, and so I didn't go back to doing that. And my brother is a realtor for Pratt as well. So I began working for him, just helping him out. So that's how I kind of got started. And then I met Mr. Pratt and Tina Frizzell, who's the marketing manager. And I've just been kind of helping them periodically as I've recovered from my illness, and that's where I am now.
Ms. Maxwell?
Yes.
Anything, or do you want to introduce Mr.
Pratt
to us and tell us?
Yes, Mr. Pratt is the principal broker of Pratt Homes in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and as I say, he's been licensed since 3/11 of 2004. And I guess he can answer questions about whether he has a mentoring program or things of that nature.
Let me just give you a little background of who we are first and what we really are. We have really two companies. One called Pratt Home Builders, which is basically a home building company in Chattanooga, Tennessee. We build about 100 homes a year. Along with that company, we have our own in-house real estate firm called Pratt Homes, of which I am the principal broker. So we really aren't a general brokerage firm. We have anywhere from 3 to 5 on-site sales agents with us at all times, basically in model homes out in the field. As Renee, we call her Renee. As Renee said, her brother has been one of our on-site licensed salespeople for 5 or 6 years, and she kind of got helping him, and we got to know her. And in September of 2011 is really when I met Renee, as she was helping her brother. And then we, on some occasions we have unlicensed people who will just be greeters in some of our model homes, just to meet and greet and offer water and those kinds of things. So I got to know her just through that avenue, and we got her to help us on weekends, put out directional signs and those kinds of things. When she came to us and wanted to see if she could become a licensed agent, I supported her 100% because I think she can do us a good job, and she is, based on what she has told me, she's turned her life around not only 180 degrees, but a full 360 degrees. And I'm the kind of person that will do whatever I can to help somebody once they've proven themselves that they want to be helped. So I think this will give her a great opportunity to increase her revenue stream, and I think it's a great opportunity for Pratt Homes to have somebody like Renee trying to help us sell our homes. So she's got 100% endorsement from me. We're a small firm. We don't have a formal mentoring program other than she would be spending time with our other licensed agents, learning more about the product and the process that we go through to make those sales. And I would be one that would be spending the appropriate amount of time with her to help her in any form or fashion that she needs help to try to be successful. Mr. Pratt, did I understand you to say the only listings you have is your new home? The only listings we have are the homes that we aren't a general agent. We don't list out. We don't have outside listings. So So in this case, she would strictly be listing our homes that we have for sale. Have you been before this commission with another agent? No, sir. Didn't know it really mattered. You know, I move that we approve her. If she's discounting your money, you're going to mentor her. You're exactly right.
Have you, who sold your houses prior to your opening your agency?
I became the broker. Help me remember when I became the broker. Prior to that, we had we had our own agency, and someone else was our broker. And early in our career, we just listed them with a few general agents. But since we really have, you know, when we started in the home building business in 1999, and until the early 2000s, we weren't building but just a few homes a year. But once we started building a significant number of homes, we created our own firm. Prior to that, we just used a few general agents.
Is there a second to the motion on the floor?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll have further discussion if people or questions of our friends from Chattanooga. To the audience, their hope is that this commission votes in the affirmative, which will allow Ms. Pratt, is that right? No, Ms. Flatt. I'm sorry, excuse me, Ms. Flatt to proceed with her license application and hopefully get to the point where she can collect a commission and do what licensees can do. Is there other discussion on the motion, which is to approve the recommendation you proceed? I hear no other discussion. Let's vote. All in favor of the motion?
I would just like to add that when I was released and was on parole for 11 years, I did at that time, as I was a therapist at the Chattanooga Psychiatric Group and Erlanger Hospital, Memorial Hospital as well. Since that time, I've also been in the 12-step program and sponsored many people, and feel like I have really paid my dues back to society. So I want to add that.
Anybody else? Mr. Pratt? Ms. Maxwell? Let's vote. All in favor of Commissioner Alexander's motion to approve, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous.
I just have one question of Mr. Pratt. The one agent that you ended up paying the $1,000 penalty for, is that individual still with you?
To be brutally honest, I don't remember exactly which one it was, but I think he is, because we've had so little turnover over the period of time. So I don't remember specifically who it was, but I can't honestly say for sure.
All right, thanks for coming up. Good luck to you both. And,
Thank you.
We'd like to thank the commission for this approval, and we feel very good about it. Thanks for hearing it.
let's pass the test now.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay.
All right, at this time, if there's no objection, we'll go back to the executive director's report. And I think, Ms. Maxwell, we were to the 2014 meeting schedule.
Right.
The audit.
I'm sorry. We deferred the auditing process till this afternoon.
We
Julie?
did have one short matter that we had discussed earlier
Okay.
regarding the suspensions pursuant to non-payment of child support and education matters. And I don't believe you've all met him before, but this is Michael Driver. He's chief counsel for our regulatory board's legal division, and he was going to come in and briefly explain your question while it was still fresh on everyone's mind. And
Perfect. Michael, welcome.
Thank you all. Pleasure to be here.
It's your floor.
Well, I got pulled into this bit on the last second. My understanding is y'all had a question about the suspensions for non-payment of child support. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the question that I had was whether or not it didn't require some action from this commission to rubber stamp the action that's been taken through other channels further up in suspending individuals who were licensed through this commission.
And my understanding, and we can, after this meeting, if you'd like us to, get you something more encompassing to answer your question, is that there was I believe, a federal law that was passed that said that any state agency that receives notice of one of these defaults has to do, and probably not any state agency, but a list of them have to do these license suspensions or revocations. There was a subsequent state law, and I don't have that citation on me, that then says that once you receive this letter, that the agency receiving that notification has to send out a letter of suspension or revocation. And then from that point forward, it is on the licensee to come back and provide a notice of compliance from the student loan organization.
Again, what I'm asking is, once that letter's received at TREC, should not that letter be presented to the commission as a means of rubber stamping it, saying that this commission's in agreement that this license should be revoked or suspended?
Well, I can tell you, obviously, that has not been the process up till now. If you would like us to look into the feasibility of doing it that way, I think we'd be happy to review the process. And I think the principal concern would be that these letters, that given the infrequency of the meetings, that many of these wouldn't be processed in a fashion that would result in effectuating the federal mandate to do these actions.
Again, all I'm saying is someone could challenge, I'm assuming might challenge that suspension based on the fact that the Department of Human Service didn't give me this license. They don't have the right to suspend this license. Only the commission has that right. And I'm not saying that we wouldn't. I'm just simply saying that as a matter of protocol and as a matter of making it official, the commission probably needs to have some action that coincides with the Department of Human Service or Education or whatever the entity is that mandated the suspension.
I understand your concern. Like I said, this was a question that was brought up today, and we'll make sure, hopefully, to have a more satisfactory response for you at your next meeting, if that would be okay.
When this happens, how does TREC know that it's happened?
I believe that you mean the commission staff or the commission members?
Do y'all search everybody that's got professional license? How do they know?
There's a statutorily required notification from the student loan organization, and I can't remember the name of that agency right off the top of my head, and I apologize, that they're required to statutorily send to the commission staff that says these people are in default of their student loans.
It's sent by email.
Them.
It's a list, and it says they're in default.
Push the list and correlate the list with ours? Or they send us a list of licensees, or they send us a list?
They send us a
and
list
we correlate
of,
it with the licensees.
They send us a list of licensees, which I believe includes their name, their license number. It's like a spreadsheet.
Social Security number. Child Support sends a list that has the licensees listed, and according to whether they're a 25, whether they're a broker or they're acquisition agent. And then TSAC likewise sends a list that has identifying information. As I say, there's a Social Security number, their name,
So
their
it's been
county.
scrubbed from a larger list, so when you get it, it's just the licensees.
Well, yes, I mean, it's the licensees. Like when TSAC comes, they're normally licensees that are also, say, cosmetology. But they're broken down into ours, and so you look and you see, okay, here's Tennessee Real Estate Commission, and then it gives the name of a person, Social Security number, their city and state, and you go in and make sure that it's and a birth date, and you make sure it's the proper person. But they've already determined whatever the violation was.
Then I assume this is true with all the regulatory boards, whether you be a licensed appraiser, embalmer, or a car salesman, or whatever. If you've got a license, it applies to everybody.
To my knowledge, it is universally applied.
Including the attorneys?
Yes.
How'd that pass?
And this is a federal mandate instead of a state mandate?
I know it mandates it within the state statute, but it was Robin that it had told me that it was also a federal mandate as well, and I can try to pull the specifics. I just didn't have those volumes on me and wasn't able to get a hold of them, but it is mandated within that statute. But I can try to gather more information.
student loans was state mandated, wasn't it? It wasn't federal.
I know it's within, they're both within the state statutes.
Because I listened to the state debate it, I guess, and I thought that was just our, but it may be federal too.
It may be only state. I think what we're honestly not
It doesn't
sure
matter.
right now. I know it's in the,
I know it's
in the
definitely
state law.
because I saw and heard that, but I didn't realize it was federal.
And it may be that
Because there was
child
some
support
discussion
is,
why other states don't do this. And, no.
So if maybe the legal department next month could bring us federal and state legislation that spells out what we're supposed to do and why we have to do it, that'd be a great start.
yes,
I'll be
absolutely.
happy to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get that for you. And like I said, it may be the child support that was federal, and that this one was actually state only. So I apologize for that.
Oh, that's fine, Michael. We appreciate you.
y'all.
We appreciate you coming down on short notice, and thanks for your input. And we look forward to the documentation, and we can put this one to bed if we need to.
Thank you
All
all.
right, thanks. Any other topics before we go back to the executive director's report? If not, Ms. Maxwell, auditing process was put off from this morning.
I had sent each of you a copy of another draft of the mail-in audit with a cover sheet and then sort of a description of how the audit process would, the proposed hows of the process. And it kind of breaks down how many hours we anticipate that it would take to review the mail-in audits. And obviously right now this is kind of based on what other states have found, since we haven't done this yet. But I believe that the investigative auditor could spend, say, 90 hours a month reviewing and completing from start to finish the mail-in audit packages, and then he'd have 60 hours to be available if necessary to travel to firms to do any follow-up or unlicensed activity investigations or any other investigations that the commission thought needed to be done or that arose as a result of a complaint having been filed. We would anticipate sending out these mail-in audit letters by the 10th or the 15th of the month so that the bank accounts would be, hopefully they would have their bank statements and have reconciled the information. There's, I don't know, there are like 22 states that have mail-in, that not have mail-in audits, but have the ability to look at the escrow accounts of the licensees to the principal broker that's signed on by both the bank and the principal broker when a firm is opened. That's a thought to consider about enforcement, because I think enforcement and education are probably two of the things that we really have to focus on, educating the principal brokers about the audit process and about reconciling their books and, what is a trust account, as the commission talked about last month, and making sure that they know the things that are necessary in order to even start to complete the mail-in audit. Steve and I have talked some about what the office broker management course has in it, and it really doesn't deal very heavily with trust procedures, trust accounting, and I think that's a hurdle, certainly, as I say, educating both about the process and about the things that are necessary in order to do those auditing things, and then how it would be enforced. Because obviously what the commission wants is compliance, not to end up with, a lot of, you're out trying to chase people down to enforce this. You really want people to be compliant and protect the public by doing that. So I think those are some considerations that that the commission maybe needs to look at and sort of say, okay, what do we want to do if someone doesn't comply? And some of the states have had trouble with compliance. Nebraska sends it to them, gives them 30 days, and then if they don't go, they give them one more letter, and then they file a complaint basically against them. So, it's those kind of things, those kind of items that are still, still sort of up in the air that the commission, would have to make a determination on. The form, I've changed some more again to try to clarify it. And I know that Commissioner Alexander had a suggestion that it be broken down into two forms. Basically, I guess one for property management, maybe that deals with security deposits, and one that deals with escrow or trust fund monies. And that probably would clarify it, make it a little easier to follow for the individuals who have to fill it out. There's a lot of questions on there, and but you don't want it. You want people to fill it out, and you do want them to fill it out honestly. And I think that's kind of the line that you have to be able to to find is what's going to be long enough to get the information that we need and be sure that we're getting the information that we need, but not so long that people just don't fill it out or they blow it off, or they don't really spend the time that needs to be spent. And I'm open to any suggestions anyone has.
Actually, do you envision sending ever firm one of these questionnaires?
Well, like we envision doing it in waves. Like you had suggested, we try to find those that had been cited for escrow infractions previously. And so we've sort of narrowed those firms down. And then we thought that maybe go with some firms that do management, at least that we know do management, we can recognize do management practices. And then some of it would be a random generated audit. If we did them, if it took us 3 years to do it, we'd do about 102 a month, generate those letters. This does allow us to get the out-of-state firms, so that increases what we would have had over before when the auditors went. So we do envision ultimately doing every firm, but not all at once. It wouldn't be like we'd send out 4,000 of these all at once and hope for the best. I mean, it would have to be done in waves, and we would pick counties and generate the mail-in audit. What we hope to do is be able to have it online and have the individual be able to go online with a password, which is what Oregon does, and then they can go in and fill it out online, and we won't have to, no mailing, no
Chairman.
nothing.
I'm going to recognize Commissioner Charles first.
Okay. Ms. Maxwell, how long do you anticipate an audit to take when you just receive it into the office? You said we're going to get 102 a month. So how long do you anticipate it taking for somebody to sit down and go through that audit?
But I don't know if we'll get, that's if we wanted to, in the little memo I broke down, with our current total, if we wanted to be on a 3-year cycle, it would be 107 per month. If we went on a 3.5-year cycle, meaning that, we would cycle through all the firms in that period of time, it would be 92 a month. I'm not really sure how many you could do in a month, but Huh?
You better put it on a 5-year cycle.
Well, 5-year cycle would be 65 a month. So
I think that's more realistic.
And I think that might be more realistic as well. I think that the person should be able to average 75 to 80 reviews a month. Some of the firms have waivers, have escrow waivers. So they obviously, they'll get a form, but they'll fill out that they have a waiver. And so that will get rid of, some of the firms will fall into that category. And then some of the firms will, have very little activity. But I think that they can do 75 to 80 a month and still have, and as I say, that was saying that each audit would take 1.5 to 2 hours, and that was just to do the audit, like what had to be done in the office. And then if there was follow-up that was necessary, that would be done, a lot of that could be done in the office, and then you would determine whether you need to actually go out there or whether you could get the information that you needed by having them fax it to you, or whatever that method was. That's what I thought based on the audits that were done in the past, which I don't know if that's real indicative, but I did kind of go back and I looked at how long the auditors had spent when they were doing the audits previously, and how that would translate into just being in the office and not having to travel, because a lot of that time was taken up in traveling. So I tried to look at the actual time at the audit, and that's what I came up with, because that you could do it about 1.5 to 2 hours. You could complete it unless those needed additional ones. So that's why I built in additional time in the month, like 60 hours that could potentially be used to go out and follow-up audits, or as I say, do other investigative work that would be necessary, and that they would work 90 hours actually per month reviewing the the audits that came in, and then from start to finish.
And why would someone have a waiver?
If you don't hold any escrow money at all, the statute allows for you to ask for a waiver. So if you don't just you always give the money to a title company, you always make sure somebody else takes it, then you can get an escrow waiver, and that's provided for in the statute.
Mr. Northern.
Ms. Maxwell.
Yes.
I really have a problem with what I'm looking at here. And the reason is, it appears to me that property management has been singled out as a culprit, while other aspects of the industry are being overlooked. We have traditionally had lots of concerns about timeshare and vacation lodging services, yet property management is the only entity of the industry that is singled out for attention. And property management, as it is now, is already, property management companies are already subject to the Tennessee Landlord-Tenant Act. This is putting another layer of regulatory responsibility on property management that I think is unfair. If we're going to look at them as a real estate organization, I'm fine with that. And whatever random selection pattern you select falls on them, then their property management activities will come under scrutiny. But to single property management companies out, I think is wrong. I don't think that's fair to property management companies when they're not really the companies that are creating the problems that I think you're trying to get at, which is real estate companies that are now getting involved in property management because of the change in the market. I may be wrong in that assumption, but to me, this is too much pointed to property management.
The questionnaire.
I like the process.
The questionnaire is too pointed to the property management?
Not just the questionnaire, but the selection of property management firms in conjunction with how you would assign the audits. If I read correctly.
Most of the complaints that we have received in the last 12 months about any kind of money that belongs to others not being returned has been based in property management.
But was it a property management firm or a real estate firm performing property
well, we don't
management
really
activities?
I mean, we don't, obviously we don't license property management firms. You get a license and you can do whichever one you want. So it you know, it's not really meant to, it's not meant to pick on any, whether you started out as a property management firm or you got into the property management firm as a result of the economy. It's just that those are the firms that have the most money that go through them continually and hold the most money that belongs to others. The timeshares don't take in any cash money. All of theirs is done through credit card, and that is processed through the main, you know, like ultimately processed through their main office. So they don't hold any escrow funds at their office. It's all done by that credit card that they have bill me later in the case of Wyndham. And then vacation lodging services don't have to hold the money in escrow, unfortunately. They only have to have an escrow account and run it through there, and then they can take that money out. So they're not, you know, the statute allows for them to use that money
I thought the audit was supposed to deal with matters that weren't just fiduciary, but all aspects of the law.
Excuse me? What? I'm sorry.
I thought the audit was supposed to include matters that were not just fiduciary, but all aspects of the law.
But that before we looked at like the signage, and we looked at the like this will have a list of the licensees, but they did look at the signage, and then they looked at the documents that were contractual. But I thought it was the Commission's feeling that really and truly the largest problems that come up in the firms and the biggest risk to the public with the fact that when money for a third party is held and not properly kept or returned, that the public is at the single biggest risk that they face, and that would be where we would focus the audit.
When I look at your selection of firms, the first thing says that you're going to look at the firms that have had previous citations.
Or complaints.
Or complaints.
That was
the second category is focus on the firms engaged in property management. And then you acknowledge that there's no specific license for it.
There's not.
But again, they fall under a different regulatory body through the landlord-tenant law.
In some counties, that's correct. They do.
Right, and I think, is it 6 out of those with a population over a certain
60,000,
level.
I think. Yeah, right.
What's the population level?
60,000, I think.
I believe it's 60,000 people.
Yeah, they amended the law a couple of years ago.
Countywide
Yes.
or city?
Yeah, county.
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 County's out. Not many of them are.
Yes. I thought that what we were trying to do, in light of the fact that we have, at this point, no auditors going out and knocking on doors and saying, I'm here to look at your books, we were trying to put together a program that, in a way, moved away from that and allowed us to be somewhat helpful with the companies that we're policing. And it may have been me who suggested that we look at new firms and say, send someone out within a certain number of days of them opening up to help them understand the rules and what they're about to get involved in. The same thing could be done with the mail-in report or whatever, however it's titled here, and then focus on those firms that have a history of violations. If it's a property management firm, I'm for that. If there is no history of violation from that property management firm, I don't think we ought to single them out. I think they ought to fall in the rotation just like the other firms that are licensed within the state of Tennessee.
I'm not sure that Eve has not left out some verbiage that needs to be put in there, which would be the audit of real estate firms and the property management in those firms, that real estate firms that do property management. Now,
Actually, if you look at her,
I know what you're looking at, but I'm saying she probably needs to reword it. I agree with what you're saying, except to a point of those people like you are in Shelby, not you, but Shelby County. But you see, I'm in a county of 35,000. There's numerous of these small counties that does not fall under the Landlord and Tenants Act but because of that. So I think that those firms and firms like yours is different than those mom and pop, I call them, or where you've got Janet's got recently, her company's recently, she's a relatively new firm, 7-8 years old. Now she's branched off into the property management, which is well and good. But when you go in and audit those firms and you've got a property management, you ought to look at it. I agree with what you're saying. And here's another thing that you've got. If you're going to do 60 audits a year, I want you to do, a month, then I want you to do 20 of them in the 3 grand divisions. Don't send all 60 of them to West Tennessee. It needs to be divided up. And I don't see, I like your concept that you look at these new firms to get them on the right track. And you visit their office, be sure that they're on the right track. And then secondly, that if you, and I believe I answered, she told me a few weeks ago or 2 months ago when we were talking about that, she can go back and she can look at how many times my firm has been audited in the last 35 years. If I've never had any problem, why come knocking on my door again till I have a problem? Just cause you randomly pick me, if I've got a clean record and you know where you've got all these, if you can spend the next 10 years auditing the folks that stay habitually in trouble. You agree with that?
I agree with that.
Then when you audit these and when you mail this in, you're going to have 20% of that 60% or 100% of those 60, 20% of them is going to need some field work. If you pick what I recommend is, and I think probably the rest of this commission kind of feels that way, is a problem, folks. if you're clean, why go back and bother?
And I have no problem with that.
That was one of the reasons to do away with auditors.
If we're selecting who is subject to this,
easy.
if we're selecting who's subject to the audit from those that have issues, and that's the only rationale, that's fine. But if you got one group over here that's had issues and another group over here that's in property management, and you're going back and forth whether property management has any issues or not, I think that's wrong.
And on that part, what I'm saying is, in the way I look at it, when she's talking about property management, you're talking about property management pro se of the folks that's in the real estate business and property management, those type firms, more so than just straight property management. Now I know that you read what she's got printed. She's saying property management straight second in line.
That's what I was saying. I assume that the intent here is to make certain that those firms that were pushed into property management because of market conditions are following the rules. But if you're rotating through the properties, and there's no way the TREC knows who those property management firms are unless that's in the name of their company, or unless they check that as a part of their activities when they were initially licensed.
So then how can they pick on property management if they don't even know who's property management?
When you fill out an application, don't you check that you're involved in property management?
You check. I looked at the application to see if there, if we can track those. And there's a question that says, "What else are you engaged in other activities?" And then on the audit inspection that they used to do, there was a question about it, but the application just says, "Are you engaged in other activities? If so, what are they?"
And the other is through the insurance. Most property management firms have insurance for property management. So if you got a list of people who has property management endorsements from Rice, you can easily see who are involved in property management if they're doing it as a part of their day-to-day activity and not forced into it from some other activity.
But let me clarify something that may be clear, and I'm just missing it. But there would be a rotation every month, a random rotation of the firms every month. I mean, the whole idea is that you don't have firms that are picked on and you've been audited 15 times in the last 15 years and someone next to you hasn't been audited in the last 10. So there would always be a rotation of the firms that would come up randomly. It's not like we're just going to focus on this one group and that one group and that would be all that would be done that month. It would be that it's going to be there's always going to be that random rotation. So you may have 10 firms or something that have had problems in the past. I mean, those firms aren't all going to take up all the time. So this was just like a proposed sort of combination of the way the firms would be chosen every month, but it would come from each one of those categories. So it wouldn't be like we're going to do all of these and then all of these and then all of these.
What do you mean by category?
Well, what I mean is like the random. So there would be randomly every month there would be firms chosen.
But category is the word.
Well, I mean, so that you have the firms that have had problems in the past, so with escrow monies.
Okay.
So that would be, I don't mean like categories, I'm just using that term just to say that unless you're going to do every single one of them randomly.
But let's assume we've got 1,000 firms in the state, and 100 of those firms have had problems. They're in this group, and we're going to monitor those firms. The other 900 are all in a rotation process, whether they're property management or not. I'm okay with that.
The 100,
but if you pull out another 100 that are property management, and then you've got 800 left, and you're going from firms that have issues to firms that have property management, and then the balance of the 800, I have a problem with that.
But the 100, let's just say the 100 that have problems, they're not going to occupy one whole month's audits.
I understand.
Okay, and so like you'd have 10 of those and 90 of the others, or whatever the number worked out to be. Yeah, I mean, and as I say, I was just suggesting some ways to do it. I'm not wed to any of the ways that are in here. I'm looking for you all's suggestions as to what you all think would be the most beneficial to protect the public and to accomplish making sure, as the statute requires, that the escrow accounts are, maintained properly. And so that's really I really want you all suggestions.
I would feel a lot more comfortable if you said firms that don't have waivers for escrow accounts as opposed to property management firms. Because firms that don't have waivers for escrow accounts, just like property management firms, should be scrutinized.
They'll certainly, they're not going to be like omitted from, but like they're part of the group.
I'm not saying that they would be omitted. I'm just saying that you got two distinct groups. You got firms that have had issues, and you got firms that have escrow accounts that deserve some kind of review. And those are the two categories that you're working with, as opposed to a firm that's property management in addition to escrow.
Speak up, please, Mr. Alexander.
You have your escrow, and then the rest of them all are in the one same basket, and then you just pick them randomly.
Right.
I think because again, you're going to come back to. There's a lot of people out there in the property management business that you're not aware of, that we're not aware of.
Right.
Small firms, 8, 10, 15 houses that they look after, and those things.
And I'm not saying that they don't deserve a higher level of oversight initially so that they understand what they need to be doing. But I'm also saying we don't just pick on them because they're involved in property management.
So,
I think, too, that the people who are in problem status, let's say those 100 people, I think that it's certainly our due diligence to make sure that those 100 people are audited in the first year. I don't think they need to be lingered out for 5 years and not get an audit if they've been in problem status and we've had some issues with them in the past. I think that on the front end, when we first start this, it may be weighted a little bit more toward people with problems than it is people with not problems. But I do think that those group of our 100 is spread out over that first year so that we kind of get them into that program in a timely fashion. I just think they need to be in that first year. I don't think we need to wait.
I just
them.
have one question.
Michelle.
And my one question is this going to be posted on the site somewhere so everybody can benefit from looking at this when we come up with what we want to do?
Yes,
I think every broker ought to be able to go in and look at it and say, hey, this is what's going to be asked of me if they ever come around to ask of me, so why not take the document myself and make sure everything's done the way it's supposed to be done?
Right, and that's
I think that's the learning part
and
of
as I
it.
say, and a large part of our job is going to be education of the brokers to understand.
So my question, it's going to be available to everybody.
And that's why, as I say, I talked to Steve about what's in that office broker management course so that we can make sure that that is broad enough to cover these things and that they are aware of it, because that's the only way it's going to be beneficial to anybody.
And whether it be property management or escrow management or whatever it is, at least they know the questions that will be asked of them and what's expected of them. And if they have a problem with part of it, maybe they're thinking, hey, I probably do need to go take this broker management course,
or
not necessarily property management,
or just learn how to
broker
do
management.
Trust accounting. And it doesn't matter whether you're doing earnest money or whether
whatever
you're doing,
it is that they see that they have a problem with, then they can take care of it possibly themselves before they're
right. I mean, because a lot of states emphasize that those sort of trust accounting classes. Whether it doesn't matter what you're in, that's what you need to take so that you know how to do it.
You when you come up with this, you need to come up with. And I'm addressing this body, not to Ms. Maxwell, because she can't do this. We need to come with some kind of citation that if you don't return your application when you get it, then they're not going to take them in. You got 500 folks out here right now that you've just taken their license for E&O when a fine wouldn't even get them to turn them in. But it needs to be some kind of penalty, and I'm not talking about $25 either. That if you don't fill this form out when in a certain given period of time, then that you would have to do it by policy until you go back into the legislature and get it done.
Ms. Maxwell, when you started this presentation, you, I think, asked or said you needed direction from the commission on how to keep moving this forward.
Right.
Do you have 4 or 5 particular areas that you need direction in, or is that something you'd like to make a list and let us talk about next month and try to give you direction, or do you have it there today and you want us to do it?
I have like the sort of the proposed method that it would operate, and I think I've gotten obviously enough input on how to try to get the firms set up to be audited, and then Commissioner Alexander gave me some comments on the form, and as I say, I've already started working on redoing the form to make it so that it's more clear. And one of the questions, and I guess it's whether you ask just those bare basic questions, or whether you try to have this be an educational tool and ask questions even about escrow and security deposits and trust accounts that make someone think, okay, this is the way I should be doing it, so that it's not just those points of, okay, what's your balance, when did you balance it, those things, but rather things that make you think through, okay, this is the way it should be done. And that kind of goes to the educational issue of is the audit an educational process? Well, I think you want it to be an educational process, but, how far over into that educational process do you get? And I think that's kind of what drives the form in part.
Mr. Alexander.
I know, Steve, that we're in this timeline that when we review courses and we add new courses, I think that when we get this fine-tuned, then you go back and tell your providers, this is what we expect this content to be in your classes, in your instructions, and that you give them an adequate time. When do the courses run out that we've now got approved?
The end of 2014.
End of 2014. So between now and 2014, once we've got this developed, then those providers need to be put on notice that we're going to have some new content that we expect to be in their classes.
Yes, sir, and they're already aware that will possibly be happening after we had this previous discussion. Was it last month or the month before? Did we have this discussion last month? I emailed the providers that offer the OBM course, and I asked them kind of a polling question of how do you handle these type of auditing questions in your class, and their response was they just stick to what is spelled out in the Green Book. So this is going to be most helpful for them. So I'll absolutely pass it along.
Out of the Green Book now, we're going to move outside of what this commission is going to require.
That'll be great. Yes, sir.
Ms. Maxwell, do you need any more input from Commission today on particular items? Anything that's...
No, I think that, as I say, I'm working on sort of making the form a little bit easier to read and maybe break it up into property management or people that do security deposits versus earnest money. And then I think maybe next month the Commission might want to look at like what the meaning of trust accounts are and those sorts of things, so that see if those need clarification.
So, do you have a personal goal about when this is ready to go, by the end of the year? What?
Oh no, sooner than that. I mean, honestly, it's at least probably by the end of August. We'd like to have what we envision happening. I think is that there'll be a letter that goes out to all the brokers or principal brokers and sort of explain the process and why the Commission decided to change the process and kind of go through an explanation, and then send a form of the audit so that they can see that along with this letter, and then start in on the process. And I think that's what when Bill and I talked about, that's sort of what we had hoped to have occur.
So you expect next month we could vote on the package?
Right, yes, I do. I just, and as I say, if during the month anyone has any ideas or hears any feedback or something, I mean, I really do want to hear it because I want to make sure that it's something that people are going to fill out. They're not going to be confused by what's in there and call us up and go, well, gosh, I didn't really know what that meant. I mean, I do want it to be clear enough that it's understood.
I'd try to shorten it.
Yeah, it is.
It needs to be shortened, in my opinion. And I would hope that we would have it in our hands at least, if at all possible, 10 days or 2 weeks prior to next month's meeting. And
Okay.
I know that's pushing, but then, of course, if we don't, we're going to be here next month.
I know, doing the
right
same
where
thing.
right where we are today, discussing it.
So, what do you think? Like 8 pages? Anyway, what do y'all think is a good length? I mean, it's. I mean, I do want people to answer it, but I do want it to have enough depth that someone reading it could get a gut feel whether or not people are being truthful or, whether everything's been
More or
said.
less.
7 or less is okay.
Commissioner Northern.
Given that Ms. Maxwell's asking for directions and that there's going to be a draft submitted for review, and hopefully the commission will vote on it next time. And also because there is a strong possibility I won't be here next time, I'd like to make a motion that the discussion that we've had with regards to singling out any aspect of the industry be considered, and that no aspect of the industry be considered as if it's property management, etc., but that we focus on the issue, which is the trust accounts.
I'm going to second your motion, Mr. Northern.
Maybe I could have worded it better.
Provided that you go home and you put this down, kind of what you've visualized it needs to be, and you send it to Ms. Maxwell to be.
I'll do that.
Wisdom that you've got that none of the rest of anybody on this commission has got for property management. I'll second that motion. Will you do that?
I'll do that.
I have a motion and a second made by first Commissioner Northern, seconded by Commissioner Alexander, that says no particular specialty should be singled out in the audit process. Is that
that's the nature of it?
Is that the nature of it?
We're going to vote on this next month.
I'm going to vote on this today. Call for the question. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous.
I think we need to take a break.
Well, let me
we about put the folks out there in the audience to sleep.
Is there any other input that the commission would like to give the staff before we take a break? Any other questions from staff to commission before we take a break? Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be right back. Business of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission. All right, we're still in the middle of the Executive Director's report, and now I believe, Eve, we're to the 2014 meeting schedule.
We are, yes, we are indeed. And Kelly just drew up a draft just to sort of get everyone thinking about the dates for the commission meetings. I believe in August we always have to have it turned in upstairs for the scheduling of the administrative law judges. And I think that this is, as I say, Kelly went through, and this is just sort of a proposal. It's open for discussion, suggestions.
Do we have the Arillo schedule yet, Eve?
We do not, and we looked at that, and we do not have it, and that is obviously a drawback because we do not have that, nor do we have TAR's schedule. They have not set that yet, they said. Kelly called me.
Motion we approve this proposed calendar until further notice.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll email it to everybody, and maybe you guys can compare it to your personal calendars, and then next month we'll bring it back. Like, email me if you have any.
That'd be great. And I
but
can
yeah, I
check
did-
with TAR, too, and get their
Can you-
dates,
well,
because
you know
those
what
should be set.
It said on their website that it would be announced in the fourth quarter.
Well, Linda probably has already got those. I can get those for you.
And I didn't do this, but I can call Arillo and see if they can at least, mark it, maybe. But it's not on their site.
No, it's
No.
not.
Guess they've been out 5 years in the future.
Their planning has not been too swift lately.
Yeah, they changed administration.
People, yeah.
And I
so-
think they sort of, I think it kind of, they were behind when it changed, and it sort of really
it made them
grew.
more behind.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I checked; it's not on there.
All right. So Kelly, if you'll send this to us by
I will.
email, and if those who can check with different organizations, we'll finalize the schedule next month based on what you all find and what we report back to you. Is that okay?
Right? Yeah, and email me throughout the month, and I'll update
Perfect.
it.
And I think we'll have to, because I think we'll have to have it done by the
We
end
will
of the
have to
meeting
have it
next
next
month,
month,
so we'll
yeah.
have to have it done.
Perfect.
And I did email everyone a list of the E&O people, like everyone that we put in suspension. I emailed a list, the database, and you can organize it however is easiest for you to look at it.
License been suspended.
Yes, so I emailed the entire database to you all, and as I say, you can arrange it however is best for you to look at it.
And it does have like a lot of columns and a lot of information on it. So if you want me to send it to you like with just certain information, I'll do that, because right now if you tried to print it, there's no way you would get it on a
I'm most interested in the principal
Enormous
brokers,
piece.
because I think we've probably got agents out there that don't know that their principal broker has a suspended license.
You can look, it's...
Look at what she sends you,
Right.
and you can say, Kelly, take out blah 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 blah, or leave blah blah blah, and I'll send it to you in that format.
The principal brokers are all gathered together, and you can sort them by city, or that might be easier as well.
All right. The next item on the agenda is recognition for board service.
Right, but we sort of did that last month, so we're...
Taken.
Well,
that's-
yeah,
we can mark that completed.
We can
Is that
mark
what you're
that.
saying? Arello is the next item.
And
on-
Arello, the assistant commissioner wants to make sure that the commissions, when they decide to send or suggest that people go to conferences, that the commission itself votes on it. Apparently, one of the other commissions, there was some argument about dispute over which commissioner was chosen to go. So I'm not sure if the commission voted for this one that's coming up. I know we discussed it several times, but anyway, so John and Janet are the two people I believe that are going along with, if we get approved.
Is that the next one?
That's the one that's in September in Seattle, yes. I'm not sure if we voted on it as a motion, that someone made a motion, because normally we just said, oh yeah, that, and everyone agreed. So I just wanted to make sure that we have a motion that...
Make a motion to approve it.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion is to go on record, the commission to go on record suggesting that the vice chair and Janet DeCharo attend the Arello Seattle meeting this fall.
I suggest you two don't vote.
Okay.
I don't think we've got a quorum if that
We
happens.
won't have a quorum then.
What do we do now? Who's here?
The motion's on the floor. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's
second?
unanimous. I voted.
Who's second?
Second was Mr. Alexander. All right. I think, unless you have other items, Ms. Maxwell, that concludes
That's all,
your
thank
report.
you.
Is that correct?
That's correct, thank you.
All right. We're moving on now to the legal report, and Assistant General Counsel Julie Kropp will take over the microphone.
Robin gave up and left.
She's coming. She's coming back if we need her. In the meantime, you get started, okay?
Julie,
What?
you don't have to put up with that.
What? What'd you say?
I'll tell you later.
Okay.
It wasn't nothing derogatory. Don't
Okay.
I don't want to run you on and get you upset on the front end now.
What?
He's trying to be nice.
Oh.
He's working real hard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Kropp.
I'm sorry, I don't have. Okay, legal reports first. I have a number of things. I was making sure I was going in the correct order on the agenda. Start with the legal report, which begins with the statement every month of any consent order authorized by the commission should be signed by respondent and returned within 30 days. If said consent order is not signed and returned within the allotted time, the matter may proceed to a formal hearing.
Could I just make one quick announcement? For those of you in the audience, you'll notice what Ms. Kropp just read is on the form that you've been handed that talks about these different cases or complaints that have been brought. And the last line talks about how it may proceed to a formal hearing. And we have one of those tomorrow, and it'll be different than what you're hearing today. There will be an administrative law judge. The state will be represented by an attorney, and the respondent may have the opportunity, or does have the opportunity, to be represented by an attorney as well. It will be a formal court setting that I understand is going to be on the 6th floor. Is that right?
That is correct. In regard to that, let me just say this while you reminded me. The recording equipment on the 6th floor is not working, so the only individual there will be the person transcribing, the stenographer. So no other business other than the formal hearing can be conducted tomorrow, just to make sure.
That's, what room number is that?
It's like 6A, right? 6A and B.
So those of you who are observing this proceedings need to go to the 6th floor tomorrow, not to this room. Okay. With that said, Julie, sorry for the interruption.
No, it's all right.
Chairman, I think you need to tell the audience of what they're going to see and hear here about it being anonymous. I mean, not anonymous, but case numbers, no names. Isaac,
He'll do it.
Let Mr. Northern do it since it's.
Let Ms. Haynes do it.
Oh, Ms. Haynes, yeah.
That's Isaac. Go ahead.
She's co-chair. I mean, you know, ex-co-chair.
All right, let's keep moving. Mr. Northern, if you would be so kind, I'll get you on the next one, Michelle.
Oh, okay.
This commission does a lot more than just talk about E&O and audits and things like that. We're also charged with the responsibility of making sure that our licensees follow the rules. And oftentimes we will find out about a person's not following the rule either through some anonymous complaint or from some complaint from someone who they are in business with, or people who they're doing business for, their clients. Those complaints come into the TREC office. They're reviewed by an individual to determine whether or not there's merit to the complaint, and if it's determined that there is merit, the individual will then contact the person who's supposedly committed the error and give them an opportunity to respond. There is a form that's sent out, and they're required to fill out that form and send it back, and they're encouraged to send all pertinent information, because we can't make decisions based on information that we don't have. So generally they're asked to send in all the pertinent information, and once that's received, it's reviewed, and the individual in the TREC office who reviews these will send a copy to the person who made the complaint and ask them to review it and submit additional comments if they choose to do so, and also encourage them to submit all of the pertinent information so that it can be considered. Once it's received, the determination is made as whether or not there's continued merit for the process. If it is, it goes upstairs to our legal department. I guess you're upstairs now, aren't you?
I am.
You're still
floor
upstairs,
above me,
okay.
yes.
It goes to the legal department for review, and legal will make an effort to try and determine whether or not there's been a violation of the rules, and if they see that there is, they will present to this commission in an anonymous fashion, simply using a number, a summary of the incident, and the commissioners themselves will decide whether or not that issue is judged to be worthy of further consideration or review. And if it's decided that it's not, it's either dismissed or somehow disposed of. And if it is, we will make a decision on whether or not it has merit and what penalty is to be imposed, and legal will take it from there. And sometimes it ends in a formal hearing, which is what you will see tomorrow, because everybody has an opportunity to what's the word? To plead to due process. Yeah. So, you know, just because we've said it's okay, said it's so, doesn't necessarily mean that it's true, and they're allowed to come before us and plead it. And that's when Ms. Ryan comes in with all of her legal expertise, and the judge and court stenographer, and we have a court hearing and disposes of it, hopefully, in that setting.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're back to you, Julie. First case.
Don't say anything.
Okay.
He's just stretching.
Okay, I thought he was. All right. Number 1, 2011-027-201. This was originally presented at the January 2012 meeting. This is a complaint filed by a licensee, the complainant, against respondent for advertising as the managing broker of a firm, which he is not the managing/principal broker of the firm. Respondent states that the advertisement was done on LinkedIn, a business social network website. He does not deny that he had listed himself as the managing broker, but states that he has removed such from anywhere it is posted. Upon review, respondent was broker released on April 18, 2011 by this firm, and as of the date of this review, respondent is yet to complete administrative measures. The recommendation at that time was a consent order with a $250 civil penalty for false and misleading advertising under Tennessee Code Annotated Section 62-13-312B, subsections 4 and 14, and $1,000 for failing to take administrative measures under 62-13-312B, subsection 16. Additionally, attendance of a 2-day regularly scheduled meeting of the Commission within 6 months. At that time, the Commission voted to accept the recommendation of legal counsel. Since the time that this matter was originally presented to the Commission in January 2012, respondent's license expired on July 10, 2012. To date, respondent has not attempted to contact TREC regarding respondent's license or reinstatement. So therefore, the new recommendation is to close and flag this respondent's complaint file.
Motion to approve council's recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner DeCharo to accept council's recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Haynes. Any further discussion? Mr.
Penalty we imposed.
Microphone, please.
This penalty we imposed to start with, does that mean it all goes away? It won't be on the record if they want to come back at a later date, or what? If they win a jackpot, they don't deduct that from it?
What would happen is if this person comes back and reapplies for licensure, obviously we can't deny them licensure on this, but once they have an active license again, this complaint file would then be reopened if that person has a license again. Right now they have no license, and if they reapply, we would just simply, the flag is there to show us when they reapply that, hey, this is there, this was closed because they were expired, and then it would be reopened at that point. Did that answer your question?
That's all right. I just wondered, it washed away their penalty totally.
Well, there was no penalty. A consent order was offered, which was an offer to settle the matter, and they did not accept it. And so at this point, there was no formal hearing or finding against them. There was no penalty per se. But we do have, all the information in the file, the consent order which was sent out. It's just that this person is no longer licensed, and this matter could be brought back up.
Saying if they came back, they wouldn't have to pay. They would or would not have to pay.
We would reopen the complaint file.
But the $1,000 fine wouldn't apply.
It would probably be resent out to them.
You'd be starting all over. Let me explain a little bit to save Julie on this one. This has been in litigation. When you have no license at this point, and it is past the time, and I understand that they can do anything about reinstating, they have to start over from scratch. So there's nothing for me to take away at this point. So that's why I gave it back to Ms. Kropp and asked her to reconsider presenting it for flagging and closing. And what that means is that, as she said, if they reapply, the fact that there is a flag on would mean it could be looked at again, and this complaint could start over again at that point.
How would you go through? Excuse me. Go ahead and finish your conversation.
The complaint would be sent out to him. He'd have another chance to comply with the consent order before anything happened. Right now, it would have to be a trial, and there is no license for us to revoke. It's gone. The only thing you could do is issue a civil penalty, but my feeling is that since he has done nothing and has not attempted to communicate, that what we'd have is a judgment against someone from whom we won't be able to collect.
Unless they made the money some other way.
Let me give you the status of collections at this point so you understand that as well. If we have a judgment for a civil penalty in excess of $10,000, it will go to the AG's office for collection. Anything less than $10,000 at some point in the future will be referred to a collection service agency that is hired by the state, but that's not been done yet. So they're all just, yeah.
All right. Please.
We dealt this morning with issues involving outside entities suspending licenses here. Would it not be reasonable to think that the Department of Commerce, which oversees a number of different licensing activities, should have that same power because of individuals who are licensed in more than one discipline?
Well, as I understand it, and Ms. Maxwell can correct me on this, when they are licensed in more than one discipline and an issue comes up, they are often referred to the other discipline as well. Is that not correct? So it's not that we don't have the power. Your power is limited, but what's in your statute, period. But the agencies do work together so that if a licensee in one division has an issue, often it is referred to another division if they then have a penalty or something assessed against them. Is that right?
They won't collect it.
No, they can't collect it. No. If that's what you're asking, they can't collect it. No.
No, but there can be some action taken against that license.
Only if it's a violation of the other agency's laws.
Also, it applies to...
Commerce Insurance Regulatory Boards has a number of regulatory boards that are individually governed by individual sets of rules. And the rules and statutes that apply to TREC don't apply to every license. They just don't, and vice versa. Each group has their own set of laws. So if there was a violation here, the violation here would have to be a violation of another license, the fact that there's a violation.
All right. Thank you for that discussion. It's a little off topic. The motion is to accept council recommendation. Is there further discussion? If not, all in favor, please vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Numbers 2 and 3. Ms. Crop.
Numbers 2 and 3, 2012-025711, 2012-025721. These were originally presented together, so I'm keeping the original summary intact, but really it's only with regard to the first matter, which you'll see down the road. This was presented at the April 2013 meeting. The complainant is the owner of a vacation home, which is located near a number of homes which are being rented by an LLC, of which complainant states Respondent 1, an affiliate broker, is a partner in contact for potential renters. Respondent 2 is Respondent 1's principal broker. Complainant states that Respondent 1 and Respondent 1's brother have rented all of these homes on their website for years, packing in as many young kids as possible and hurting property values. Complainant states that Respondent 1 is running a property management company without a broker because complainant has contacted the firm at which Respondent 1 is affiliated and was told that the firm is not connected with Respondent 1's LLC. Complainant states that Respondent 1 is required to advertise the firm name and number where Respondent 1 is affiliated when Respondent 1 advertises vacation rentals for Respondent 1's LLC. Respondent 1 submitted a response stating that Respondent 1 is licensed in good standing with Respondent 1's association. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1 and Respondent 1's brother are affiliated with several LLCs, one of which is the LLC referenced by complainant. Respondent 1 and Respondent 1's brother are also developers of the development where the properties are located. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1 is associated with a broker and the LLC was a licensed vacation lodging service firm, which the firm license had lapsed without Respondent 1's awareness because the renewal information was mailed to an address other than the office address, and Respondent 1 was in the process of correcting this at the time the complaint was submitted by reapplying for the vacation lodging firm license. With regard to the advertising complaint, Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1 was unaware that Respondent 1 needed to include Respondent 1's firm information for advertising for the vacation rentals. Respondent 2 submitted a response to the failure to supervise complaint stating that Respondent 2 knew that Respondent 1 owned some vacation properties with Respondent 1's brother that were leased on an overnight basis under a vacation lodging firm license, and those did not go through the firm. Respondent 2 states that Respondent 1 wanted to maintain a license for properties that Respondent 1 might want to list or sell, and in the past had some listed with Respondent 2's firm, which were displayed on the firm website at the time with the firm name and phone number. With regard to the advertising complaint, Respondent 2 states that Respondent 2 made the determination that the Vacation Lodging Service LLC's website could be seen as confusing to the public without the firm information included along with Respondent 1's name, and made the decision ultimately after receiving this complaint to ask Respondent 1 to transfer Respondent 1's license to another firm. Respondent 2 states that upon receiving the complaint and verifying a possible problem, Respondent 2 took action and Respondent 1's license was amicably released to TREC. Complainant submitted a number of additional letters stating that Respondent 1 and Respondent 1's brother continue to operate what complainant calls a large-scale property management company without any involvement from the firm where Respondent 1's affiliate broker license is held. Complainant also included photos of properties near complainant's home for which Respondent 1's LLC handles the vacation rentals. Complainant states that the renters are out of control, that renters trash the homes they are renting, and renters park too many cars in the roadway which blocks access. Complainant states that complainant is frustrated at having spent a large amount of money on a vacation home where there are out-of-control renters and an illegally managed property management company. Further, complainant states that Respondent 1 advertises vacation rentals in the development on a national vacation rentals website in which Respondent 1 calls himself the owner of the home. The website has a link to email owner, which emails Respondent 1. These national websites for vacation rentals state that they are used both for owner vacation rentals as well as privately owned properties offered through rental managers, which is what Respondent 1 appears to be doing. The website profile for one of the properties states that Respondent 1 is a realtor in Tennessee, and at this point Respondent 1 was released by Respondent 1's broker. Based on the materials provided by complainant and accessed on Respondent 1's website, it appears that Respondent 1 is not operating a property management company, as complainant calls it, but is operating a vacation lodging service firm. As Respondent 1 stated, the vacation lodging service firm's license had lapsed, but currently the LLC is actively licensed as a vacation lodging service firm, and Respondent 1 is its designated agent. Additionally, it would not appear that Respondent 1 would have to include a firm name and telephone number on advertisements for vacation rentals through the vacation lodging service firm. However, Respondent 1 was broker released on or about December 10, 2012, and as of April 1, 2013, has not retired Respondent 1's affiliate broker license or affiliated with another firm. The recommendation at that time was to issue a consent order to Respondent 1 for $500 based on a failure to complete administrative measures as required by Section 6213, 312B, 14 and 16, and Rule 1260-02-.02, subsection 2, plus attendance at an entire meeting of the Commission within 180 days of Respondent 1's execution of the consent order. And as to Respondent 2 to dismiss, the Commission voted to accept the recommendation of legal counsel. In May of 2013, there was a new recommendation just based on the fact that before this was sent out, I realized that I needed to have the Commission's authorization to set a timeline within which that person needed to reaffiliate so that they wouldn't simply sign the consent order and turn it back in without taking the administrative measures. So there was a new recommendation to specify that Respondent 1 must also complete the required administrative measures for change of affiliation or retirement within 10 days of execution of the order. That was the Commission voted to accept that, and at that point the consent order was sent out, including all of the provisions. Since the time the matter was presented to the Commission, which was last presented in May 2013, Respondent 1 voluntarily terminated Respondent 1's license due to the fact that Respondent 1 is not selling and does not plan to sell real estate in this state. The new recommendation is a letter of instruction to Respondent 1 regarding Tennessee Code Annotated Section 6213, 312B16, and Rule 1260-02-.02, subsection 2, regarding the required administrative measures for change of affiliation or retirement of a license.
Motion to approve council's recommendation.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner DeCharo, seconded by Commissioner Northern. Now discussion. I just have one question. Just from a consistency point, why would this guy's file not also be flagged?
Well, the other person had expired and we don't know that that person won't come back tomorrow and try to reapply. The reasoning regarding this one was, one, it was voluntarily terminated. The person telephoned me and actually spoke with me, and I asked why the license was voluntarily terminated. This person is a designated agent at a licensed vacation lodging firm, and apparently this individual's activities are now concerned with that segment of the real estate industry, and he's no longer interested in pursuing his work of selling real estate, and therefore doesn't need his affiliate broker's license anymore. I assume with the upcoming suspensions due to failure to maintain errors and omissions insurance, this person voluntarily terminated the license. It doesn't appear to have any intention of coming back. Also, combined with the fact that the nature of the violation here concerned failing to take administrative steps versus advertising type situations as in the other one. If this person comes back, say 5 years from now, it didn't seem that reopening this based on just a pure failure to complete administrative steps, which would have been completed at that time, would be the best way to proceed. That maybe this person would benefit more from a letter of instruction, so that if they do decide to re-enter in 10 years, it at least they've been warned as to what they need to do from that point forward. That's the reasoning beyond it. You, of course, can choose to take the same option as you did for the first one. It just seemed to be based on the facts and the way each of these panned out that this might benefit more. But
Did I understand you to say that this person was a real estate licensee and then he moved to become a designated agent, or was he simultaneously holding both disciplines?
simultaneously holding both at the time this was originally presented, which is allowed. This person's also involved in development, which I think was in the complaint, and I think that just...
We're just going to let him skip on one and continue to do the other.
Well, the complaint was filed against his affiliate broker's license. It had nothing to do with his activities as a designated agent. This person believed that he was acting in violation of the real estate laws as an affiliate by not including his principal broker on his advertisements for his vacation lodging firm activities, and those are kind of two separate and apart. Those are two separate things. I mean, advertising for him buying and selling a home through his firm, he would need to include his firm name and telephone number. But if he's also working with a vacation lodging service firm, that rule doesn't, we don't have a rule of that nature as it pertains to vacation lodging services.
Or at least be a letter, since he's licensed in two disciplines through the same commission?
A letter of, I'm sorry, what kind of letter? I'd recommended that a letter be sent to him, but a letter...
The same letter.
That's the recommendation.
The recommendation is to send him a letter. I'm sorry, I may be misunderstanding you.
Misunderstanding the decision.
Let me ask a question. So it sounds to me like you believe this guy is not going to get back and get an affiliate broker's license.
I don't believe so in the near future, based on my personal... this person contacted me personally to say, here's what's happened,
But he could show up in 10 days and ask for a license again, right?
I guess that is always a possibility.
And if he does that, since this file was not flagged, is the complaint done at that point?
It would have been closed by letter. So if you'd rather close and flag it at this point in time, we can do that. I just thought, based on the facts, that it appeared that this person would not be coming back in the near future, if at all, that it was more appropriate to educate them on this. But if we close and flag it, that's also an option as well.
I don't make that recommendation, but your narrative, which I applaud you for, I don't know how you write this stuff and keep it straight, but I think this guy's been affiliated with maybe 3 companies. I couldn't tell for sure. It looks like he was broker released maybe more than once.
He was broker released one time. The respondent too that it was closed against was the broker at the time the complaint was filed. This person was broker released from that individual and did not reaffiliate in the 4 months between the time he was broker released and when this was presented to you all. It was just one broker release. At the same time, he was also operating as the designated agent of a vacation lodging service firm apart from that work.
All right, any other discussion? The motion is to accept counsel's recommendation. All those in favor of the motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
It's a lukewarm vote, but it was
No.
unanimous.
I second it.
I
so I'm
vote
voting
no.
for it, but I think it requires more action.
I just vote no. I think it's smoke there, and he's been floating around, and it's not going to change. But that's all right. Motion passed.
All right, we have 5 yeses and 1 no. Number 4.
Okay. I apologize. This is another bit of a lengthy one.
That's okay.
This last long one. 20130064001. This was presented at the June 2013 meeting. This complaint was opened at the direction of the Commission. This respondent is the principal broker of the firm referenced in a complaint which was filed against an unlicensed individual and was presented as follows at the March 2013 meeting. Complainant entered into a pre-sale agreement and a joint venture agreement with an LLC with respondent, unlicensed, as its managing member. Complainant and respondent also entered into a commercial purchase and sale agreement on a TAR form. Complainant states that complainant paid $40,000 earnest money to respondent, which the TAR form states will be held in a real estate firm escrow account. Complainant states that respondent is the president of the real estate firm. Complainant states that respondent represented the LLC in the transaction. After the LLC did not complete the acquisition of the property referenced in the agreements by the agreed-upon date, complainant determined that the deal was not going through in the near future and made requests for return of the earnest money, which complainant states have been ignored. Based on copies of the documents provided, it appears that complainant entered into the joint venture agreement with the LLC, wherein the LLC was acquiring a number of units which were to be renovated, and complainant agreed to pay an upfront cost for 10 units to be acquired by the LLC, with the balance due when the units became ready for occupancy. The joint venture agreement specified that the expected initial lease rate, the expected monthly cost, and explained that disbursements of the profits to joint venture partners would be based on the gross profit. The agreement specified the LLC as the managing member and stated that the real estate firm would be the property manager. Respondent submitted a reply stating that respondent is not a real estate agent and has not been licensed in approximately 10 years, and respondent has not represented himself as such. Respondent states that respondent is the managing and sole member of the LLC, which owns the real estate firm referenced on the TAR purchase and sale agreement as the holder of the earnest money. Respondent states that the contracts between complainant and the LLC relate to a separate operating unit from the real estate firm, and the real estate firm was to be retained as the property management company for the project, but was not otherwise involved in the transaction between the LLC and the complainant. Respondent states that the LLC entered into a pre-sale agreement with complainant for 10 units, and the real estate firm was not involved in the transaction. Respondent points to the TAR purchase and sale agreement, which does not include a listing or selling company, to show a lack of agency relationship. Respondent states the complainant wired a down payment to the real estate firm's escrow account in 2 separate wires. Respondent states that this was not earnest money as referenced in the TAR form, but was instead a down payment, and the only reason that the money was sent to the real estate firm was to use as an account for receipt and disbursement of the money, and the joint venture agreement controlled the contract. Further, respondent states that the money was not to be held in escrow by the real estate firm, but only received and disbursed to the LLC, to be returned by the LLC to complainant only upon certain contractual circumstances. According to respondent, the money was wired into the real estate firm's account, and respondent transferred the money to utilize it for the project for items such as appraisals, etc. Respondent states that respondent has replied to complainant's request for return of the money, but there was never any earnest money involved, and the money has been utilized for the project, so the LLC no longer has the money. Further, respondent states that complainant's request for the return of the down payment was instrumental in causing the LLC's purchase of the units to fail, and therefore respondent states that the LLC does not plan to return complainant's payment. Complainant submitted an additional response through an attorney, which stated that complainant was led to believe that respondent was licensed, since respondent was the owner of the real estate firm and respondent never informed complainant otherwise. Complainant states that respondent chose the real estate firm to hold the money, and the real estate firm should not have relinquished control of the money to the LLC without complainant's permission. Complainant states that the money was not a down payment, but even if it was, the deal failed and the money is owed back to complainant. Based on the documents submitted, it is unclear whether the money was a down payment, earnest money, or an investment, and this is likely a determination for a court of law. However, respondent's use of a TAR contracts creates the appearance of unlicensed activity on the part of the respondent. At the June 2013 meeting, I presented to you that the Commission authorized a consent order for the unlicensed individual and directed that a complaint should also be opened against the principal broker of the real estate firm. That is this respondent that we're talking about right now. This respondent submitted a response stating that respondent is the principal broker of the real estate firm, and respondent's son, the unlicensed individual, owns an LLC which does business as the real estate firm. Respondent states that the unlicensed individual serves as president of the firm and handles administrative duties. Respondent states that there is one escrow account at the real estate firm, and the unlicensed individual is a signatory on the account, a fact which this respondent states the Commission is aware due to previous audits of the escrow account. Respondent states that the unlicensed individual's LLC entered into a joint venture with an individual, and pursuant to that agreement and a commercial purchase and sale agreement, $40,000 was deposited into the escrow account. Respondent states that upon information and belief, said money was released and utilized in furtherance of the subject project, and respondent believes that the release of the funds was reasonable. The recommendation at the June 2013 meeting was to discuss, and at that time the Commission voted to defer this matter to allow Commissioner DeChara to review the file and report at the next meeting regarding this respondent. So the new recommendation is for Commissioner DeChara to discuss.
Thank you, Julie, and that was fun reading. It appears that it's a contractual dispute because you have a TAR contract that states one thing and a joint venture agreement that states another. And that matter is for a court to decide. Ours was based on the escrow account and the broker supervising agents. Well, this guy's not an agent. So I don't know what authority we have, or he does either, or she does either, over a company that he's the owner of and running the money through the escrow account, because we can't get her for not supervising her agents because he isn't an agent.
The last respondent is the principal broker of the firm. Is that correct, Julie?
That's correct.
So that person, the principal broker, is the one responsible for the escrow account. Now, the firm may be owned by the unlicensed son of the principal broker, but the principal broker is in charge of the escrow account.
Yeah, but there's no way to determine from that file whether it's escrow or whether it's earnest money or whether it's a deposit. And there's nothing that sets out how that money is to be dispersed.
What did the TAR form say?
It's a commercial TAR form that says it's earnest money.
It'll
But then the joint venture form says it's deposit money.
A deposit or down payment, I'd have to look at the exact wording. It's the same amount of money referenced a number of different ways. I'm unsure as to why they executed so many agreements regarding the same money amount.
I'm like John. The firm has a principal broker, and the TAR form being used referenced it one way. I don't see why we can't look at that as being earnest money. If we have no jurisdiction over the LLC, and that's not at issue here, then we're looking at the other remaining factors, which is the TAR form, sales contract, and the fact that it was listed as earnest money.
Well, of course, you've got the joint venture form, which is also signed by all parties.
Doesn't fall under our jurisdiction.
No, but it overrides what's in the contract. Because anything that you rewrite that outside the contract or change in a special stipulation changes the face of the contract.
No, I'm not an attorney, but I might argue that point.
Well, you got several in here.
Well, they may want to argue it. I'm just checking. I want to see. So,
Can I read just a provision from
Sure.
the chart? And this is something you might have seen, and that might have been what you were referencing just now. Within the TAR contract, under the special stipulations, it states that execution of this contract is subject to terms and agreement of separate joint venture agreement. Is that what you were referring to, Commissioner DeChara?
That's good information to know.
I just thought that maybe...
So it references another document.
It does tie the two together. I'm not sure why two forms were executed about the same agreement, but they conflict one another.
I mean, it's obvious that the guy that used the TAR form was practicing real estate without a license. I mean, that's not a question. But it's hard to... I mean, our Brokers Act doesn't give us the authority to do anything to her, to the principal broker, for not managing unlicensed people.
They utilize her escrow account.
That's an operating account.
Well, we're not arguing that. But what we're arguing is that it's not clear whether this is earnest money or deposit money, and the court's going to have to determine that.
The same as if you put your own personal money in there and use that as the escrow account as a bank account. It's used. You own an LLC that and you're the principal broker. You're gonna let those other owners just come in and use your escrow account and you're responsible for it, just like you.
No, I'm not.
Well, do you think it's wrong, or you just not gonna do it?
I don't think it's the right thing to do to use that escrow account that way.
Well, why is it different? Why is it any different for you than it is for this? And
Well,
I'm not you picking on you personally, but you see what I say.
I'm just saying that it's not clear in those documents as to what that money is. And the money could have possibly been used the way it was supposed to have been used based on those agreements.
Well, that's a good point for me to put a plug in there for a TAR contract. If you're not going to honor them and use them, I got y'all not to put it on one.
Well, he shouldn't have put it on one anyway, because he's not even a realtor.
And we addressed that separately in his complaint.
Just the fact that it was deposited in an escrow account.
That doesn't make it earnest money.
My guess is some document says if it goes into that account, it can only come out certain ways. Did the joint venture talk about how it could come out?
Joint venture.
Document, I mean.
And as it went in as a security deposit and came out as working capital.
And either which way, it's not legal.
But he's not an agent.
You disregard him as an agent. You look at the principal broker. That's who we
escrow
open.
account.
That's who we
Which
open
he
the
is the signature on. He's the owner of the company.
That's irrelevant. We opened a complaint against the principal broker.
I understand, but that agreement is not clear on whether this is earnest money or deposit money.
Our contract said it was earnest money.
But there's a special stipulation in there that the joint venture agreement overrides it.
Joint venture agreement actually speaks to this amount, and I assume it doesn't refer to it as $40,000 in the joint venture agreement, but this adds up that this complainant was purchasing 10 units with $4,000 per unit contract. $4,000 per unit contracted, being due and wired transferred immediately to Dan Stewart Realtors designated property management account. Oh.
We didn't hear it. Keep going.
It then refers later on as a $4,000 down payment.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. All the documents were executed by all of the parties. The problem here, and this is why it's sometimes hard, I think, to summarize it for you all, is when you look at these documents, these two are not written to where they align with each other well. And we certainly had a separate complaint against the individual who did all of this as an unlicensed activity complaint, and a consent order was sent out, and that's currently in line for litigation. At the time that was presented, you all had some questions because you had just heard my summary of it, directed that this complaint be open. When it was presented, I think had some more questions, and that's why Commissioner DeChara took it to review. But
Julie, does it say that down payment, does it say how it can come out of the account?
it actually says,
And I understand you say the joint venture said it was to go into a property management account, not an escrow account?
that's what that agreement says.
That's what it said there, but this escrow account is,
In the escrow account and didn't put it in the property management?
well, they use
it
this,
one and the same?
it's one and the same.
Oh, so there we got a problem too, then.
It says that if the buyer chooses not to exercise the contracts when occupancy approval is attained, the units can be canceled. The $4,000 down payment on each affected unit will be forfeited. That's how it's addressed in the joint venture agreement.
Call for the question.
Have a motion first.
Oh, you hadn't got a motion?
We're just,
No. We're still
But
just,
we have a recommendation from Commissioner DeChara.
I've got a question for her.
what is your recommendation?
That Commissioner Grease take that file and review it because it's a commercial file.
that's, we've handled this 3 months now. We're going to make a decision on it today. If the chair has anything to do with it. Mr. Collins?
I wanted to know if TAR was going to file charges about it plagiarizing their contract.
I don't have anything to do with whether TAR files complaints for that. They possibly may. I don't know. They don't appreciate it when people who are not realtors use their contracts.
Ever filed suit against anybody?
I don't know. Deanna, have we ever filed suit against anybody?
I'm going to say this discussion's off topic. I need a motion, and then we'll come back to that after we finish this up. Somebody make a motion. Let's see where it goes. You can't vote, so I'm going to take you out of play right now.
That's okay, because
I think they need a hearing, but I'm not sure on what.
Come on. Michelle, make a motion.
Make a motion, we table it till next month.
No, I mean, we don't have any, and I don't even have a book in my.
Can I ask one person of legal counsel?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that we don't have legal standing here?
I believe with the way our laws are drafted, particularly with, as Commissioner DeChara pointed out, we would clearly maybe have a supervision issue here, except that this is not an affiliate. Our supervision statute only covers supervision by a broker over affiliated licensees. Similarly, in our deposits and earnest money rule, it designates that brokers are responsible at all times for deposits and earnest money accepted by them or their affiliate brokers in terms of the contract. He again did not fall under that. I
hate to set a precedence of confusing the commissioners and get a free ride, but sounds like that's where we're at. And that being the case, I'm gonna go ahead and recommend or move that we accept the recommendation by Commissioner DeChara.
And I do think there's also combined here with that, it's not limited to just what we have here to work with. It is unclear as to what this money is, I think.
Your
motion,
your
too.
recommendation is to dismiss, is that right?
yes, the principal broker.
And that's your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay,
Can I add to it?
Let me get a second first, and then we'll amend it if we need to. Is there a motion to Mr. Northern's, second to Mr. Northern's motion? Please make that, Grover, and then I'll let you amend it. Second.
Second.
All right. Now, are there any amendments to the motion? Mr. Collins?
I'd like to amend that we totally drop the case and move on.
That's the effect of the motion.
If the motion carries, that's what you're going to do.
That's the
But
motion.
not necessarily, not exactly the way he said it.
The chair interpreted his motion to be to dismiss.
Good.
Is that your second?
Yeah.
All right, is there other discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
5 ayes, 1 no. Is the final vote? Mr. Alexander. Oh, I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, and 1. All right, items 5 and 6.
All right, let me just write that down really quick. Okay, number 5 and number 6, 2013-002, 391, and 2013-002, 392. This complaint was submitted by
I'd
anonymous.
like to make a motion we accept your recommendation of dismissing this one.
For a second? Hearing no second. I did hear a second. Okay. So there's a motion on the floor that this case not be read into the record and instead accept counsel's recommendation.
It's read in the record by the numbers she read out.
I apologize. The motion is to dismiss, to accept counsel's recommendation.
Yes.
Here's my issue. If this motion, we'll vote yes or no on this. We vote yes and it does not pass. And I hope it's the intent of the commission to go ahead and read it in and then we'll vote at that time that we're not saying, no, we're not going to dismiss.
Whatever.
Is that clear?
No.
Well,
Call for the vote.
Okay, let's vote. If you vote yes, you're ready to vote, and you vote to dismiss per council recommendation.
We're voting to dismiss as a motion.
Right. All in favor of the motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No.
Roll call.
3 ayes. Let's roll call it then, real quick.
This is a motion to dismiss without hearing the full body of the text of the cases, number 5 and 6.
Motion was to dismiss. It didn't
Right.
have any the other
Okay.
One
recommendation.
in codicils to it.
Alexander? Collins?
Yes.
Tachara?
No.
Grease?
No.
Flitcroft? Absent. Haynes?
No.
Mullen? Northern?
Yes.
Stevenson? So there's 2 yeses and 4 noes.
Motion fails. Ms. Crop, back to you. Yes, please.
Okay. I'm going to just, I don't remember how far I got.
Start over.
Complaint submitted by an anonymous complainant which states that Respondent 2, an unlicensed company, Respondent 1 is an unlicensed individual who is president of Respondent 2, is not operating in an honest and ethical manner by advertising for homes for sale and paying referral fees to anyone, even without a real estate license, and flipping homes for an increased value with no substantial repairs completed on the homes. Respondent 1 submitted a response on behalf of Respondent stating that it is Respondent 1's understanding that a person is permitted to sell, lease, option to buy, rent, or exchange his or its own property, and that is what Respondent 2 is doing. Respondent 1 states that no one involved with Respondent 2 is involved in any of those activities with property belonging to other people or entities. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 2 buys homes at low prices which need extensive renovations, and after closing on the home, Respondent 2 does any necessary renovations before selling to a buyer. Because it appeared from Respondent's website that Respondent 2 was involved in buying, selling, and management of properties, additional information was requested from Respondent 1 regarding proof of ownership for homes which are listed for sale on the website, as well as information regarding property management services. Respondent 1 provided proof of ownership for the homes listed on the website for sale and provided information that a licensed firm handles the property management activities. The property management firm recently went through a name change, but prior to that name change was audited by a Trek auditor in late 2012, with the results of said audit being satisfactory. Based on the information obtained, it does not appear that the respondents are engaged in unlicensed activity, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to take the council's recommendation.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Alexander, seconded by Ms. DeCharo to accept council's recommendation. Is Respondent 2 an LLC? It's not an individual, correct?
Respondent 2 is not an individual.
Okay.
Respondent 1 is the president of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have that on there. That's not within the name, so.
Further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please vote aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Number 7.
Number 72013002631. Respondent and affiliate broker listed the property which was located next to property owned by complainant's deceased father. Complainant is also the father's executor. Complainant states that Respondent contacted complainant, stated that complainant had property as well as part of a building located on Respondent's seller's property. Complainant states that by contacting complainant in this manner, Respondent engaged in the unauthorized practice of law, and complainant should have instead been contacted by the seller or the seller's attorney. It appears, based on the correspondence and documentation provided, that the communication between complainant and Respondent began with a dispute regarding where Respondent initially placed the for sale sign, but then the correspondence turned toward the discovery, based on maps of the property, that complainant's father had erected a small building on the seller's property and items were being stored on the property. Respondent states that Respondent was contacted by the owner, who resides out of state, of the land adjoining complainant's family's land regarding selling the property. The property went under contract, and while Respondent states that the county survey indicated that there were buildings on the seller's property which were erected by complainant's father, Respondent states that Respondent contacted a surveyor to perform a survey in order to close the sale. Based on a copy of the survey submitted by complainant, it appears that there are several buildings located on the seller's property. Complainant states that even if this is true, Respondent was out of line contacting complainant instead of the sellers or the seller's attorney. Statement from the sellers said that they hired respondent to sell the property, that a survey was conducted, that they did not feel it was necessary to contact complainant's family, and that they believed that respondent acted in good faith. It appears that the property buildings on the seller's property amounts to a dispute between the property owners, and respondent was attempting to notify complainant of possible issues regarding the property which respondent was trying to sell, but it does not appear that respondent acted in a way amounting to a violation or engaging in the unauthorized practice of law, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Promotion.
Council's recommendation.
Commissioner Alexander moves to accept council's recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner DeCharo. Any discussion? Let's vote. All in favor of the motion, please vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Number 8, please.
2013-003711. Complainant had divorced complainant's spouse and was the resident of a former marital property which was listed for sale by respondent broker who had entered into a listing agreement with complainant's spouse who was the homeowner. Complainant alleges that respondent harassed complainant on multiple occasions when complainant was absent from the property regarding making complainant's property available for showings and for inspectors. Complainant provided text messages regarding communications involving showing the property. Complainant states that on one occasion when complainant was absent from the home, complainant refused access and respondent gained access anyway. Respondent states that no fiduciary duty was breached, nor was there any intentional harm done. Respondent states that respondent's client was respondent's spouse, who was the homeowner and was responsible for all payments of the property as of the date of the divorce decree, and complainant was allowed to remain in the property. Respondent states that respondent was diligent in attempting to work around complainant's schedule regarding showings, but often ran into difficulties gaining reasonable access to show the property to buyers. When a contract was received, respondent states that the contract was presented to complainant's spouse, complainant, and their attorneys, at which point, approximately 2 years after the divorce decree and listing of the property, the lenders were provided with the information because the home was a short sale. Respondent states that one of the lenders required complainant's signatures on short sale documents because complainant was on the liens but not on the deed or title, and respondent had difficulty obtaining cooperation from complainant with regard to signatures, allowing access for inspections, etc. Respondent states that the first transaction did not close when the buyer walked away due to problems, including what respondent states was the poor condition in which the property was left when complainant vacated. Respondent provided photographs. It does not appear that respondent violated Trex laws and/or rules, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is there a court order or a lease in any of this?
There is a final decree for the divorce.
Did it reference any kind of issue involving access?
I'll have to refresh my memory because there were so many. But I do believe that in what I summarized in here, I had pulled that information from actually looking at the decree myself. That the spouse was responsible for all the payments, and I believe I'd have to look at it again. The information I pulled here was from reading the actual document, not just based on a response I received. I actually did get a final copy of the divorce decree along with the documentation.
Move to accept council's recommendation to dismiss.
Your second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner DeCharo. Initial motion made by Commissioner Northern. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Numbers 9 and 10, please.
9 and 10, 2013-003811, 2013-003812. Complainant, who was the purchaser of a home which was a short sale, states that complainant's request for earnest money was not timely addressed by Respondent 1, broker, who represented the seller. Respondent 2 is Respondent 1's principal broker, and earnest money was not disbursed within a reasonable time. Complainant states that after issues arose during an inspection of the property, complainant decided not to go forward with the purchase, and a written request for the earnest money was sent to Respondent 1 on December 23rd with an earnest money disbursement and mutual release of purchase and sale agreement form, which was signed by complainant and spouse as the buyers. Complainant states that Respondent 1 did not obtain a signed release from the seller until January 23rd and a check until a few days after that. Complainant states that Respondent 1 did not timely address the issue, but that Respondent 2 did everything to expedite the return of complainant's earnest money. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1 saw the email with the request for the return of earnest money late on December 24th, but that due to the holidays, Respondent 2 did not try. I'm sorry, that's supposed to say Respondent 1. Respondent 1 did not try to contact the seller until December 26th and finally reached the seller at the end of that week. Respondent 1 told the seller that complainant was terminated in contract due to the inspection report, and the seller initially refused to sign the release due to the house being a short sale, arguing issues with the way the inspection was conducted and stating that the seller should be given an opportunity to repair the issues. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1 worked diligently to get the seller to sign the release, pointing out the paragraphs in the contract providing for the inspection contingency, but the seller continued to refuse to sign the release. Later, once another offer was made on the house, the seller agreed to sign the release under protest. Respondent 1 states that the process took longer than it should have due to the holidays, Respondent 1's flu, and an obstinate seller. Respondent 2 states that Respondent 2 was notified of the issue on January 21st and immediately contacted Respondent 1, who explained that Respondent 1 had been sick with the flu and that the seller had refused to cooperate and sign the release. Respondent 2 states that Respondent 1 said that Respondent 1 had worked to get the signature, and Respondent felt that working with the seller would enable complainant to receive the earnest money more quickly than filing an interpleader. Respondent 2 states that Respondent 2 communicated with complainant's broker immediately and that within 24 hours of being notified took action. While the earnest money was not dispersed within 21 calendar days, it does not appear that there was any unreasonable delay because it appears that Respondent 1 did work diligently to get the matter resolved and was hampered due to the holidays, illness, and the seller. The recommendation is to close as to Respondent 2, and as to Respondent 1, send a letter of instruction regarding Rule 1260-02-.09 subsection 7, which in part states that funds should be dispersed or interpled within 21 calendar days from the date of receipt of a written request. It was
30 or 31?
It was 30 days.
Up to the mic, Mr. I feel like Commissioner Stevenson. I feel like Commissioner Stevenson urging you to get to the mic.
Thank you. I need a lot of encouragement. You had a holiday. You counting the holidays in there, the Christmas holidays?
I did not deduct the holidays for Christmas or New Year's from that.
I don't have any. The only issue I have here is if you put this letter of warning about it in it, I think you ought to dismiss it all without the letter of warning, where it won't be in his file. It was a situation where you got a bank or somebody with a short sale and them not releasing it. Am I in error there?
It does say in the rule, the subsection 7.
I know what the rule says. Yes, I'm not discouraging the rule. I'm simply saying that you had a holiday situation. You had a. I rest my case. You're right.
I was just going to say the rule does just say it should be interpled within 21 days. It doesn't. It says it must be interpled, dispersed within a reasonable time. It says should be within 21 days. So I was actually concurring with what he was saying based on the holidays.
So, Commissioner Alexander, you referred to a letter of warning, but in fact the recommendation is a letter of instruction. Just clarifying that. Is that okay with you?
When you do this stays in that file forever.
So he's recommending dismissing it.
Dismiss it.
So we're open. I don't think we have a motion yet. I'm open to a motion.
I'm going to make a motion that we dismiss it without the letter of warning.
Second?
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Alexander, seconded by Commissioner DeCharo, that this complaint be dismissed.
Against both? Okay.
Against both parties. Is there a discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. And it's unanimous. 11, 12, and 13.
2013-004-001, 2013-004-002, 2013-004-003. This complaint originated from an anonymous complaint which simply stated that an unlicensed property management company was operating without a firm license or broker of record. Based on the anonymous complaint, a complaint was opened against the unlicensed property management company, and later it was discovered from the response received that the unlicensed property management company was being operated by licensees who were affiliated with a firm. Specifically, Respondent 3 stated in the response to the original complaint that Respondents 2 and 3 were licensed affiliates and working under the supervision of Respondent 1, who is principal broker of the real estate firm where Respondents 2 and 3 were affiliated and was located in the same office as the unlicensed property management company. In the original response, Respondent 3 stated that Respondent 3 planned to take the broker's exam and get the unlicensed property management company license separately, as Respondent 3 was not aware that a separate license was required. However, several months later, at the time of presentation to the Commission, Respondent 3 had not upgraded to a broker and the unlicensed property management company remained unlicensed. Therefore, the Commission voted to dismiss the complaint against the unlicensed property management company and instead instead opened complaints against the 2 affiliate brokers, respondents 2 and 3, who were operating the unlicensed property management company, as well as the affiliate's principal broker, who is respondent 1 here. Shortly after the original matter was presented to the Commission, the unlicensed property management company obtained a firm license, and Respondent 1 is now principal broker of both firms at the same location. In the response to this complaint, Respondents state that at the time of the original complaint, Respondents 2 and 3 were affiliated with Respondent 1's firm and did not realize that they needed a separate firm license and a principal broker for the property management company, and that Respondents took steps to get the unlicensed property management company licensed. Also, Respondents state that they have sought the advice of an attorney to ensure that no further errors are made. Respondent 1 states at the time of the original complaint against the unlicensed property management company, Respondent 1 was not overseeing any of the property management business for that company, but now Respondent 1 is the principal broker for both firms. The recommendation is a consent order for both Respondent 2 and 3 for $500 each for operating a property management firm without a license in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 6213. 312B14, Tennessee Code Annotated Section 6213 309A1A, which requires each office to have a real estate firm license and a principal broker, and Rule 1260.2.01, subsection 1, which states that no licensee shall engage in any real estate activity in any office unless there is a principal broker who devotes his full time to management of such office, plus attendance by respondents at an entire meeting of the Commission within 180 days of respondents' execution of their consent orders. As to Respondent 1, a consent order for $500 for failing to exercise adequate supervision over the activities of any licensed affiliate brokers in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 6213 312B15, plus attendance at an entire meeting of the Commission within 180 days of Respondent 1's execution of the consent order.
Motion.
I make a motion we approve council's recommendation.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Alexander. Is there discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Number 14, 15,
14.
and 15, right?
Oh, you're correct. 2013-004-121. 2013-004-122. Complainant was the purchaser of a property which was to be built. Respondent 2, affiliate broker, was originally the listing agent and then defaulted to facilitator status. Respondent 1 is Respondent 2's principal broker. Respondent 2 set up a meeting between complainant and the builder for the property, and complainant signed a general contractor's agreement with the builder for a condo. Complainant states that the complainant paid an additional down payment of $10,000 directly to the builder and later made 2 additional payments for a total of $50,000. Later, complainant became dissatisfied with the workmanship of the builder and canceled the contract on that basis, informing the builder of this by email. Then complainant states the complainant contacted Respondent 2, who sent complainant an earnest money disbursement and mutual release of purchase and sale agreement, which Respondent states complainant signed and returned. Complainant states that complainant contacted Respondent 1, who assured complainant that complainant would receive a return of the money, but the builder was out of town. Complainant was then told that Respondent's real estate office did not have anything to do with the issue. Complainant does not understand why Respondent 2 set up the initial meeting for a commission, why Respondent's firm sent a release to complainant, and why the property was subsequently put up for sale by Respondent's firm when complainant has yet to receive a return of the money paid to the builder. Respondents and the builder provided responses. Respondents state that Respondent 2 was originally the listing agent, and Respondent 2 introduced complainant to the builder. Then the builder and complainant negotiated a general contractor's agreement with the $10,000 down payment made at that time, and this contract was incorporated with a new construction purchase and sale agreement. Respondents state that no earnest money was paid to Respondent's real estate company. The builder states that no funds were collected or received by Respondents, and the first money paid by complainant was the down payment, with subsequent payments made to the builder pursuant to a schedule in the general contractor's agreement. The builder states that complainant requested modifications in the contract which required special work, and after the complainant canceled the contract, the builder's company tried to work with complainant to refund part of the money, a fact which the builder states Respondent 1 was aware of when Respondent 1 was attempting to work with complainant to get a return of the money. It appears that the property was relisted for sale, and the builder and complainant have retained attorneys regarding the dispute over money paid by the complainant to the builder. The initial $10,000 is referenced in contracts as a construction deposit, which complainant states was paid directly to the builder, and the subsequent due payments by complainant are referenced in the payment schedule found within the general contractor's agreement. It does not appear that Respondents violated TREC statutes or rules, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Accept council's recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Northern, seconded by Commissioner DeCharo to accept council's recommendation and dismiss. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Next item, please.
2013-004321. Complainant is a property owner and respondent principal broker was the property manager for complainant's property. Complainant and respondent entered into a property management agreement, and approximately 2.5 months later, a tenant was placed into the property. Complainant states that complainant found the tenant. Complainant states that respondent did not always send monthly rent checks to complainant in a timely manner by the 15th of the month when complainant's mortgage was due, thus causing problems with complainant paying complainant's mortgage. Therefore, approximately 5 months after the tenant was placed into the property, complainant attempted to terminate the management contract with respondent due to the fact that complainant did not receive all monthly rent checks when expected. However, complainant then spoke with respondent, and complainant chose to continue the management contract until the end of the contract period. At the end of the management contract period, complainant states that the tenants chose to stay in the property and that complainant sent a letter of non-renewal to the management agreement to respondent. Complainant states that respondent caused financial problems by sending several months' rent late to complainant. Respondent states that respondent, not complainant, found the tenant. Respondent provided many emails to show the work done by respondent to secure the tenant. Respondent further states that there were problems with the property that required repairs and that respondent diligently worked to resolve all repair and other issues. Respondent acknowledges that sometimes rent payments were not sent until later in the month due to various issues included but not limited to repairs and mail issues, but respondent states that complainant was paid every month within that month. Respondent states that on the following month after complainant first attempted to cancel the management agreement, at the apparent direction of complainant, the tenant sent the rent check directly to complainant. After discussion with the complainant, respondent agreed to attempt to get rent checks to complainant sooner. Respondent further states that at the end of the management agreement term, complainant contacted respondent by email stating that complainant was considering putting the property back on the market, and respondent attempted to call and email complainant to clarify. Meanwhile, the tenants contacted respondent and stated that the lease expired on the following month, the tenants were staying, and that complainant was taking over the management of the property. Complainant claims that complainant is still owed money from the final month's rent paid by the tenants to respondent. Respondent points to a provision in the management contract executed between respondent and complainant which states that the owner shall not create or join in a lease with a tenant placed by respondent without full payment of management fees to respondent for the period in which the tenant occupies the property. Respondent states that the reason for this clause is due to problems respondent had in the past with respondent securing good tenants only then to lose the property management contract to owners taking over the responsibility themselves. Complainant states that termination of respondent services was due to lack of receiving monthly rent payments in a timely manner after the 15th of the month. Respondent believes that complainant fired respondent in the firm for no good reason for the purpose of taking over managing the property for the tenant without having to pay a management fee to respondent. Monthly statements show the rent money paid to respondent was paid to complainant at different times, with some months later than other for various reasons, but it appears rent money was always sent to complainant before the end of the month during which the rent was due. There was no provision in the management contract between complainant and respondent specifying a deadline of when rent money was to be paid to complainant each month. After fees and commissions were deducted for the final month's rent received by the tenants from the tenants by respondent, respondent held the balance due to respondent's belief that under the provisions of the management contract, respondent is owed a commission for the time period in which the tenant occupies the property. This issue appears to be a contractual dispute between complainant and respondent. On facts and documents presented, it does not appear that there's any violation of TREC statutes and rules. While respondent did provide a written response well before the matter was presented to the commission, that response was provided well outside of the 10-day period. However, respondent states that this was due to respondent compiling emails and many pages of documentation to fully address the complaint's allegations. The recommendations a letter of warning regarding Tennessee Code Annotated Section 62-13-313A2, which states that a response to a complaint must be filed with the Commission within 10 days.
Promotion.
How late was he in filing the response?
I'm checking.
Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry. I don't know it off the top of my head.
I thought you were interrupted.
Was it lengthy or just a few days?
It was not. I believe it was a. Let me check. Trying to see when it was sent. Let's see if I know what it is. Oh, I see. It appears that the complaint coordinator for Trek mailed the complaint to the respondent on February 21st, and a response to the complaint was mailed back to the Real Estate Commission. It's dated March 21st, so it was exactly a month. But it is a lengthy set of documents, and that's addressed at the beginning of it. I received it well before it was time to present to you all, but it is outside the period, so I thought a letter might be beneficial.
Chair's happy to entertain a motion.
Move to dismiss.
Motion by Commissioner Northern that this case be dismissed. Seconded by Commissioner Haynes. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Number 17, please. Commissioner Collins should be shown as recused himself on that vote.
Hey, got a new lawyer in here that used to be our lawyer. Just walked in.
How many times I've waited on lawyers?
Trying to see what it was. Hi, Mark.
Mark, I'm sorry. Sorry. Chairman Pro Tem acted that way.
Mr. Green, did you want to address this august body, or just thank you very much. We appreciate your cooperation. Number 17.
A 17-2013-004451. Complainant alleges that complainant made a low offer on a commercial building based on information told to complainant by respondent, an affiliate broker who was the listing broker for the property, regarding what respondent believed the seller would accept. Prior to making the offer, complainant states that respondent met with complainant several times, as well as representatives from a construction company, examining ways to make the building work for complainant. Complainant's offer was rejected by the seller. Complainant then states that complainant filled out a written counteroffer, which included a higher offer with the hope of negotiating a price with the seller, and gave it to respondent. While complainant was waiting on a response, complainant's existing facility was destroyed in an accident and a new space was needed. However, during this time, complainant states that respondent told complainant that respondent had received and the seller had accepted a higher offer on the building, which was submitted by another individual who complainant alleges that respondent knew personally because the two belong to the same church and live in the same town. Therefore, complainant thinks the sale of the building to this individual was due to personal motivation of respondent and constituted improper conduct by respondent. Complainant also states that the seller went to the same church. Respondent submitted a response.
Voted down, but I'm going to move to dismiss.
So the motion, because apparently church has got involved in this thing.
No, I see no grounds for complaint.
All right, I'm not editorializing. The motion is dismissed, made by Commissioner Northern, seconded by Commissioner Haynes. Is there a discussion on the motion? If not, we call the roll, please, Ms. Maxwell.
Alexander, Collins. This is motion to dismiss. DeChara?
No.
Grease?
No.
Flitcroft? Absent. Haynes?
Yes.
McMullen? Absent. Northern?
Yes.
Stevenson? Absent. So it's a tie.
Motion fails. Continue
reading.
on, please.
Keep reading?
Keep reading.
Okay, I got my finger on it this time. I
Okay,
know where
good.
I left off. Respondent submitted a response through an attorney which stated that the property in question was a commercial building and not a residential property. Therefore, the disclosure requirements contained within Tennessee Code annotated sections 6213.403, 6213.404, and 6213.405 are not applicable. Respondent's attorney states the complainant knew and admits knowledge in the complaint of the seller's bottom line, and the complainant submitted an offer well below that bottom line, which was rejected by the seller after it was presented by respondent. Specifically, when complainant and respondent met to discuss an initial offer, respondent's attorney states that respondent brought a pre-assembled packet of TAR forms, and complainant instructed respondent to leave the documents for review. Then complainant later filled out the TAR purchase and sale agreement and gave it to respondent for presentation to the seller. Later, after said offer was rejected, respondent's attorney states the complainant wrote the written counteroffer form referenced in the complaint without any knowledge or assistance by respondent. A blank form was included in the pre-assembled packet, but the form was never given to respondent. Respondent's attorney also notes that a counteroffer would not have been possible since the original offer had been rejected. On the same day as the counteroffer was as written by the complainant. Respondent's attorney states that the ultimate buyer met with respondent regarding his interest in buying and submitted an offer which the seller accepted. Respondent's attorney states that respondent was familiar with the ultimate buyer along with most other people in the town, but denies there was no, states that there was no personal or business relationship between the ultimate buyer and respondent, nor was there any relation between the two or anything that stood to be gained by respondent for the sale of the property to the ultimate buyer. Based on the information provided, it does not appear that respondent violated track statutes and/or rules, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Council's recommendation.
Motion made by Commissioner Alexander to dismiss, seconded by Commissioner Haynes. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. 18 and 19.
2013-004601, 2013-004602. Complainants were contacted by an individual affiliated with Respondent 2, an unlicensed company. Respondent 1 is an unlicensed individual who is Respondent 2's sales director regarding selling complainant's timeshare, which is located in Mexico, to a third party. Then Respondent 2 requested that complainants wire money up front for Respondent 2 to sell complainant's timeshare and provided complainants with a forged Trek license. Complainants contacted an attorney who located information indicating that this was a scam and contacted Trek. A copy of the complaint was sent to respondents via certified mail at respondent's purported address, which was returned as insufficient address and unable to forward. It appears that this address is not good, and respondents were likely never located at that address. The recommendation is to refer this to the district attorney's office and to close.
Motion.
We accept council's recommendation.
Motion by Commissioner DeCharo and seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Northern. Is there discussion? All in favor of the motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
How did they forge a Trek license?
Fake license. It says the Tennessee Real Estate Commission.
Something up on the computer.
It's a copy that we got. Looks like somebody had what looked like a real license, and I'm assuming you can do things like that in Adobe, but it was pretty poorly forged considering it wasn't even the correct name of the commission.
I'm just curious.
Item 20, please.
Okay. Did you vote on? I'm sorry.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
It is unanimous to accept your recommendation.
Okay. 2013-005271. Complainant is a property owner and respondent principal broker was managing complainant's property. Complainant alleges that complainant has not received copies of the lease agreement between the tenant and the property management company. Complainant states that the tenant has been late in paying rent and respondent has failed to assign late fees. Additionally, complainant states that there is a conflict of interest due to respondent and the tenant being friends and the tenant performing work for respondent. Respondent submitted a response stating that respondent has not violated the management agreement. As claims of conflict of interest, respondent states that the tenant had been in another management property. Moreover, respondent states that the tenant had already been approved via a credit report and the tenant paid on time while at the previous property. Although respondent states that the management agreement between complainant and respondent does not require respondent to send a copy of the lease agreement to complainant. Respondent states respondent did so when respondent received a letter from complainant's attorney requesting the same. Because the tenant paid on time, respondent states that no late fees were ever collected. Respondent states that it's respondent's belief that complainant is upset because the property was rented to a minority tenant. After being contacted from complainant's attorney and providing the requested lease agreement, respondent states there was no further contact but complainant and respondent mutually agreed to terminate the management agreement. The tenant moved out of the property and the security deposit was forfeited to complainant. It does not appear that respondent violated Trek statutes and/or rules. Therefore,
to dismiss.
Motion by Mr. Northern to dismiss and seconded by Commissioner DeCharo.
Yes.
I remember hearing you. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Number 21, please.
2013-005281. Complainant had a home listed for sale by owner prior to an accident which resulted in complainant moving out of state. Complainant directed complainant's son to return and list the house for sale with an affiliate broker at respondent's firm. Respondent is the principal broker. Complainant states that complainant never signed any paperwork and complainant's son did not have a power of attorney. When complainant returned home, complainant asked that the listing be withdrawn from the market due to the season. A few months later, the affiliate approached the complainant to list the property because there was a potentially interested party. At that point, complainant states complainant signed a confirmation of agency status form. Complainant indicates that complainant disagrees with the percentage of commission to be paid from the sale. Respondent submitted a reply stating that respondent's first interaction with complainant was on the day before closing when the affiliate broker told respondent that complainant was refusing to pay the 6% commission. Respondent states that the respondent spoke with the complainant who said he was not going to close, but in fact the sale did close. Respondent provided a timeline of events along with documentation. Respondent also states that before Respondent's firm listed the home at the time that complainant's home was listed for sale by owner, the affiliate broker offered that if the affiliate broker found a buyer, it would be a 3% commission. However, when the home became listed with Respondent's firm, it was made very clear that there would be a 6% commission. Respondent states that the affiliate broker told Respondent that complainant signed all documents in spite of complainant's claims, with the first listing agreement, confirmation of agency, and related documents being signed in another state with complainant's son, and signing the second set of listing agreements, confirmation of agency, and other agreements in the affiliate broker's presence. Respondent believes that complainant was confused regarding the commission percentage despite numerous explanations, and states that complainant did pay the 6% commission at closing. Based on the information submitted, it does not appear that Respondent committed a violation, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
A motion by Commissioner DeCharo to accept council's recommendation. Is there a second to her motion? Seconded by Commissioner Haynes. Is there discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Number 22.
2013-005-411. TREC open complaint based on information provided to TREC by Respondent, an affiliate broker, regarding Respondent's recent criminal convictions. Respondent pled guilty and was convicted of a number of counts involving marijuana as well as 2 counts involving money laundering. According to Respondent's self-report of the convictions, Respondent was arrested on a number of charges, bond was set, and Respondent was unable to make bail. Respondent, who states that Respondent has never been in trouble before, stated that Respondent's jail experience was unbearable, partially due to Respondent's health problems. Respondent states that Respondent was offered a plea deal, which included only 6 months served with probation, community service, and fines, and was advised to take it, and did based on health issues and family issues. Respondent states that Respondent has never been in trouble with the Real Estate Commission despite being licensed for approximately 21 years. In response to this complaint, which was opened after Respondent self-reported the felony convictions, Respondent stated that during the real estate market decline, it was necessary for Respondent to take on part-time jobs to make ends meet, but was having difficulty. Respondent was approached by a previous client with a potential job wherein Respondent would take deliveries of packages. Respondent states that Respondent never asked what was in the packages, but later got the feeling that something was amiss and attempted to stop doing the job. However, the police have been monitoring the operation, and Respondent was arrested as part of a drug bust and charged with the counts referenced above. Respondent stated that Respondent did not fully understand the 2 money laundering charges. Respondent states it involved 2 payments of $100 each, which are the convictions at issue here. Legal counsel contacted Respondent's attorney for the criminal matters, who confirmed the information provided by Respondent as accurate. Respondent's criminal attorney stated that the reason for the money laundering charges was that Respondent cashed 2 checks which were given to Respondent as payment for the packages, which gave rise to the money laundering charges. The recommendation is a consent order for $200 for any conduct which constitutes improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealing in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 6213-312B20, plus attendance at an entire meeting of the Commission within 180 days of Respondent's execution of the consent order.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Northern, seconded by Commissioner DeCharo. We need discussion. Let's vote. All in favor of the motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. 23, 24, and 25.
2013-006051, 2013-006052, and 2013-006121. Complainants state that they attended a timeshare presentation which was much longer than what they were originally told, and where complainants alleged that they were made that there were verbal misrepresentations made by Respondent 2, a timeshare salesperson. Respondent 2 is a timeshare registration, and Respondent 3 is Respondent 2's principal broker. Among the verbal misrepresentations alleged by complainants were that complainants were told that the timeshare would be an investment that would gain value, that rates would change if complainants did not lock in that day's rate, that complainants could refinance their loan through their bank, and that complainants could book short notice reservations. Complainants demanded contract cancellation and all money paid by complainants to be refunded. A response was submitted on behalf of Respondent stating that sometimes the presentations are longer when a potential purchaser is showing interest in purchasing a timeshare, but no one is obligated to stay longer than the original presentation time, and prices vary each day depending upon available inventory. As to the alleged verbal misrepresentations, respondents state that terms of the purchase were explained to complainants in an owner clarification form signed by complainants, includes acknowledgments regarding purchase for personal use and not under the expectation of profit, as well as the short notice vacations being subject to limited availability. The response states that Respondent 2 denied making the statements alleged by complainants, and respondents do not believe any verbal misrepresentations were made. The response notes that complainants are in arrears and amounts owed and offered to work out a payment plan or another option to assist complainants with that issue. The documentation contained within the file does not appear to evidence a violation by respondents, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve council's recommendation.
Is there a second? Second. I've got a motion by Commissioner Charles, seconded by Commissioner Haynes, that council's recommendation be accepted. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Ms. Kropp, your next item of business is a consent order log that you've sent to us previously. Does anybody on commission have a question about that?
These are just an outline. I tried to clean it up some from the last time. These are the matters that consent orders have been sent out. If people satisfy them, I move them to another spreadsheet where I track the ones that are under a payment plan status for tenants. These are merely the ones that have not been accepted, that have been turned over to Ms. Ryan for litigation. It's just a tracking mechanism I have that I present at each meeting.
Go ahead and ask Ms. Haynes.
I've just got a point of clarification on the one before this, and I know we've already voted. Somebody is convicted of a felony. The proper procedure is to self-report it. They self-report it, and it does not have to come before this commission. We say, okay, you self-reported it, so it's all right?
Actually, we had confirmed this with our former Deputy General Counsel, Wayne Pugh, before he left as to the proper...
I just want to know the proper, because everybody in the audience needs to know this, too.
The proper procedure for this, because we were a bit unclear. Even I discussed this with him. And the way that the statute is worded is that I'll find it so I don't misstate anything. It's found within 6213.312. It's subsection F. And basically, if a licensee pleads guilty or is convicted of any offense enumerated in this chapter, which we went over is kind of limited to things similar to the things outlined earlier in the statute of forgery, embezzlement, obtaining money under false pretenses, things of that nature, something like that. The licensee is required within 60 days of conviction to notify the commission of said conviction. In this case, that's what was done here. The statute goes on to say that if they don't do that, the license is automatically revoked 60 days afterward. That has happened a few times where we have found out later somebody
But
did
as
not
long as
report.
they report it, they have no revoked license, and even though they may have stole $100,000, they could keep on.
No, actually, it says that if they the licensee's license shall be automatically revoked 60 days after the licensee's conviction, unless the licensee makes a written request to the commission for a hearing during the 60-day period. Following any such hearing held pursuant to this section, the commission in its discretion may impose upon that licensee any sanction permitted by this chapter. So he advised us, we didn't really know in practice how, this person reported it. We said, okay, now it seems it needs to go to a formal hearing process. In order to correctly give these people due process, he said open it as a complaint file, present it to the commission, which I've done. In the case of what you just said, hypothetically, if someone stole $100,000 from a client, obviously it would have been a little bit different. The recommendation would have been higher for a consent order, and it would have more likely gone to a hearing. It's just that based on the facts of this individual, that was what my recommendation was. But his advice to us is that if somebody self-reports a conviction that's enumerated under the chapter, we open it as a complaint to come before you all. Did that answer your question?
That answered my question.
All right, the next item is a discussion of the E&O policy, and you also provided to us a commission policy statement that's in your iPad.
It's a just proposed policy for
Right.
us to go off of. We have, and I have hard copies. I noticed that Kelly was diligent enough to put copies of the new public acts on your iPads, but if you don't want to be flipping back and forth, I have hard copies of both of these for y'all.
You might give me one because my iPad's going dead.
This is for both of them. Essentially, public. I'll wait till you get them.
Well, I still am live, but it's going dead very rapidly here.
Mine was low too.
Plastic.
paper.
Tofu.
Public Chapter 84, which is the amendment to the errors and omissions statute, which provides for automatic suspension of a license for failing to maintain errors and omissions insurance, outlines a fee schedule, a penalty fee schedule after the 30-day period. It allows 30 days from the date of suspension for someone to just provide proof of compliance, and that's enough. There's no penalty fee. After that, it provides a range of penalty fees, which are discretionary. They say up to $500. It doesn't really set in stone what this would be. For purposes of clarification amongst the commission staff in processing these, when somebody comes to us after the 30-day period, we want to know exactly how much of a penalty fee to assess them to get these people reinstated as soon as possible. Following this, I have a rule that we're going to try to get the rulemaking process started as soon as possible. But in the meantime, we will have people wanting to reinstate. Therefore, we needed to have a policy in the meantime governing these discretionary provisions under the statute, so that we have some guidance as to what these people need to pay in order to reinstate if it's after the 30-day period. So that's the reasoning for the policy. It's for use until the rule, which we're getting ready to go over after this, can be put into place, because as you know, the rulemaking process can be a little bit lengthy.
Didn't we set these amounts last month?
Legislation said it.
Well, the legislature set these fees
The question is,
when the bill passed.
I thought we had discussion on it, though, but if we didn't, let's
I'm
go ahead-
sorry,
let's move
I
forward.
wasn't here last month, and it wasn't conveyed to me that they were set. If they were,
This was set by the legislature.
yeah, but here's the,
Right.
No.
here's the question, though. The question is, the legislature said up to a maximum amount. Is it the intent of this commission to apply the maximum in each of these intervals, or is it the intent of the commission to apply some amount less?
Personal opinion that you take the first one, the $500 for the take 30. Let's see. Let me read it again. 30 from 120 leaves 90. 90 divided into 500 is what?
But you're trying to do it on a daily basis instead of just saying you're at 30 days out, so you pay the maximum amount.
Well, yeah, I don't
Do it
think.
in
I think.
increments.
I think the first 120 days you might be a little lenient. After that, I'm going to be forgetting the full amount.
and the reasoning why in this, and we do have it broken down more within the rule, but in the meantime, the policy is the best we can do as guidance, and the recommendation, I spoke this over with the Chief Counsel, Michael Driver, who you met earlier. He was assisting me in drafting this. His recommendation is that for now, our policies are generally supposed to be for internal guidance, not to reflect outwardly on things that affect the licensees or the public. Therefore, the recommendation was to word the policy for the time being that the penalty fee be in the maximum amount allowable, and that if anyone has issue with that, then they can write into the commission, such as we did with regard to the reinstatement policy. Somebody can write in saying, hey, I was one day over, can you reconsider this? And we take that as it is until we can get this rule into effect, which you will see I have outlined a more detailed schedule within that rule.
Commissioner Haynes, you have a motion.
I have a motion that we do the maximum. First of all, these penalties were cut in half for what we had before, if I'm not mistaken. I may be wrong. So I think the penalties are pretty lenient to begin with. So I don't believe right now my motion is to leave them at the maximum.
I second that.
All for the question.
Okay, I've got a motion that, if in doubt, the maximum amount applies.
But what we need to do is vote on her policy
Yeah, because we
statement.
need to get the
She's got a
policy in effect,
statement that
because the
says
30
that.
days will end at the end of this month, so we need to have something in place.
So we were just,
I see the policy, but The policy, would you plug in an amount in the policy that's not in there now?
Maximum amount.
I've got it. I've got
I put in the maximum amount allowable because there actually are separate
Right.
levels.
okay, so you've
to
already got it
cover
in here.
I just put the maximum amount allowable for each time
Okay,
period.
so that's what you do.
So that we
So
could
your
just.
motion is to
My
accept the
motion is
policy.
to accept the policy as presented to us, yeah.
I'm sorry if that was unclear. I was trying to
I'm
make
sorry.
it as less
I'm looking
wordy
at you.
as
That's
possible.
Perfect.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Commissioner Haynes, for making the motion, and Commissioner Collins for seconding. Any more discussion? Let's vote. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. All right, proposed rules. Do you have a question?
I don't know if you were going to sign the policy.
Since he's not here.
He'll be here tomorrow.
Back tomorrow.
Okay.
But he might, we'll see if you don't want to sign it. I'll be happy to.
Okay, well, I have it prepared.
He left his clothes.
Whose name's on it now, Judy?
I had drafted it with Commissioner
Theirs.
Stevenson's name just because I didn't know he wasn't going to be here, but I'll do it however you all like.
Let's talk tomorrow.
Okay.
Your proposed rules.
Proposed rules. It might take a little bit. Does anybody need like a 5-minute break before we start?
Here's the deal. We're either going to, in my opinion, finish it up right now or do it sometime tomorrow. And I might.
Well, we don't have recording devices tomorrow. All we have
Well,
is.
we'll do it sometime next month. So in that case,
Do it.
let's do it. Let's go, and we can walk out individually, and so can the members of the audience if they need to.
Right, which was
And
fine.
you can right now if you want to. We'll give you. We'll.
Would you all like to review the rule just while I?
I don't have anything on my,
True.
but I don't have anything on head.
The rules aren't on the iPad.
Later.
The notice of rulemaking
Notice of
hearing.
rulemaking hearing?
My iPad's gone wacky.
I think
Mine, I have nothing under it.
Oh, I got that.
Discussion of proposed
I don't.
rules.
It had absolutely nothing under it.
I've got it. It's on mine.
Maybe Kelly can get mine back up, but it's not
Oh,
on mine.
now it's on it. It's okay. It
I think
did.
everybody's iPad's been near death.
I think they're all trying to die.
I've got one that's got some power in it. If somebody wants this,
Here's one too. Here's one if somebody's dying.
you'll just give me a second.
Can you tell us about it?
Okay, I
Well,
have.
let's take a couple of minutes and just look at this, or do whatever you want to.
You want Julie to explain it to us?
Yeah, she's going to run to the bathroom real quick. She's one of these
Take mine, I
bathrooms.
don't
Oh.
care.
Well, I do too, actually.
Well, mine's fine. Mine's fine. I'll take it.
I'll be quick.
I'd like to tell the audience something. We all the commissioners get a copy of all this before we talk about it, like the last time. So a lot of times when I vote to go ahead and not read it all, I'd already read it. But a lot of people understood that they hadn't read it. They didn't prepare for the class, so they had to have it read to them.
Or another way of saying it, just because you have an opinion doesn't mean everybody else has got it.
That goes both ways.
That's exactly right.
I'm in the middle.
And another way of saying it is we all have our own opinions on things, and that's good for a commission like
sure.
this.
Sure.
We violate the Sunshine Law if we decide, make decisions before we get here in public. We have to be careful about that.
I've got 3 or 4 attorneys that don't agree with that. But that's opinions too.
That's it.
We develop opinions, but if we don't discuss it among,
That's my point, yeah.
okay.
We just can't conspire to come up with a decision unless we're in public.
No, I wasn't what I'm talking about.
Oh, I know. I'm just education.
Oh.
Since you started the education process, Mr. Beecher.
Well, he was deemed the education chairman.
I was.
Years
I
ago.
was.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
We should point that
That's
out.
before she came.
Don't point it out. Circumstances were not great.
You said a while ago, we were, you sent this other information to us. So we were also sent the other information. I want to point that out.
I just felt
It wasn't arbitration and capricious that I made that statement.
arbitrary and capricious.
Capricious, yeah.
See? It's kind of like
If it's about time sharing, I don't want to vote on it.
course, up to bear in almost every case. Up to bear in almost every case. And I think that, generally speaking, it's a true statement. Forget the But I can't say that out loud at all.
iPad's saying I quit.
Let me pass those out. You get back to your desk. Form here. All right, we're back in session. Ms. Kropp is ready to give us an overview of this rulemaking process and the rule in particular.
The notice of rulemaking hearing, I just went ahead and put it into the form that it would need to go into to go up to the Secretary of State's office. If these are the forms that you all would like them in, if we need to make some changes, we can do so. The first rule on the second page of that would be numbered 1260-01-.16, and it would be titled Lapsed Errors and Omissions Insurance. Should I read all of this into the record, or give you all a second to look at it? I know it was sent to you ahead of time with the materials.
This is a draft, right?
This is a draft, but we have to get it in the form for the rulemaking hearing before we can do the analysis. And this is based on concerns that were given to me, relayed to me from the last meeting, which is why I had delineated some within the rule for people that backdate, set up different schedules rather than just saying the maximum allowable. However, that you all may feel differently. I was doing this based on what was conveyed to me as you all's concerns. Also, something that we did not have to touch on in the policy, because presumably these rules will be in effect before it becomes an issue, is the discretionary portions of the statute dealing with reissuance of a license if someone goes past a year of suspension and is revoked for failing to maintain their errors and omissions insurance. The statute gives the commission latitude as to how to handle those people getting reissuance of the license. So that is also addressed in this rule, which is separate from the statute.
I thought we discussed that last month, though. I know you weren't here, about they need to start all over.
And I tried to outline that, basically saying they needed to reapply for licensure, paying all fees, pay the penalty fees outlined above during the suspension period, pass all required examinations for licensure, and meet any current education requirements for licensure. That was what I had placed in here for people that are revoked past the 1-year provision. Also, you'll notice subsection 2 of this rule speaks to principal brokers of these licensees. Up until now, we don't have, we have a statute 6213.312B15, which requires supervision of affiliated licensees, but we don't have any rule stating what supervision is. This rule seeks to specify that a principal broker shall ensure at all times that licensees affiliated with that principal broker shall hold E&O insurance, and a failure to do so shall constitute failure to exercise adequate supervision. Therefore, it goes on to outline outline the procedure for the ramifications of a principal broker who has an affiliate who is suspended pursuant.
So we got a real reason for bringing the principal broker in.
It outlines that this is a failure to supervise and goes on to set out that schedule. It also states that it would be $250 if the licensee's insurance carrier backdated the E&O policy to indicate continuous coverage. It was conveyed to me that you all thought that there should be some sort of maybe break for those people, because the public is served as being protected if the person's able to obtain continuous coverage. That's the reason for the two different amounts in here. It also allows, after a consent order is sent, for this to go to an ALJ where these matters would not be heard before you all, as was done in a previous policy. I know that you all got this ahead of time, and I assume that you've already read it. Do you have any questions with regard to this rule or any problems with it?
I'll make a quick statement. This is set up to go to a hearing on two different sessions, or just once?
One. This would be one rulemaking hearing.
I don't necessarily feel like I need to critique this now if it's going to be submitted to the public, to the industry, and then come back with their comments, I'd be happy to listen to their comments and then see if we need to make adjustments at that point.
Well, I guess at this point, it's just if you all have any problems with it. Because I did this based on what was, they had taken all very detailed notes based on what you all's concerns were, what your thoughts were, and I did my best to draft this around that, but I didn't know.
Just to summarize, for the broker, you're saying $250 if the carrier backdates, $500 if it's
They don't backdate.
if they don't backdate and it's beyond how many days?
Well, they get they would have 30 days to
30
either
days.
broker release the
And
person.
1,000 beyond 120 days.
Yes.
It would be, yes.
You know, I feel certain we'll get feedback on this when it's, and so I'm anxious.
We have to go through the motions of the Flexibility Act at this time.
But we need to go over the second rule here first. You want to move forward with this rule as
Yes.
Okay. The second rule would be numbered 1260-01-.17, and it's entitled fingerprinting. This comes out of Public Chapter 420 regarding all initial applicants to the commission being required to submit fingerprints for the purpose of a background check. This is initial applicants after January 1st, 2014, but the Public Act gives us authority to go ahead and begin the rulemaking process at this point, which is one reason why we're trying to expedite this to hopefully have these rules in effect as close to that effective date as possible. This basically sets out stating that the fingerprint shall be submitted in an electronic format. The statute leaves it very open as to how that needs to be done. It also says that basically when they submit these electronic fingerprints through TBI, a report is then sent into our office indicating what the problems are with the background check. State specifically that the fingerprints shall be furnished at the expense of the applicant, that the commission is not bearing any cost to that, that the applicant has to make their arrangements for processing of the fingerprints and shall be responsible for the fees for that. It also restates that even though, as a point of clarification, that they're still responsible for paying all application fees to the commission, just in case that's at all unclear at any point. And also, because the statute is not completely clear as to what constitutes an initial applicant, you'll notice subsection 1E states that in addition to new applicants for a broker, affiliate broker, timeshare salesperson, or acquisition agent license, the following are also considered initial applicants, because these are people that sometimes arise, and they would be people that would be required, if this rule were to pass, to submit fingerprints likewise. That would be someone that had, for one reason or another, I think there's many reasons why, they've lost their license and have now had to reapply. They're not able to go through the reinstatement process. They're having to reapply, retest possibly, and go through the application process again, such as someone that was licensed 10 years ago but hasn't had a license for 10 years and is coming back. The second situation would be something that might arise where someone had an affiliate broker's license for a number of years, then the license expired for many years, but they have the requisite 36 months or more of experience, and they choose to come in and, instead of reapplying for the affiliate broker's license, come in and apply for a broker's license. Since they have no license there, this would specify that they're a new applicant and would have to give fingerprints.
If they had a license and were only looking to upgrade, this would not be applicable.
No, and the statute specifically states that if someone's just renewing, they don't have to do it, or obtain a broker's license after being licensed as an affiliate broker. This would only apply to an affiliate broker who was licensed in the past, had lost the license for a period of time, and was having to submit this application new after having had no license for a period of time.
So you're saying you will accept their credits as being able to carry them forward, but you won't accept the lapse in time.
They would just have to submit fingerprints. They would have to, it's my understanding that if an affiliate broker wants to upgrade to a broker, they have to apply for that license regardless. This would just mean that if they did not have the license for a period of time in between, say they had been an affiliate broker for 7 years, for example, but had no license.
That's what I'm saying. you're saying because it lapsed, they've got to go through the fingerprinting process, not because they didn't have enough hours, which you're agreeing to accept.
I believe it is accepted for people now.
They would have they have to meet the other qualifications to be a broker, so that if they had 3 years experience and then they took 10 years, they just got out of the business.
Understand.
Yeah.
Whatever requirements are imposed to move from affiliate to broker remain in place, but if they allow their license to lapse, those things within a certain time period are acceptable, but you still make them go through the fingerprinting process because they're upgrading.
You have to meet all the current educational requirements.
Even if they were reapplying for licensure as an affiliate broker after the same period of time, the first part would say that they would need to have the fingerprints anyway. So if you were an affiliate broker for 7 years, went out of the business for 10 years, and came back and either tried to reapply as an affiliate broker or as a broker, if you had the requisite experience, it would require fingerprints in either case.
I have one quick question about this. Out-of-state licenses, are they required to be fingerprinted?
They are.
And is that specific in here, or does it need to be, in your opinion?
We haven't gone through this, but it's based on a director for a program that has gone through this. How it is handled for out-of-state applicants is that a card has to be sent to them, then they can go and do make the arrangements for electronic fingerprinting, so they can do that as well.
Right. So what do we need to do this flexibility analysis today?
Yes, but I have a number of potential recommendations as jumping off points for these, and you're free to accept them. You're free to not. We have to do each one by motion. I have recommendations like I typically do. If you disagree with them, we can change them, or you can make a motion to accept these. So we have to go through these one by one, though, before I can initiate the process of getting a rulemaking hearing set.
Start reading it. We'll ask for quick motions.
Well, let's not, yeah, sure.
We're trying to determine if y'all need to approve the rule, make a motion to approve the rule. I just want to make sure they didn't need to.
Yeah, we just have to do this, and then we'll take a vote of the commission to move forward on the rulemaking process after that, and that's all that's left today.
Okay.
I've got one quick question on the fingerprinting. Since it did not come from the administration or from this panel, I'm not really sure who initiated the bill and where it came from. What's the burden on the administration? We get a fingerprint submitted, and I know that's what we're going to go through when we go through our rulemaking hearing, but they submit the fingerprints to us, and then we have to pay to have the FBI search it? That's included in, how is that going to?
The applicant has to pay the fees for the processing of the fingerprints. And without doing electronic fingerprints, my understanding is we will get a bunch of cards back that we will then have to get to the appropriate place. TBI will process it, get us a report back. The purpose of the electronic fingerprints is that those electronic fingerprints go straight to the TBI, and then we just receive the report.
So TBI gets it back to us, and then we get these long forms like we get with if there happens to be a rap sheet.
Right.
We'll get all this information back, is that we have looked at several times and kind of is confusing, to put it lightly. And then we have to decide, you decide internally if we can, or we decide as a commission.
But the same thing that happens now basically will happen when the fingerprints return, and that is if someone has a felony or misdemeanor that involves the theft of money, services, or property, they'll have to appear before the commission. So it will just, it's just making sure that everyone is
truthful.
Yes.
We have had some that have not been truthful in applications.
Yeah.
And so this doesn't really change much, except we're comparing the same answers. We will have the same questions on there, but we will also have this TBI report.
I guess what I'm concerned about is the extra work for the administration. for your office.
Right.
And who is going, and we're going to hire extra people? Is there going to be extra time?
Right. I mean, we'll still review it like Julie and I do. As far as the number of reports that come in, the fiscal note to the bill did allow at the very end for someone to be hired to do that.
Did allow for some extra help.
You have to have security clearance to do it. I mean, and I've applied for a number just because we had to go ahead and apply for a number with the FBI and the TBI. So I've applied for that number, but so you have to go through those and see what they reveal.
Okay, I just wanted that clear because
right.
I know we've all talked about it and it's still clear as mud, but
right, and
it's a little better.
And the company that has a contract with the state, it's my understanding this is what happens with the other program. They have approved places set up to take the fingerprints.
So we have a company that's already approved through the state.
That's what we
understand.
Do the electronic fingerprints.
Right, and so
and they have various locations throughout
the
state and otherwise, I believe, for out-of-state people too. So there is an entity set up to take these electronic fingerprints and transmit them to TBI.
Okay, let's get started on the analysis.
The Regulatory Flexibility Act, pursuant to the Regulatory Flexibility Act of 2007, prior to initiating the rulemaking process as described in Tennessee Code Annotated Section 62, I'm used to saying 62, Section 4-5-202A3 and 45203A, all agencies shall conduct a review of whether a proposed rule or rules affect small businesses. So we need to consider each of the following 7 factors, which are part of the regulatory flexibility analysis. The first factor is the extent to which the rule may overlap, duplicate, or conflict with other federal, state, and local governmental rules.
Is there a motion that there is no overlap, duplication, or conflict with other federal, state, or local government rules?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Northern, seconded by Commissioner Alexander. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Next item.
Number 2, clarity, conciseness, and lack of ambiguity in the rule.
Is there a motion that the rules are clear and concise and unambiguous?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Northern, seconded by DeCharo. Discussion. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous.
Is that
I have to read through it.
Is the full one just that the rules are clear, concise, and unambiguous? Because I think that was the motion.
That's the motion just on that. We want
Just
to
on,
take
if that's your full one, I can cut the second sentence of what I had.
We'll go
just
number
the first,
3.
Just the first sentence then. Okay. Number 3, the establishment of flexible compliance and reporting requirements for small businesses.
Is there a motion these rules provide uniform and reasonable requirements both for those individuals who are licensed and required by statute to maintain errors and omissions insurance as well as those individuals who wish to be licensed with the Commission who are required by statute to provide fingerprints for the purpose of a background check? These requirements assist with ensuring the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Tennessee.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner DeCharo, seconded by Commissioner Alexander. Is there discussion on the motion? I hear none. Let's vote. All in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Number 4.
Number 4, the establishment of friendly schedules or deadlines for compliance and reporting requirements for small businesses.
Is there a motion that in order to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Tennessee, it is imperative that small businesses are held to the same standards as larger businesses require?
Sir, I move that it has no impact on reporting requirements for small business.
I got a motion that says there is no impact, and it's been motion by Commissioner Northern, seconded by Commissioner Alexander. With that motion on the floor, is there discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, vote aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Number 5, please.
The consolidation or simplification of compliance or reporting requirements for small businesses.
A motion that these rules do not complicate compliance reporting requirements for small businesses. Rule 1260.01-.16
does not complicate compliance or reporting requirements for small businesses.
In any respect.
In any respect.
I got seconded, initially made by Commissioner Northern, and seconded by Commissioner Alexander. You've heard the motion. Is there discussion? I hear none. All in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, no. It is unanimous. Number 6.
The establishment of performance standards for small businesses as opposed to design or operational standards required in the proposed rule.
A motion that there are no performance standards for small businesses as a result of these rules.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Alexander, seconded by Commissioner DeCharo to that point. Discussion. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Number 7.
The unnecessary creation of entry barriers or other effects that stifle entrepreneurial activity, curb innovation, or increase costs.
A motion that these rules do not result in unnecessary creation of entry barriers or other effects that will stifle entrepreneurial activity, curb innovation, or increase costs.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner DeCharo, seconded by Commissioner Alexander. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion vote aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous.
There are a couple of other considerations that we are also required to do before this can be moved forward to a rulemaking hearing, and I've outlined some of these. These are just things that you all need to consider. Does the rule make it better to do business in Tennessee?
Need a motion?
I believe so.
Yes.
I've got a motion by Commissioner DeCharo that the answer to that question is yes. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Alexander. Is there discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Next question.
Does the rule make it easier to create jobs in Tennessee?
These rules are unlikely to have a foreseeable impact on job creation in
Is that your
Tennessee.
motion?
That is my motion.
Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Commissioner Alexander. Is there discussion? All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous in favor of. Next consideration.
Is it essential and effective?
Is there a motion that yes, these rules are essential and effective?
It is.
Is that enough of
So moved.
I think we might want to clarify a little more on these. This is going to
The proposed rules are essential.
This is going up to the governor's office. We have to adequately consider some of these.
Proposed rules are essential and effective as they clarify certain discretionary provisions within a statutory amendment regarding suspension and or revocation of a license as a result of failing to maintain errors and omissions insurance, as well as specify the procedure regarding a statutory amendment which requires initial applicants to submit fingerprints for the purpose of a background check. So moved.
Second. A motion by Commissioner DeCharo, seconded by Commissioner Alexander. Commotion. Answering in the affirmative with detail. Is there discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It is unanimous.
Who does it affect?
Pardon me? Oh,
Who does it affect?
Rule 1260-01-.16 regarding lapsed errors and omission insurance will affect all licensees who are required to maintain errors and omission insurance, as well as principal brokers of those licensees. Rules 1260-01-.17 regarding fingerprinting will affect all initial applicants for licensure who are required by statute to submit a set of fingerprints for the purpose of a criminal background check. And I so move.
Mr. Alexander seconds. Discussion. All in favor of the motion vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous.
Is the rule a positive move?
Yes, these rules seek to eliminate confusion regarding discretionary portions of recent statutory amendments which require certain outcomes but also allow the Commission discretion regarding necessary steps for reinstatement of a suspended license or reissuance of a revoked license, and the process for an initial applicant submitting fingerprints for a background check. And I so move.
Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Alexander. Discussion. All in favor of the motion vote aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimously passes. Finally,
is it outcome based? Does it have a measurable positive outcome?
Arrow.
Yes, the Commission expects to receive fewer questions regarding the requirements for reinstatement or reissuance of a suspended or revoked license, as well as provide clarification regarding the process of an initial applicant submitting fingerprints for a background check. I so move.
Seconded by Commissioner Alexander. Is there discussion? All in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it.
All we have left now is a motion and a vote as to whether or not to move forward with a rulemaking hearing on these two rules, based on these rule drafts.
Make a motion, we move forward.
Is there a second? Second. Got a motion by Commissioner Collins instructing staff and those who need to know that we need to move forward with this rulemaking process based on what we've had today. Seconded by Commissioner Alexander. Is there discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion vote aye. Those opposed, no, and it's unanimous. Does that conclude your report, Ms. Crop? You did a great job, as usual. Thank you. Is there any other business to come before the commission today?
Are you practicing to get your auctioneer's
I've
license?
had it before. I didn't find it valuable.
Well, now it's a good thing.
Other business?
We adjourn till tomorrow.
Those in the audience, remember, 6th floor tomorrow, promptly 9 o'clock. We've got a judge.
So adjourn but recess.
We're recessed till 9 in the morning.